Politic news. Sorry, I just totally butchered your name. I apologize. Good to see you. It's an honor to be back. What's up, Natalia? Great to see you as well. Hope you're doing well. What's up, Elizabeth? What's up? Oh, my man, Tanner. My man. What's up, Vicky? What's up, Miles? Good to see you, Elizabeth. Great to see everybody. Cordy, great to see you. NECA, great to see you. Kim, great to see you. Just followed you on Snap. Yo, I appreciate that, Tanner. Yeah, everybody go out on Snap, man. Harry.Sisno2. We're on Snap these days. It's a fun time over there. I started a series on my Snapchat. I do like craziest shit that Republicans said to me on live. I started a series on my Snapchat. I do like craziest shit that Republicans said to me on live stream tonight. It's fun. We have fun over there. So, what's up, Zach? Great to see you. Daisy, great to see you. Susie, hello. MZ, great to see you. Trista, great to see you. Tristan, great to see you. Money, great to see you. Cece, great to see you. User, great to see you. Amazing too, and I appreciate you. Jaden, great to see you. Raya, great to see you. Lady, Isa, and Mr. Pickle Juice, great to see you all. Hi, everybody. It's an honor to be back. Thank you guys so much for joining me again. You know what we're doing here tonight. Of course, we are talking to MAGA. We are talking to Republicans. What's your Snap? My Snap is Harry.Sisson02. I post on Snap sometimes. I'm just starting over there. So you should go follow, add, whatever it might be. So all that good stuff. Kira, great to see you. Sally, great to see you. Sweet. Hello. Great night at Coachella. Yeah, all right. Ladies, gents, actually, you look at Tanner coming in clutch, man. Let me. This is my Snap right here. There you go, Tanner. There you go. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everybody in between, we are, of course, talking to MAGA tonight. We're talking to the lunatic Republicans. We're talking to people that somehow, some way support Donald Trump. So, if you are MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. And while we do that, while we wait for some people to trickle in and maybe select and ask to come up at least, make sure to double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes. It helps boost the live. Thank you, Kara, for the shiny air balloons. Also, spam those shares down there. It helps boost the live and send it out to more people. Of course, drop the follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all of the time. And finally, Venmo, Cash App, and the link in the bio if you want to support the live. There's the Snap, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, all of that good stuff is in the bio. Shout out to the individual who just said, Kevin, I voted today for Harris Walls. That's amazing. I mean, we love that. Yeah, so check if early voting is in your state or it's begun in your state. Some states it has, some state it hasn't. So make sure to check your early voting locations, see if you can do it. It's better to get out there and vote early and vote. What is going on here at this? One second here. What do we got over here? What's going on with this? What is going on with this? Why is it like crooked? It's like annoying. It's like annoying me visually. Okay. It's just gonna have to do. It's just gonna have to do. We'll live, right? All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. And you can tell me why you're MAGA. Makes no sense. Nobody should be MAGA. Makes no sense at all whatsoever. But we're here regardless. So let's find out. My battle's filled out. I'm going to bring it out, bring it to day of to tabulate myself. Amazing, Skylar. Amazing. All right, let's see what we can get in here. What's up, Chloe? Great to see you. Why is it? Why is it? Let's bring this guy up here. He has like a Russian flag in his bio. He's just, Putin fan. I mean, I shouldn't judge, I suppose. If you like Donald Trump, you probably like Putin, right? I mean, it's kind of hand in hand, huh? Well, this guy's not coming up for some reason. Let's bring a booter. I just want red to win, so Harry will go away. I don't know why everybody thinks that. Like, if you think that if a Republican wins, you think that just like Democrats all like disappear? Do you think that's just like how that works? I don't think you know how this whole politics things work. All right, this guy's not coming up. We'll bring up this guy. Hello, what's up, man? Why are you MAGA?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm about 25.
What year were you born?
On a good day. 1994. MAGA!
Yeah, you have a good one, bro. Yeah. You have a good one, bro. You head on out, all right? You head on out, bro. You be all right now. All right, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up and you can tell me why you support Donald Trump. You can tell me why you support Donald Trump. Just let me know. Type MAGA in the chat or just request up in the box and we'll go from there. Yeah, you have a good night, bro. You have a good night, bro. You have a good night. Let's see. Let's bring up Derek. Let's give Derek a chance. Remember Venmo, Cash App, link in bio if you want to support the live. What's up, man?
What's going on, bro? How you feeling?
I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm chilling. I'm just watching everybody and their little open views on what they think policy should really be.
Okay. So, do you support Donald Trump?
You know what? Unfortunately, I do at this moment because he's the only president pushing the actual religion back into anything.
What?
He's the only president implicating religion back to anything.
So you want religion to be like pushed onto people?
It should be.
Okay. So, what religion are you?
Christian.
Christian. So, if a Muslim president was elected, would you be okay with that Muslim president pushing their religion on you?
No, I probably wouldn't shoot
Why
for him.
not? Why not? Because I thought you were okay with people pushing religion on other people.
That's not my religion, though.
Oh, so you're okay. So you want a president that'll push your religion onto other people, even if they don't agree with that religion. But if somebody were to put their religion on you, then it's bad.
I mean, if the dollar says united we stand and God bless America, I mean, that's my religion. I don't know what religion you are or what you follow.
What denomination are you? What religion are you?
Like Pentecostal?
Pentecost. I don't even know what that is.
Right. You don't know religion, so you're asking about.
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
So how deep do you want to go? What's your reason for bloating for a woman that hasn't done anything for your country?
Why do you specify that she's a woman?
What is she, a guy?
No, I'm just curious. Like, why did you say why do you vote for a woman who hasn't done anything? Why didn't you just say a candidate or something like that?
Because she's a woman.
Just seems a little specific.
I'm just giving her. Hey, they fought for their his, her, and him. So I'm giving her what she is. What's the issue?
That's a little suspicious. Pentecostal speaks in tongues. Maybe that's why I don't know what the fuck that is. Yeah. So Kamala Harris has a dedicated career in public service. District attorney, attorney general of California, then became senator, vice president. She's worked on a lot of great pieces of legislation, both as a senator and of course vice president. And she's also just like a good person morally and a good leader. And I think she has the qualities of a president.
So you think a person locking people up and not coming up with a real reason on helping them is a good person of a leadership, right?
Who was locked up without a good reason to be locked up?
She was a prosecutor and she locked up multiple people without even a reason. She gave up people.
Who?
There's multiple stories on it. You clearly didn't do any information on her.
No, well,
and her
please,
prosecutions,
if
correct?
I didn't do any information on it, which I don't know what the hell that means, please tell me who she locked up that was totally unjust.
You can go YouTube it, sir.
Yeah,
and watch
I don't need a. Well,
you shouldn't bring up something that you don't know about, then.
Well, I'm clearly you brought up something that you don't know about. I'm asking you to cite a source for me.
If I spoke upon it, then that's the same thing.
Then give me a name.
I don't give names on people that's been locked up in California.
Yeah,
that's not my job. That's a story that's been posted.
Yeah, you don't give names. You don't know. It's okay.
Just because you're LGBTQ and you're out here trying to hold it down for them doesn't mean that you're trying to hold it
average as they come. I'm a straight white guy. I don't know, even if I was, I don't know what that'd be
You're
relevant
waiting for them to get your next president so you can get out of your questionable stage?
I don't even know why. I don't know why someone's sexuality is relevant to you not knowing what you're talking about. Like, you being uneducated is nobody else's fault except your own.
You don't even know what religions you're asking about, talking about education.
Yeah, I don't know what Pentecostals
first, and then you'll have a real reason to have a conversation.
Hey, listen, I don't study religion.
So you being upset about me hearing that your so-called vice president has been locking up people for how long?
You don't even know. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't know names. You don't know cases. So now you're upset, right? You don't know cases. You don't know names. You don't know charges. You don't know any of that. And also, I don't study religion. I study politics.
Did you read her book? Did you read her book?
No, I've not read Kamala Harris's book. No.
So you really don't care about her, right?
No, it's not.
You would go vote for somebody and not support their book, right?
Okay. Have you read Art of the Deal by Donald Trump?
Yeah,
you got scammed. Well, buddy, you got scammed twice because you read a shitty book and paid money for a shitty book.
I actually read it for free. That was off the text and read site.
Damn, you wasted a bunch of time reading a shitty book.
You would know that there's a lot of things that's free in this lifetime.
You wasted a bunch of time reading a shitty book, so you wasted time then.
Hey, you know what? When were you born?
I was born 2002.
Right, so you're a 2000 kid. You are still trying to question everything in life, which is possibly right or wrong.
No, I you're right. I'm still growing up. I'm still learning things. But there's one question I know for sure, and that question is: hold on. I'm still growing up, learning things and questioning things. There is one question and answer I know for sure. Question is: are you intelligent? Answer is no. That one I know for certain. That's a certainty in life.
Right. You're the one giving out
death, taxes, and Derek not being that bright.
Right?
It's three things.
That's so funny. You guys are going to be so mad when you see Trump there and he changes this whole country for what you guys can never make.
Can you name 5 policies that Donald Trump got passed through Congress in his first term?
I know you can't even name a religion that you want to have an argument about.
I'm not.
That's the sad part. And
I
you
have
have
no
the
interest
sense
in
to be
arguing
on
with
the
you about
internet
religion.
trying to make a point to
I
other
have no
people, and you
interest in
don't
arguing
even
with you.
have the common knowledge
When have I
on
ever
religions.
challenged you to an argument about religion? I
That's
have no
what's
interest in arguing
sad.
with
That's
you
what's
about
really
religion.
sad about this
Can
common
you just
lifestyle of people. And you guys are kids lost. Just go be an LGBTQ member.
Gotcha. So
and go
I never
stand for what
challenged
you
you.
feel,
I never
lay it
challenged
with
you
your
to
bro,
All right,
and feel comfortable.
You'd be all right. I never challenged you to a debate on religion. Obviously, this is not a religion debate live stream. So, not talking about, what did you say, Pentecostals? Like, sorry, man, that's not my expertise. I don't study that. So you can do that. But point is, you're stepping in a political arena and you can't name me 5 policies that the guy you're voting for passed when he was president the first time. So, me not telling you something I don't study is not at all problematic. Whereas when you're having a political debate and you can't back up what you believe, then that's when it becomes problematic. If I were challenging you to a religion debate or specifically about your religion and I didn't know what I was talking about, then you'd be like, dude, what are you talking about? Yeah, absolutely. But right now you're just out of your depth. So you're in the deep end of the swimming pool. You got to get out. You got to get out. You got to put on the floaties, buddy. Got to put on the floaties. It'll bring you to the surface.
I'm not really upset about it, bro. You got to read between the lines, and body energy is everything. This woman,
Read
let me ask you a
between
real
the
question,
lines.
and I'm gonna be done with it. I just want to ask you a real question.
Okay.
You do have a mother, right?
Yeah.
If you had an issue outside your house and your friends were telling you, like, if you come back out here, we're gonna hurt you, would you send your mother out there? Or would you tell your father to go outside?
I don't even know what this means.
Answer
If my mother's like Ronda Rousey, I'd send my mom out there.
You wouldn't send your mom out there, bro. Don't
She's
lie.
Ronda Rousey and she's
Don't
like
lie.
a talented
See, you're doing
fighter?
that new
Like,
gen. You're doing the new gen. I don't care. I think a woman is LGBT, stronger than me type stuff. That's not the situation here. Answer the question straight up. Would you send a woman outside to fight your battle, or would you send your father? Answer the question. Yes or no?
Yeah, I think it's like circumstantial, right? Because like if your mom's Ronda Rousey,
You're going
like
around
the mom's gonna beat their ass.
Putting another
and honestly,
situation.
sometimes mothers are scarier than fathers, man. Are you kidding me? Sometimes mothers. If my mom's Ronda Rousey and she's gonna go beat some ass, go ahead on out there.
I don't know. Yeah, you had. I don't know. I'm not gonna. This isn't.
By the way, like gender is not LGBTQ plus. I don't know if you know.
This is the issue what everybody's trying to pick up on. No one's gonna send their mother to war in the sense of a country possibly going into World War III. A woman is not dominant in that situation.
All right. So what if you have like a woman who served in the military? She's worked her way up in the military, become like the highest rank possible, and she's like really experienced in foreign policy.
Okay.
Versus, hold on, I'm not done yet. Versus like random Joe on the street over there who happens to be a man. Who would you rather be commander in chief?
My sad part about this thing is that you're making up somebody.
It's a hypothetical. You're right. Exactly. It's a hypothetical.
The person doesn't exist. So why are we going off somebody?
It's also not true. We have plenty of talented women who served in the military.
There's no
number
woman
two,
in the military that's
answer the
high
question.
ranking at whatever point you want to say.
If you have a woman out there who's worked her way up the military, she served and now she's in a strategic position. She's worked her way up the command versus a random Joe on the street who just happens to be a man. Who would you choose to be the commander in chief?
I mean, technically what we just did. So I would probably say the random Joe.
What the fuck is wrong with you? See, you're
That's
just a misogynist.
the same thing that you should ask the whole country.
No, you're
Why
just a
the fuck
misogynist.
did they pick a random Joe?
You're just a misogynist. You're just a misogynist. If you have like a really qualified woman for a position and you just pick a random dude off the street because she's a woman, then that's definitionally misogyny.
That's usually what everything was built on. So that's fine.
All right, bro. You have a good rest of your night. Get the hell out of my live and don't come back. Yeah, get the hell out of my live, bro. Nah, you be all right now. Get the hell out of my live and don't come back. It's just straight up he wasn't even trying to hide it as well. See, man, this is what we get from so many Trump supporters, bro. Just dumb shit like that. Like, okay, yeah. Random Joe on the street is gonna be their commander. You're such a weirdo, dude. These people are such freaks, man. And he was homophobic, as somebody in the chat just pointed out. Yeah. It is what it is, man. I mean, golly, it's crazy. These people vote, so you should too. Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Also, drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen. We're almost at 100,000 likes. Fill up that entire bar. Spam those shares, and of course, if you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. We can hear from you, and you can tell me how on earth you're MAGA. It makes no sense. Extremely typical MAGA guy. Yeah, right. Exactly. SJ Columbus. Let's give this guy an invite. If he wants to come up. Maybe I'll just pick somebody from the box. Who do we got in the box? Who do we have in the box? Vinny says, bring me up. Is Vinny requesting? Let's see. Is Vinny requesting? He's not. I'll just pick somebody else then. Let's bring up Ray Davis. Let's give him a shot. Ellen, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. Look at that guy in the chat saying Trump will win California. Okay. Yeah. And I'm also president of the United States right now, I guess, because we're just lying. All right. Ray, talk to me. Why are you MAGA, man?
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm not MAGA. I didn't.
Oh, you're good, bro. All right. That's great. No, I'm glad to hear that. You don't have to apologize for that. All right, man. You have a good rest of your night. I appreciate you.
You too.
Hey. You don't have to apologize for not being MAGA. Are you kidding me? Let's bring up this guy. Venmo, Cash App, and the link in the bio. If you want to support the live, drop a follow, all that good stuff. You know the drill. What's up, man?
Hello?
Yeah. Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
You're MAGA, really? Why?
Because I like him.
Okay. So why do you like him?
He's always been a good man, and he's a... Oh, don't do that. That's stupid.
Okay. So when he assaulted a woman and was found liable for doing it, do you
No,
think that's...
he did not do that either.
He was found liable by a jury of his peers
Oh, please.
in court.
Yeah, I don't care what they say. No.
Why don't you accept a verdict of a court? You accept when somebody's found guilty of murder. Why don't you accept a verdict of a court?
Harry,
Yes.
he's not guilty of it.
He was found. Yeah. So he wasn't found guilty. That'd be criminal court. But
He might have tickled her, but he didn't rape her.
Well, he was found liable in court for doing it. So
You know what? I wish he'd have tickled me. Hello?
what did you just say?
I wish he'd have You didn't ask how old I was or nothing.
Are we just going to ignore what you just said?
How old am I?
I don't know how. Okay, how old are you?
81.
Okay. And you want Donald Trump to
be president.
to tickle you.
Yeah. He's
Do you not
cute.
do you not hear how
Cute.
Donald
He's
Trump is cute?
Yeah, he always has been. And he's a billionaire and everything. And he likes babies. He loves babies.
So,
Okay.
So, when he okay, I'm just still trying to process what just happened. I've never
Quit doing that.
This is just, I've never heard this before.
Okay. Okay.
So when my God, when Donald Trump cheated on his wife who just had a
He
newborn
wasn't
baby.
married then.
No, he was.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
Yeah, when he had an affair with Stormy Daniels, he was married.
He didn't have an affair with her.
Yes, he did.
She took that all back.
She did not actually.
Yes, she did.
No, she did not.
Yes,
they
she
had an affair.
did. Yes,
They had
she
an affair.
did. Yes, she did.
So
Don't argue with your grandmother.
well, if you're wrong, I'm going to argue with you. I don't care how old you are.
Well, he didn't have an affair with her, honey.
But he did.
He didn't. No.
Yeah, we have
No,
sworn
he did
testimony
not.
under oath that they had an affair with very
No.
specific detail.
Well, she retracted all that.
But she did not. She testified under oath in New York
No.
City criminal court about this.
No.
No, you don't think
I don't
she did?
believe him.
So is there anything bad that Donald Trump has done? Do you disagree with anything Donald Trump has done?
Do I disagree with anything?
Yeah.
Yeah, he didn't marry me first. But I had a good husband for 60 years. I would love to have met Donald Trump a long time ago.
So, but he probably would have cheated on you too.
I doubt it. if you don't give a man what he needs or wants, yeah, he's going to go out and cheat. What?
Why? Why? So
My
what men are
husband
you
told me
surrounding
that.
yourself with? Because if you just
My husband told me that.
your husband told you that.
Yeah.
I won't speak. Your husband's no longer with us, right?
Right. He's gone.
I won't speak ill.
He's been gone 5 years.
I'm sorry to hear that. I won't speak ill.
Thank
I won't
you.
speak ill.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I think this is a little too weird for me. So listen, you have a good rest of your night. What state are you voting in?
In Mississippi.
Okay. All right. You have a good rest of your night. It's been real.
You're going to get rid of me?
I'm going to get rid of you, yes.
Why?
Because I can't.
You don't like me anymore?
I can't.
You're going to make me sad.
Yeah, okay, bro. Sure, man. Yeah, okay, bro. Yeah, no, sorry, man. Yeah, you're gone. Sorry, Max. Thank you for the 25 cents. What's up? What up, Sigma, bro? Daily Venmo till you beating Chris. I appreciate that, man. Tracy, thank you for the $3. The hand heart emoji. I appreciate you. Molly, thank you for the $5. Went canvassing in Wisconsin yesterday, and it was honestly scary how many people were voting Trump. Keep doing what you do. Ugh, Molly, don't like hearing that, but the fact that you went out there and canvassed is great. I hope that you managed to convince some people. Angelica, thank you for the $3. Spent the day talking to Georgia voters. Oh, it's awesome. I appreciate that. Except Jerry for Quest GA voter I sent to live. That was that was really weird. Just to be clear, if you're in a relationship and your partner tells you that if you don't give them what they need, they're going to go cheat on you, you should break up with them immediately. Like you got to get out of that relationship. That's not right. So don't let anybody treat you like that. And I'm not going to speak ill of the past, but don't do that. Just don't be with somebody. If somebody says that, that's a red flag. All right. Anyway, all right. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. I'll bring you up. That was really strange, man. That she said she wanted Trump to tickle her, and dude. All right, man. Why you MAGA?
Hello.
Yeah, hello, bro. How old are you?
What's up, Harry? I'm 28.
All right, man. Why you MAGA?
Because guess what? I'm a actual 9-to-5 actual worker here.
Okay, but why does that make you MAGA? I don't understand.
Because you sit on TikTok and you just spit at lies all day.
Cool. So what lie are you referencing?
Well, I'm just saying that you sit here on TikTok and you just
So wait, just hold on, just one sec. So do you actually have a reason to support Donald Trump or what? What are we doing here?
Yes, I do, because I'm prior military. So
okay.
He supported me along with many people in the military. Mm-hmm. And how
did he do that?
So what's
wait, hold on. How did he support the military? What did he do to support the military?
Actually, I got paid a lot more when he actually was president, opposed to Biden.
Well, Joe Biden actually gave
Obama.
Joe Biden actually gave military members the largest raise they've gotten since the early 2000s at around 5.1% in 2024, starting this year, actually. And we're actually funding the military now more than ever before. And Biden passed a historic veterans health care bill that has expanded access to health care for over 1.2 million veterans in this country who previously were denied access to health care. So it seems like Joe Biden does a lot more for the military than Donald Trump does. And also, Joe Biden didn't dodge the draft by claiming bone spurs. Trump did.
Dodge a draft?
Yeah, Trump dodged the draft. Yeah. Sent somebody else in his place.
Okay, so, well, all right. Well, can I ask you your opinion on tariffs?
Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, no lies there. Yeah, we're good so far because you said I just lie. So I'm curious, where I just want to know what the lies are.
Well, I mean, I actually did get paid a lot more when Trump was military.
That didn't answer my question. What lies? I'm asking. You said I lie all day. I'm just curious, what lies? And have I said anything that was a lie thus far?
No. All right,
No, okay.
fine. I got you. I got you.
Yeah. Yet Trump's tariff proposal is bad. It's bad.
Why is it that bad?
Yeah, it's just going to raise costs for average American families. There are a couple of studies out already that says that for your average American family, it's going to raise their taxes around $3,900 a year, rounding up to $4,000. And if you just put like a 10 to 20% tariff on all goods, that is going to increase the goods of 10 to 20% for your average American. And just products across the board, as Donald Trump says, and maybe even more for certain products from certain countries, which is just bad. And then, for example, you might have a trade war starting, which we already saw Donald Trump have a trade war with China that crippled a lot of industries, specifically the farming industry. And if there are retaliatory tariffs put on, that limits the ability of American farmers and American workers to ship their products overseas and trade with other countries. It's not a good idea.
Well, I mean, we honestly have to tax the guys that are actually I don't know how to describe it, but anyways, like we need to tax like overseas companies. Like we got to get American workers back to.
Yeah. So how do tariffs work? When a tariff is put on a country, like when we put a tariff on China, who pays it?
What do you mean?
So when we put a tariff on goods coming in from China, who pays the tariff?
Sorry, my phone's glitching out. What'd you say?
Yeah. So when we put a tariff on goods coming from China, who pays the tariff?
We do.
We do.
Yeah.
Right. So the companies that are importing the goods pay the tariff, right? You agree?
Well, we just need to do American workers.
What does that mean? We just need to do American. He's leaving, by the way. He's either Googling or leaving. I can't tell. We'll find out in just a second. The good old glitching phone excuse. I love that one. It's a good old glitching phone excuse. Yeah, sorry, my phone's glitching. What's up? Can you say that again? Look at Shelby in the chat. Can we get Shelby up here, please? She's spamming, man. Watch this. He's leaving. Watch. My guess is now he's leaving. My guess is that he's leaving now. Or Googling. I don't know. Oh, no, he just left. You know what? That guy came up here with so much heat saying, you just sit on TikTok and lie all day. And I'm a real 9 to 5 worker and you just lie. And then, that didn't last long. That whole spiel he went on was not great. Tammy, thank you for the $25 on Cash App saying, WTF with these women. Your face is all of us. Yet, normally, I feel like I have something to say. Then I didn't have anything to say. I didn't have anything to say. I don't know how to respond to somebody telling me they want to get tickled by Donald Trump, whatever that means. I don't want to know what it means. Kira, thank you for the $5. Who put TikTok on grandma's phone? Sherry, thank you for the $20. I don't know how you do it. Thank you for all the patience. Thank you, Sherry. I appreciate you being here as always. Logan, thank you for the $1. Hi, Harry. Again, I'm quite uneducated, but can you please talk about how the Florida governor said Kamala has not once been in contact with them, even just for 1 second? That's not true. Kamala Harris called the governor. He rejected her call, which is ridiculous. Sherry, thank you for the $20 as well. I don't know how you do it, but thank you. Sherry, $20 on Venmo. I appreciate you. Venmo, Cash App, and the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Also drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Where's this guy with a dog picture? He says he wants to come up. Also, double tap the screen. Let's try to get to 100,000 likes. It goes a long way. Where's this guy with the dog picture? What's his name? Oh, Shelby's here. Well, Shelby, all right. Shelby, why you MAGA?
I just feel like a lot of his policies have always been and will continue to be better than hers.
Can you name me 5 policies that Donald Trump got passed through Congress when he was president the first time?
Honestly, I couldn't name exact policies, but I will say that life was better under Trump's administration.
How is life better?
As far as for me, like the economy was a hell of a lot better. There were a lot of things like given like tax situations in my situation was better. And I feel like to me, his whole you know, like, yeah, he may be an embarrassment at times, but she is far more than an embarrassment.
So,
like, she's a joke.
So she's the joke, but Donald Trump is. We'll talk about that in a second.
Well,
so
they're
do you
both.
Think? Are you?
I would say they're comparable.
No. So your taxes are higher now than they were under Donald Trump, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, would you say that they're a lot higher?
Like a significant amount, yes.
Yeah, we're still under Donald Trump's tax plan.
Well, that
you know that
doesn't.
if you knew about Trump's presidency, but yeah, we're still under Donald Trump's tax plan. So if your taxes have gone up and you think that they're really high, like unreasonably high, you should be blaming Donald Trump because his taxes don't expire till around 2025 between 2027, and we're in the year 2024.
Okay, well,
so
I'm not going to fact check you because that's stupid, but here's the deal. My taxes have gotten worse. Yes, I've made more, but I haven't changed anything other than that. And I still think that there are so many other reasons. I mean, we could get into the abortion shit and all the other things that he's...
Yeah, whatever topic you want to discuss, you just name something that Donald Trump's better on. We can talk about how you think that she's more of an embarrassment, or the economy, or abortion, or immigration, whatever you want to talk about. Happy to do that. You pick.
Okay.
You pick.
Well, I can tell you first off that the whole border shit is a problem, and most Americans should agree that people should come into the country legally.
Okay, so what's Donald Trump's plan to fix it?
I don't know, deportation apparently. So
wait, how does deportation solve it? There's clearly a problem at the border that just sending people out of the country doesn't solve. If there's a systemic issue, that issue actually needs to be addressed. So what's Donald Trump's policy to solve it?
I'm telling you that I do not have the policies.
So then why are you supporting this guy? If you can't name me what Donald Trump's policies are, or what he did as president, or any of this stuff, then are you just supporting him just because you feel like it?
Here, we'll just turn it back to you.
Sure.
What are the policies she's going to incorporate
regarding immigration?
The ones... What?
Regarding immigration?
Yes, because she has been with Biden the entire time that the open border shit has been happening.
Well, you should say that, because I'm going to ask you, how did they open the border? And then you're going to say, exactly nothing, because you don't know. So Kamala Harris's policy surrounding immigration is very simple. She wants to improve and incentivize legal immigration, make it easier for people to do it legally, make it harder for people to come in illegally. And there's a variety of ways she wants to do that. First of all, she supports a bipartisan bill that was written by Democrats and Republicans, actually written by a Republican senator who was endorsed by Donald Trump, one of the most conservative in the Senate. And that bill hires more Border Patrol agents, specifically to deal with drug trafficking and asylum seekers. It also gives money to immigration courts to expand them, to address asylum claims quicker. Right now, there's this huge backlog where it takes like 4 to 7 years for an asylum claim to be addressed. Under this bill would drop to pretty significantly just under 6 months. It also invests in state-of-the-art technology to scan for drugs coming through different vehicles at the border and ports of entry, because that's mainly where drugs come through. It also gives the president and the Border Patrol the ability to shut down the border if it's being overwhelmed. It also just gives the Border Patrol a bunch more money to be able to deal with all of these things. And things of that nature. Those are all things that Kamala Harris supports, while also providing a better pathway to citizenship for people who are already here and people who are following our laws and working jobs and like engaging in their community and things like that. And things like that. So she actually has an immigration policy. She has a policy that she's put forward, and she's talked about this pretty extensively, whereas Donald Trump doesn't. He just says, let's just deport everybody. And it's like, well, what does that solve? Absolutely nothing.
I honestly think that his deportation plan, obviously isn't a plan, because I can agree, I just don't understand how he is going to enact that, but there are so many things that I disagree with as far as just who she is and where she came from.
What do you mean where she came from?
I just think that she is a horrible person in general.
Why? Why?
Well, I don't know. You tell me. She's
okay. So do you
she's just not what the country needs.
Respectfully, do you know? How do I say this nicely? Do you actually have reasons for what you believe? Or are you just like repeating what Trump says, that she's a horrible person, that she has an open border and stuff like this? Like, do you actually like know any of this? Do you know that Donald Trump doesn't have any policy to address the major issues that you talked about, immigration and the economy? All he's running on is like, the economy was good under me, so I must have done that, and you should vote for me based on that. And he's just running on being anti-immigrant, and you just resonate with that. Like, do you understand that Trump does not actually have any policy to make this country better?
Well, I would say if I am him versus her, yes, he says a lot of things. I don't do enough fact checking to know whether he's going to back it up. However, I did see some of the shit that he did do when in office, and it's a hell of a lot better than what she's ever done, because I don't even know how she got to be the next president-elect.
So can you name me some things that Trump did in office?
He changed the standard deduction, which doesn't help me, obviously, but he did. I honestly just think that he did a lot of things, and yes, a lot of Dems are going to come at me and tell me that.
But you don't know what he did.
Oh, that was what?
But you don't know what he did.
I guess I shouldn't have joined your live, but that's only because I just joined it for fun. But
okay. Well, all right. Just don't vote for a dictator. It's that simple. Just don't vote for somebody who says he wants to be a dictator on day one. Just don't do that. That's easy. It's as simple. My God, holy shit. I cannot. I mean, we're like 24, 23 days away from an election, and we have people being like, well, I support Trump. I don't know what he did. I know he doesn't have any policy to address any of the things I care about, but I'm going to vote for him anyway. I mean, God help us all. Are you kidding me, dude? It's so painful having these conversations. And look, she's probably nice. She's probably just, repeating Trump, like legitimately. And I'm not saying this in a rude way. She's probably just repeating Trump talking points. And she doesn't actually know what Trump stands for or does, but it is insane. It is insane. So anyway, make sure to keep double tapping the screen. Let's try to get up to 300,000 likes. It helps boost the live. And let's send it out to more people. Also drop a follow if you haven't already. And of course, Venmo, Cash App, and the link in the bio if you want to support the live. It goes a long way. I appreciate all of you. Because, man, this is insanity. All right, man. Why you MAGA?
Yo.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 23.
What year were you born?
2001.
Okay, why you MAGA?
Really because I support a lot of what he's trying to get done at the border, and I know
like
that
what?
you have. Well, I mean, I don't really have to say much. You can really just look at the Border Patrol or whatever their name is. They're literally endorsing him. I mean, they have been through this shit for the past 4 years, and they see what's going on.
So, it's not the Border Patrol. The government agency has not endorsed a presidential candidate. That's not how that works. Border Patrol Union has endorsed Donald Trump, but they also endorsed an immigration proposal put forward by Biden and Harris that Donald Trump blocked. That bill would have given them billions more dollars to be able to deal with what's happening at the border and hired more Border Patrol agents so they can actually do their job.
I'm tired of y'all saying that shit.
Donald Trump blocked the bill.
That bill is literally a whole bunch of fucking bullshit. It's not just...
Okay, what's bad about it?
Dude, just do the research into it.
So tell please, if you're so informed, if you're so confident saying that the bill is bad, please tell us what's bad about the bill.
I mean, I'll have to do a little bit of research on it. But
because you don't know, so why would you say the bill's bad,
brother? I just don't know exactly what it is. There's a lot of issues.
Bro, you cannot make a claim about a bill if you don't know.
Agree on, and that's the reason it barely even made it through to Congress.
You can't make a claim about a bill that you don't know. You say you're sick of me making this argument, yet you don't know why the bill is bad. This is a bill, again, it was endorsed by the Border Patrol Union, the same union that you just cited in support of Donald Trump. Yeah, he's leaving now, bro. Trista, thank you. I appreciate you. Come on, bro. You can't be doing all that, man. You can't be doing. Come on, bro. Come on, dude. He's leaving. Watch. He's leaving. Hands up. I love when people leave. My hands are up, and people are like, "Oh, you kicked him still." It's like, what do you think I did it with my eyes? Creative. Thank you for the pumpkin. I appreciate you. Thank you to everybody sending gifts and stuff like that, and the Venmo and Cash Apps, man. It goes a long way. Hold on, hands up. Don't worry. Just making sure I get everybody on Venmo Cash App. You can't believe he's leaving, bro. He was in the chat talking so much smack. That's why, there he goes. He was in the chat talking so much smack. That's why I brought him up. Yo, Julie, thank you for the $5. No Republican extremism. Yes, seriously, man. It's crazy. He was in the chat talking smack, man. He was in the chat talking smack. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We do these lives all the time. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get up to, hold on, I got a notification. 400,000 likes. It helps boost the live. Of course, also Venmo Cash App in the link in the bio. If you want to support the live, Venmo Cash App, link in bio. All right. Let's see. If you're MAGA, let me know in the chat. Only request up if you are MAGA. Let's bring up Linda. I think I selected her. And we'll go from there. Let's see. Linda, hello?
Hello?
Are you MAGA?
No, not at all.
Oh, great. Okay. Then I don't need to convince you of anything. Perfect.
No. I was going to commend you for being so patient.
Oh, thank you.
You're saying a lot of the things that I say all the time. The person tries to cut you down with what you're saying when they say, "Oh, I don't know what I mean." You know, I'll have to do more research.
Yeah.
And I want to pull my hair out when I see that happening.
God, isn't it just the worst? Isn't it just the worst? Well, hey, Linda, I appreciate your support. Thank you for watching, and thank you for voting blue as well. That's awesome.
You better believe it.
All right, thank you, Linda. Have a good one. Shout out, Linda. All right, Super MAGA. I see your bio says you're MAGA from Texas. My God. Are you there? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Why you MAGA?
Really? Hey, I'd like to answer that last question for that dude that jumped off, got scared off by you, I guess. The reason why Trump didn't accept that bill was because you know as well as everybody else there was junk in there.
Like what?
That he didn't want. It's called pork, and everybody knows what it is.
Like what?
I don't know. I would have to go look. Listen, I don't have time to look. I don't have time to look at particulars. I have a day job, unlike you.
Hold on. You can't just come in here. I cannot believe you just said that and didn't hear yourself. You come in here and saying that the bill is...
I can hear myself just fine.
Well, maybe you should listen a little bit closer then, because you just said that the bill is full... Hold on. You said that the bill is full of pork and everybody knows what it is. And then I say, okay, what is it? And you said, well, I don't know. I'll have to do more research. What? Oh, come on, man. You can't be that easy. Okay. What's in the bill that you disagree with? Or do you just not know at all?
I don't know what it was why he disagreed with the bill, but the reason was, and you know as well as everybody else, there's always pork in those bills, and that's why it doesn't get passed.
The Border Patrol Union endorsed it. Republicans wrote the bill.
There was something in it that was bad that he didn't want to pass.
Or maybe
you got to take the bad with the evil. I mean, you got to pick your side.
Maybe your candidate just sucks, and he blocked a good bill that was written by both Democrats and Republicans and endorsed by the Border Patrol Union because he wanted to help his political campaign.
He doesn't suck.
Have you ever just considered that your guy is not a good person, that he blocked a bill that would have helped this country to benefit himself? Or is that not even a thought that crosses your mind?
That's not true. And they set it up like that so it looks that way, of course.
Wait, a Republican senator endorsed by Donald Trump wrote the bill.
And then they added stuff to it.
Like what? But you don't know what
they always do. It's called pork, baby.
How can you claim that there was stuff added to the bill if you don't know what was added to the bill?
Because I've heard other lives and they talk about it and they talk about what was added to it. That's
that's
why
utter nonsense.
That's why he threw it out. No.
Really?
It's not nonsense.
Wait,
it's true.
wait. That's just not true.
All the time. It's happened throughout the history of this country.
So the Republican endorsed by Donald Trump, he's now a rhino or something like that? He wrote this bill?
No,
Rhino?
I'm telling you that other bills that have been tried to get passed in before, they always had pork in them too. That's why they didn't get passed. It's nothing new. Everybody knows this.
So the Border Patrol Union, who endorsed Donald Trump, endorsed this bill. It was written by a Republican senator and Democrats. It's supported by both Republicans and Democrats. It's supported by Biden and VP Harris. And there are even House Republicans who have spoken favorably of the bill. But then Donald Trump said, hey, let's block this bill. Never gave any reason as to why we blocked the bill, but just said, let's block this bill. Please blame me when we block the bill. And you automatically believe that he's doing that out of good faith?
You don't think that they added something in there that made him block it?
Well, if they did, Donald Trump didn't even tell us what that is.
Okay, well, why don't you go find out what it is?
Because it doesn't exist.
How do you know? How do you know?
Sorry, I got a phone call. How do I know? Because I've read the bill. Because I've read the bill.
Read the whole thing, and there's no pork in it.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's a good bill. It's a good bill.
Okay,
Also, you can
There's
find
no
this.
reason
You
why
can find
he
this
would
bill.
can it then.
Hey, you can. Yes, there is, because it's for politics. That's why he did it.
No, I don't believe that.
Why? You want to know why?
Okay, let's talk
Because he
about
didn't want the
something
Democrats.
else.
Hold on. No, we're not done yet. He didn't want the Democrats to get a win on immigration. Notice how that's his only campaign topic right now. Notice how it's his only one. He says everything is the fault of immigrants. Crime, housing prices going up, this, that is all immigrants. He puts everything on immigrants, and he has people like yourself wrapped around his finger, and you buy into it, and you say, oh no, the Almighty would have never blocked a bill just to help himself. There must be some reason that he did it. Oh, God.
Those people are not immigrants.
What?
They're not immigrants. They didn't migrate here.
Okay, all right. So now we're
They
just being
flooded
intentionally
in.
obtuse. Yeah, the
No,
majority
they flooded in, and you know it.
The majority of people who have come in recent years came in legally through asylum. Also, border apprehensions and border encounters right now are lower than they were under Donald Trump's presidency in 2020.
Apprehensions?
Yeah,
That's
encounters.
because they're letting them all in.
No, that's how border encounters are measured.
Okay, when they come knocking on your front door and your front lawn and barging into your house, you come on this show and you say the same thing.
Nobody's telling you to let immigrants in your private property. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm not telling anybody to do
Coming
that.
onto your private property.
Nobody's saying that that's okay. Nobody's saying that they should be able to come on. Anybody, immigrant, non-immigrant, should be able to come onto your private property.
They're immigrants. Immigrants don't do that. These are people who came out of prisons.
Do you have any evidence to back that up? No. The answer is no. Donald Trump doesn't have any evidence to back that up. You know where you got that claim? Donald Trump. He says it at his rallies. You're going to probably say, oh, they come from insane asylums. They come from prisons. Just like Donald Trump says, except there's no evidence of that. Why?
He's not the only one saying it.
Well, okay, he's the main one saying it, but of course he's not the only one saying it because other Republicans like you follow his lead, except there's still no evidence for that.
When he's not the only one saying it.
Yeah,
see, you're just as bad. You're just as bad, so don't try to act like you're not.
He originated the claim. Like, he came up with the claim for the most part and said that they're coming from prisons and insane asylums, and then other Republicans who are running for office say it so that they align with Donald Trump. What was that?
Can you prove that? Because I heard it from somebody else before him.
Who did you hear it from?
From the news.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What news are you? Where do you get your news?
I don't get it from mainstream, that's for sure.
For the subscription. Well, okay, that doesn't answer my question. Where do you get your news from? Twitter?
I don't get it from mainstream.
That's not answering my question. Twitter?
I'm not on Twitter.
Okay,
I'm not on Twitter. I'm not on Twitter.
Okay, so where do you get your news from? Just not going to answer just going to refuse to answer the question? Just not going to answer?
I didn't refuse.
Okay, so where do you get your news from? Or is your news just like you and you just like make stuff up? Do you have Truth Social?
I haven't made anything up.
You're making up immigrants coming from insane asylums and prisons like Donald Trump does. There's literally no evidence to back it up. And then I ask you,
A lot of people have said that.
Okay, wait, a lot of people could say that 2 + 2 = 5. It doesn't mean that it's true. Right? So just because a lot of people say something,
too, and that doesn't make it so.
Sure, a lot of people just inherently, a lot of people saying something does not mean it's true. So you saying, well, a lot of people say this means nothing.
Kind of like you.
I honestly don't even know what that means, but you have fun with that.
It means how you guys stand up for this commie Kamala and how she's going to ruin our country because she is a communist. She wants socialism in this country. She wants to unalive babies at the 8-month mark.
Right. So you're really just taking from Donald Trump word for word. What's communist about Kamala Harris?
No, honey, it's her policies.
Okay. Wait, can you define communism for me?
Communism and socialism?
No, I didn't ask about socialism. Can you define communism for me? No, you can't, right? It's basically
the same as socialism.
Well, they're not basically the same. They're not the same.
It's dictatorship. Yeah, it's where
they're not the same.
Yeah, you have no freedoms. They take away all your freedoms.
No, like, can you give me like the political definition of communism?
Why don't you give it to us?
Yeah, I can. Do you want me to, or are you just gonna pass on the question?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, it's a stateless, classless. Ready? Stateless, classless, moneyless society. Simply put, stateless, classless, moneyless society. That's what communism is.
So can
you tell me what part of Kamala Harris's policies fit into that definition?
Kamala, yes, it does. When she talked about equity, what is that?
Yeah, giving everybody a fair shot. That's what it's about.
No, not a fair shot, a fair share.
Yeah. No, a fair shot.
No, she wants to spread it around equally to everybody, but some may get more than others.
No, Kamala Harris's entire view is that like anybody, no matter where you're from, what school you go to, should have a fair shot in our economy. But it's not she has no policies of which she's just like, yeah, we're going to give you everything the same as your neighbor. You're just like, this is you're just making stuff up. You're just it's mind numbing.
Baby, she said it herself out of her own mouth.
She did not say that.
Yes, she did. Yes, she did.
She did not. Where you
did. You need to go watch some of her videos.
It's just complete nonsense. It's just complete nonsense.
No, it came out of her mouth.
She said, and so what was her quote?
That everybody has to have equity. And some people may not have the same equity because they started later or sooner.
And she's talking about what exactly?
What the hell does that mean exactly?
And so what she's talking about is racial disparity. She's talking about how there's not equality and equity in society when it comes to race. Because if you're like a black kid and you're born in a poor area and you go to a bad school, you statistically speaking have less opportunity than a white kid born in a rich area that goes to a great school. So what she's saying is that everybody, regardless of race, regardless of background, regardless of where you go to school, and regardless of where you're born, should have an equal shot, be able to make it for themselves if they work hard and put their time into it. Are you against that?
I know a lot of people who went to schools that weren't very good, and they turned out to be very successful people.
And that's, of course, there is anomalies to every data set, right?
There's more than one anomaly.
Yeah, I'm not just claiming that one person who went to one bad school has done well for themselves. I'm saying that, yeah, there's anomalies, people who go to bad schools and then become very successful. No doubt. There are people who grow up in terrible situations and become very successful. However, statistically speaking, on average, if you go to an underfunded public school, you're less likely to go to a better college. And if you go to an underfunded college, you're less likely to get a job and be financially stable in your life. So what Kamala Harris is saying is like, hey, let's give everybody a fair shot. Let's give everybody an opportunity to create a small business or go to a college that they want to go to and study something that they want to study and go to grad school if they want to become a lawyer, doctor, or something like that. Let's give everybody a fair shot. And if you decide like, hey, I don't want to do that shot, she's not just going to give you everything you want. That's never been her policy. She's just saying, yeah, if you want to, no matter where you're from, you should have the opportunity that everybody else has.
And then what was that she said about taking from others who have too much?
She's never.
And giving.
Yeah, that's not
Yeah,
true.
she did. She did. She said it.
She's never suggested taking from other people. No.
Yes, she has. I've heard
No.
it myself.
And you also claim that people are coming from insane asylums, and then I asked you, what's your evidence for that? And you say, I don't know. So
I didn't
I'm not
say
sure.
that. I don't know.
I'm not sure the most reliable source here.
I didn't say I don't know.
Okay, really? So what's your evidence that
Well,
people
your
are coming
sources
from
aren't
places?
reliable either because all you do is bash Trump. That's all you guys know how to do. And then when we try to say something, all you do is insult our intelligence. And then you sit here and don't even want to talk about Kamala and all the stuff she wants to do that's really, really bad.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about Kamala Harris policy.
Unaliving babies at the age of 8 months, 9 months old, before they're even barely coming out of the womb.
So
and
you
just
don't think that
letting them die.
you don't think that women should have access to abortions in late term?
Not up to 8 months.
Yeah. So what about a woman who experiences a medical emergency in 8 months, and like she will die?
What kind of medical emergency?
Let's just say like a hypothetical medical emergency that says that she will die if she goes forward with the pregnancy.
Okay, she can have a cesarean, and they can take the baby out, and the baby will live. Lots of women have cesareans.
Let's just say hypothetically, they have to abort the fetus in order. Either she can go forward with the pregnancy, but she will die, or they abort the fetus in the 8th month. And she wants to have this kid. She wants
You don't
to.
have
She
to
carried through the
abort it.
pregnancy.
You can just deliver it early.
Yeah, let's just say that the fetus is no longer viable. Then, right? The fetus is no longer viable.
The fetus is dead.
Yeah, it's no longer viable, and that's affecting
Well, then
her
why
health.
wouldn't you take it out? That's not an abortion.
That's an abortion. So do you think that women? Do you think that
dead? You're just
do you think that women
removing
should
it.
have access? Yeah. Do you think that women should have access to that health care in the 8th month?
Healthcare? That's not an abortion.
It's an abortion.
No, it isn't.
It is. Yeah. I mean, and there's also plenty of
Word
instances of
care
which
in itself
there's
means
plenty of
care.
instances.
You're
Yeah,
killing.
health
You're
care,
unaliving
health
something.
care.
Sorry, you're unaliving something. How is that? How is that care?
It's health care. That's it. It's just. I mean, it's just a word. You're like getting held up on semantics. So if a woman in the 8th month has a medical emergency and she needs to terminate her pregnancy, are you saying that she shouldn't have access to that care?
If she's in her 8th month and the baby's alive, they can just deliver the baby.
Yeah. Okay. So that's not how like any of this works. If she's
Yes,
having
it
if she's having a medical emergency and the fetus is no longer viable and she needs to have an abortion, do you think she should have access to that care or not?
If the baby is not living, they just take the baby. They just take the baby out. You're making it into something it's not.
Yeah, but that's actually what this is the problem, right? So you're just saying, oh, Kamala Harris is in favor of 8-month abortions. Kamala Harris is in favor of a woman in having a medical emergency in late-term pregnancy getting the care that they need. She's not saying that, if you're 8 months pregnant and you just want to and you don't want to have that kid anymore, like, sorry, you can just abort it. That's not what Kamala Harris is saying. She's talking about these very rare instances. No, she's not. She's talking about these very rare instances in which a mother. Yeah, and you've also heard Donald Trump say a number of a trillion things, and you can't back up anything you're saying. So I'm not sure you're the most reliable source here, as I said just a second ago. But what Kamala Harris is talking about are these devastating stories of women who want to have kids. And in the 8th month, they learn that their fetus is no longer viable and that they have to get an abortion. They have to access reproductive care. And Donald Trump and other Republicans are saying they shouldn't have the ability to do that. Whereas Democrats are saying, yeah, if your life is at risk, if you go forward with this pregnancy, then you should have the ability to get reproductive care. But you, on the other hand, are just making up lies about Kamala Harris. And it's remarkable.
Stop calling me a liar. I've heard her say
You're a liar.
You're a liar.
Yeah? What did I lie about?
Just about everything that comes out of your mouth.
Oh, okay. Good one. Good one. That was really good. That was really good. Yeah, so anyway, Kamala Harris believes in basic reproductive health care. I guess you and Donald Trump don't know. Thank you, everybody coming to
what? I'm a pro-life. I'm for pro-life. And back in the early 80s, I'll just tell you, since you probably weren't born then yet. Yeah, exactly.
Boom, burn.
When someone went to get an abortion, this is how it went. If the baby's heartbeat was not beating yet, they would do it. If the baby's heartbeat was beating, they wouldn't do it. You had to go through with the pregnancy.
Yeah, I don't know where you when was this?
Back in the 80s.
And you could get an abortion in the 80s.
Yes, you could.
Yeah. So wait, can you say what you just said again? What are you talking about?
I said if the baby's heartbeat was not beating, you could get an abortion. If the baby's heartbeat was beating, you could not get an abortion.
That's just not true.
Why don't they just go back to that?
That's just not true.
It is true.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. First of all,
there was a limit. There was a limit. You couldn't go past like 4 weeks of pregnancy because then the baby's heartbeat would start beating.
Yeah, that's just not what that's not what Roe v. Wade held, which was decided under 10 years earlier.
Honey, that's what it was.
I'm telling you, you're wrong.
I'm telling you I'm right.
Prove me wrong then.
I'm telling you, that's how it was.
You can't just say I'm telling you and then I'm just like, oh, well, okay, that's how it was. Because of course not. A woman. Oh, my God. So you're saying like a woman couldn't get an abortion after 6 weeks in the 1980s?
That's correct. After the baby's heartbeat started beating.
Oh, my God. That's just not true. We had like a trimester system.
True.
That's just not true. What are you talking about? That's just not true. We had a trimester system.
It's
meaning
true.
Meaning that from like the first trimester and the second trimester, your right to an abortion is protected.
They checked.
That's like what Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey and things held. Not imposing an undue burden on women trying to get an abortion.
They checked for the heartbeat.
This is like such history revisionism right here. Like this is not true at all. At all.
Honey, it is.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, it doesn't matter. This is just not true. I have no idea where you got this from. I have no idea where you got the suggestion that they checked for a heartbeat before they were giving women abortions in the 80s. Yeah, that's just categorically false.
It's correct.
Do you have any evidence to back up what you're saying?
Of course.
Okay, so what's your evidence?
So there was a hospital in Dallas or a clinic that girls would go to. Mm-hmm. And this particular clinic, it was in Dallas. And so I don't know if it was their own, because I was really young at the time, if it was their own rule or if it was the state rule, but they checked for a heartbeat. And if the heart was beating, they would not let you have the abortion.
Yeah, that was not. So I don't know. Maybe there was like your clinic's rule, which I'm pretty sure that would have been legal at the time for them to just impose like a 6-week ban. But in terms of like nationally, no, you could get an abortion after 6 weeks. And you're citing like, again, this is not evidence. You're saying that when I was younger, a clinic that used to be near me only would do it at 6 weeks. That does not say that. There's no evidence across the entire country that you couldn't get an abortion after 6 weeks or after a heartbeat was detected. That's just not true.
It is true.
Okay. So look, we can't have this back and forth where I'm like, so what's your actual evidence for this claim? And you say, well, when I was a kid, there was a clinic near me that only did them in 6 weeks. That is not evidence. That doesn't actually back up your claim.
I was in the clinic.
Karen, thank you for the subscription. You might have been in the clinic, but that does not. First of all, again, personal experience is anecdotal. It's not a strong argument. But second of all, that doesn't mean that the entire country had a 6-week ban on abortion after it. That's also not what Roe v. Wade protected. My God.
Don't you think it would be a good idea to keep that?
No.
You don't think that it's a baby once the heart starts beating?
No, I don't see any significance in the heart beating. Like,
why would you wait? Why wouldn't someone just go and get it done as soon as they find out they're pregnant? There's plenty of time.
Yeah,
before
most women do.
Starts beating.
Most women do. So most women don't know that they're pregnant at 6 weeks, but the overwhelming majority of women get abortions in the first trimester.
And then they wait until they're who are these ones waiting until they're 4, 5, 6, 8 months pregnant and then say,
Nobody does that.
I want an abortion.
Nobody does that. That's not a thing. I think the statistic is over 99% of abortions happen in the first trimester.
No, I have seen pictures of babies that have been pulled out by piece. I saw a video of a doctor who testified. A doctor who testified about how he would pull parts out with forceps, an arm, a leg, a spine. Yes.
Yeah, I couldn't care less about like this like weird doctor that you're citing. But we have actual data on this stuff, right? Where it's like 99% of abortions take place in the first trimester.
Okay.
Because nobody's just like waiting around.
I don't.
Nobody's
believe
waiting
you.
around.
I don't believe you.
Do you want the data on it? You
Sure.
can look up the Pew
Pull it up.
Research Center.
Put it up
What the
there.
data says about U.S. abortions.
Put it up there.
Yeah, well, it's on my other phone.
And where are you getting it from?
The Pew Research Center, one of the most reliable data collection websites in the world.
The Pew Research Center?
Pew, yes, Pew Research Center.
PEW?
PEW, correct.
I'll look it up.
Yeah. But just to be clear, the overwhelming majority, and it's not, by the way, it's not like 51%. The overwhelming majority of abortions take place in the first trimester. Most of them, now in modern day America, you don't go into an OBGYN, you don't go into a Planned Parenthood and have an abortion. Most of them are done by medication. So you just take a pill and that's it.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, so that's the overwhelming majority of abortions.
I've also seen a 7-month-old baby that was burned by saline injections where they were trying to kill it so that
I mean, look,
could get the baby out.
Whatever example you're citing is obviously not even close to the majority. It's not even close
black.
to
The baby's skin was black.
It's not even yeah, it's not even close to like 0.0000001% of what abortions happen in the country.
But what actually, and I've seen lots of them.
Well, and maybe are you just like looking up straight propaganda? Because there are like pro-life groups that'll put out these very like emotionally charged pictures and videos to convince you that, oh my God, this is such a terrible thing. But in reality,
no, it was a whole documentary.
What was that?
It was a whole documentary, and it showed lots of pictures of lots of different ones.
Yeah.
And, it was
again, the data is clear on this, that the overwhelming majority of abortions not only take place in the first trimester, but are medication abortions.
Why were those buckets full of little tiny babies
What
that
the
looked
fuck? All right, bro.
5 months old?
Now we're just making shit up.
I'm not making it up. The buckets were full of babies that were 5 months old.
Yeah, this is now you're just
with all
just
their
making
limbs
stuff
torn
up.
apart. No, it was true.
You're just making stuff up. I'm sorry. This is not a thing. This is not a thing. You're buying into complete lies to deprive women like yourself of critical reproductive care. We are seeing the effects of these abortion bans of which you're advocating for right now. There are women. Hold on. There are women going into hospital rooms around the country asking to get critical reproductive care and being turned away, going home and getting sepsis because the doctors don't know if they can operate on the woman without being prosecuted and going to jail for 20 years. Amber Nicole Thurman, a woman in Georgia, had an abortion, took a pill, went to North Carolina to get the pill, took it, came back to Georgia. She was feeling some pain in her stomach. Turns out she still had fetal matter inside of her. Now, typically, before Roe v. Wade, that'd be a very standard procedure. You go to the hospital, the fetal matter's removed, you go home. You can do it in the same day. But no longer in Georgia, because the doctors didn't know if they could operate. They waited 20 hours and watched the infection spread inside of her until they operated at that time, but it was too late and she died. She left behind a 6-year-old child who now has to grow up without their mother because of insane, lunatic, ridiculous, pro-life right-wing policy. So we can either hold on, I'm not done yet. We can either focus on wait a second. We can either focus on the realities of what abortion bans bring and these pro-life policies bring. Or we can deal in fiction of buckets full of 5-month-olds and a burned fetus or whatever the hell you're talking about.
Then why are you getting so upset?
Because you know what? Because people are dying. People are dying as a result of this policy. And women are bleeding out on operating tables. Why am I getting so upset? Because my God, 6-year-old kids are losing their mother because of Republican legislators.
Oh my God.
And you're enabling it.
So back up here.
Yeah, let's back up.
I'm not enabling anything. Back up here.
Oh, yeah, you are. When you go to vote for Donald Trump.
I didn't get to finish talking. You just started
I'm sorry.
doing your
When you go and vote
cliche.
for Donald Trump, when you go to that ballot box and you vote for Donald Trump, the guy that brags about overturning Roe v. Wade, saying he did such an amazing thing that nobody else could have done, you are enabling it.
Now you're spreading it around because it's up to the states, first of all. Second of all,
and now 1 in 3 women live in a state with an abortion ban because of Donald Trump.
Second of all, did that lady have an abortion already, and that's why she got sepsis?
Amber, oh my God. Yeah, so she took an abortion pill. And then she, normally it just kind of flushes out, but there was still fetal matter left inside of her. And so she went to the hospital.
But I thought the pill was taken like immediately after. Isn't it like called the after morning pill?
No, that's Plan B.
Okay. Explain it to me because I'm not familiar with that.
So Plan B is a pill you take directly after You have had intercourse where you think you might have gotten pregnant. You take it like 1 to 3 days after that.
So which one are you talking about?
An abortion pill, which means that you've realized that you are pregnant. It's like 6, 7, 8 weeks after that you got pregnant, and then you take an abortion pill.
Okay.
So she took that pill, came back to Atlanta, Georgia, went to a hospital because she still had fetal matter inside of her. And typically it's a standard procedure, but because of strict laws, the doctors were unsure if they could operate. They waited 20 hours. They watched the infection spread until her life was on the line. They operated, and she died.
So what are the instances of these pills that they're giving these people to take that they're not working?
Those pills are overwhelmingly effective. It is extremely rare for women to face complications as a result of an abortion pill. However, it does happen, like anything in medicine, right? Normally things are extremely rare, but things happen. So this happened with Amber Nicole Thurman. She needed that care, and she didn't get it because Republican legislators decided to put in these weird, arbitrary pro-life policies.
Against that specific taking that pill?
No, just generally surrounding abortion.
That you can't operate on someone if it's a botched abortion?
No, it just makes it like incredibly difficult for doctors to gauge when they can and cannot operate. It doesn't give it doesn't rely on the expertise of the doctors to make that call. It's just incredibly vague and it's quite hypocritical and contradictory. And so these doctors are unsure of when they can and can't operate. They have to, like, the life of the mother has to absolutely be on the line in the view of many of these doctors so that they can operate. And they have lawyers in these hospitals telling them, yeah, you can or can't.
Okay.
So don't support people that put that policy into place. That's all. That's all I'm asking. Don't support people who deprive women of reproductive rights. That's all.
Look, it's up to the states. I think he left it up to the states to decide if they wanted to do that or not. Right? Am I right?
Yes. So
did he not leave it up to the states?
The Supreme Court left it up to the states, and leaving it up to the states has deprived a lot of women of rights.
Okay, but listen, why can't they just adjust it back to like it was in the day in the 80s to that clinic that I went to? If it's rape or incest or whatever, they can have the abortion right, or if their life's in danger to the child or the mother, they can have the abortion. And if the baby's heartbeat hasn't started beating yet, why is it so difficult?
So again, I don't know what clinic you're citing, but you're just citing like a heartbeat ban, which says like after 6 weeks you can't get an abortion unless like you have assault or incest or a life of the mother. Problem is, what happens when there's a woman who was assaulted but she doesn't want to come forward about her assault?
She doesn't have to say it was an assault.
Well, then how did she get the abortion? How does she qualify?
Okay, well, why would she not want to say?
Because some women are just not comfortable coming forward about that.
Well, she has to.
Well, why? So you have, and okay, great. So first of all, forcing a woman who has been assaulted to come forward about her assault if she doesn't want to is crazy. That's like devil's work right there.
But then let's just say going to the hospital and doing a rape kit.
Mm-hmm. Then let's just say that she does come forward with an assault. How she proved to the state, which obviously is very stringent on this stuff, that she was assaulted?
She would have to go to the hospital and do an assault kit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So do they just accept assault kits?
They gather evidence and she files a police report.
Mm-hmm. So
it's that simple.
She just gets an assault kit and files a police report and the state will allow her to do it? Or do you think that maybe these states might be a little bit more strict?
She has to go to the hospital and do it, yes.
So what happens?
File a police report.
What happens if a woman doesn't get a rape kit? Because, you can only get one within a certain amount of time. So what happens if a woman does it? What happens if she's so traumatized that she can't even bring herself to go get a kit at a hospital? What happens then?
Well, what's the time limit on it? I mean, a few days.
You have to do it like relatively soon after you're assaulted.
I think a few days, maybe. Okay,
yeah, so what happens if she doesn't do that?
Well, she can still file a police report.
So then is filing a police report enough evidence for the state to say, hey, you can go get an abortion?
It should be. I would think so.
Or maybe the more logical policy here is to not make women do any of this. Not force women to come forward about assaults that they don't want to come forward about. Not force a woman to go get a kid if they don't want to go get a kid. Don't force a woman to file a police report with a random officer to talk about an incredibly traumatizing event. How about that woman can just go get an abortion if she needs to, not have to justify it to anybody, not talk about why she's doing it to anybody, and just get the care she needs.
That's why I said have the clause in there before the heart starts beating. But if she was raped, she's going to know.
Most women do not know they're pregnant before 6 weeks.
I did 3 times. It's not that
and maybe you did, but a lot of women don't.
It's not that difficult.
It is. A lot of women don't.
If you're having sex, you should pay attention to your body. If you're not using protection, abortion shouldn't be birth control.
They're not. Nobody's using abortions as birth control. The majority of people who get abortions use protection. So nobody's using it as birth control.
I find that hard to believe.
We have data on this as well.
You're telling me that you just said overwhelming majority.
No, I corrected myself. The majority.
That's not right.
The majority of women, let me just say it again for you. The majority of women who get abortions use protection.
Well, then the birth control company should be liable because their product is effective.
What do you mean? No, the contraception companies, thank you, John, are very clear that their products are not 100% effective. No contraception except abstinence.
Like they're 2% effective.
I'm not saying that they're 2% effective, but contraception fails all the time.
Overwhelming majority.
No, listen.
Use protection.
Listen to what I'm saying. Just listen. I'm giving you my statement once again, and go with what I'm saying right now. The majority of women who get abortions use protection of some sort. Right?
Okay,
the majority of women
of
use protection. Right.
So what are we at now? 50% of failure rate?
Majority. It is varied in different studies. But it's a majority. A majority of women use protection.
Oh my God.
And these contraception methods, whether it be a condom or it be an IUD or something of that nature, are not 100% effective. They have never been 100% effective. It fails. It does happen.
But it's rare. It's rare.
100%. 100% it's rare, but it happens.
But it doesn't happen in majority of the cases of women who want to get
It happens a decent amount. I mean, as exhibited by the fact that the majority of women who get abortions use protection.
I think your numbers are too high.
I can show you sources for everything I'm saying right now. But will you even accept it? Will you call it true, or are you just going to say it's fake like everything else that's bad toward Donald Trump?
Same as you do for her.
I do not. That's not true.
Yes, you do.
That's not. No, this is not true.
It's okay for y'all to defend her, but we can't defend him. Is that right?
No, you can defend Donald Trump.
It's a one-way street.
No, you can. No. That's not true. You can defend Donald Trump.
Yeah,
you just have to do it in an honest way.
And are incompetent, and he's bad, and she's good, and you guys are all intelligent and competent.
No,
but the rest of us, just because of our candidate that we want, it's no different than when we voted for Carter, when we voted for Nixon, when we
really
voted
different.
for Reagan. No, it's not.
No, it's really different because you know why? First of all, Nixon is probably the most close in terms of criminality to Donald Trump than any president before.
Just naming names.
Sure, but in terms of George Bush, Bush Senior, or Ronald Reagan, recent Republican presidents. These are people I vehemently disagree with. But do I think that they're inherently automatically bad people just because they're Republicans? No. Mitt Romney ran for president in 2012. Do I think he's a bad person? No. John McCain ran in 2008 against Obama. Do I think he was a bad person? No, not at all. Donald Trump is different. He is unique in how awful of a person he is. He's a felon. He assaults women. He commits business fraud. He's been indicted. He tried to overturn an election he didn't win.
Oh my God!
Among many other things.
Yeah. He is not a politician. He's a businessman. And
he's a businessman who went bankrupt 6 times and committed a bunch of business fraud.
And invited him to everything before he ran for president.
Who?
Yes, he was popular. Everyone loved Donald Trump. And now all of a sudden, since he ran for president and wants to drain the swamp, then he's a bad person.
Yeah, so when you start getting on a stage and saying really xenophobic and disgusting things about people, there are a lot of people whose opinions on you are going to change. Right? So that's kind of like how politics works. So all of these different Republicans
Democrats are running scared because they know what they've been up to.
I don't know what the hell that means, but what I know is that Donald Trump been up to what? Donald Trump is a bad person who's been convicted of crimes. He assaults women. He brags about assaulting women, and he's committed a bunch of business fraud.
Country.
What?
You're trying to turn us into a socialist country.
I've what? I am not a socialist. I support capitalism.
He never said he assaulted anybody. What are you talking about?
No, he bragged on audio about grabbing women by the blank. He said, I don't even wait, I just do it.
Oh, and how many guys have ever said that?
If other guys are saying that, that's bad. You should not be joking about assaulting women.
It's grabbing them by that's assaulting.
Yeah, he said, I grab them by the blank. I don't even wait, I just do it.
He never said that.
He's on audio saying it.
Show it to me.
Yeah, you want me to read you the audio? Well, I can't play the audio on TikTok because it'll get taken down, but you want me to read what he said to you?
No, just tell me where I can find it.
Well, you can find the audio on YouTube.
Okay, I'll go find it.
Have you never heard this?
What I heard was there was a comment made by him amongst a bunch of other men, and he said that he would grab a woman by her. He never said he grabbed anybody. He just said he would, and he never said he did it multiple times, but he always did it. Yeah. So I'm going to read you the entire transcript that I have here, and then you should go look this up on YouTube and hear it for yourself. Quote. In this first part, he was talking about a failed attempt to seduce somebody named Nancy O'Dell. I moved on her and I failed. I admit it. I did try and F her. She was married and I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her out. I moved on her like a bee, but I couldn't get there and she was married. Then all of a sudden, I see she's got these big phony breasts and everything. She's totally changed her look. Then later referring to a woman by the name of Arian Zucker, he said, I better use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Grab them by the blank. Okay, I've heard a lot of guys say a lot worse things than that. A lot worse, and do a lot worse.
Well, I don't know what men you're hanging around, but you got to kick them to the fucking curb.
About seducing a lady. She was with him. She was right there.
Did you not just hear what I just read?
Yes.
I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. Just kiss. I don't even wait. Grab them by the blank.
I heard you.
Uh-huh. And what do you think about that?
I think he probably shouldn't have done that.
Uh-huh. And you think it's like disgusting, right? You think that's wrong?
It's wrong.
Yeah. So maybe that person shouldn't be president of the United States if they're bragging about assaulting women, right?
Come on. Look what Bill Clinton did in his office with Monica Lewinsky.
Look,
come on. Everybody does stuff. You can't pinpoint stuff like that on people.
As despicable as what Bill Clinton did by cheating on his wife.
Men are men and they're pigs.
You need like, there are definitely bad men out there. But you need like higher standard. If the men around you are bragging about assaulting women or actually assaulting women, you need to kick those people out of your life.
I didn't say that.
Second of all, well, you did just say that. Second of all,
no, I didn't.
It was despicable what Bill Clinton did. Cheating on your wife is never acceptable. But it was a consensual interaction.
He stuck
it was not
a cigar in her hoochie.
I don't give a damn what the specifics are between Bill Clinton and her. It was a consensual interaction between two adults.
He did.
So, as wrong as it was for him to do that, it was consensual. Whereas Donald Trump here is bragging about assaulting women.
There's some other stories I've heard that weren't consensual.
And if Bill Clinton did that,
women's got their whole lives ruined because they told him no.
If Bill Clinton did that, that's absolutely wrong.
Politics.
If Bill Clinton did that, that's absolutely wrong. But here's the difference between Donald Trump and Bill Clinton. Trump was found liable in court for assaulting a woman.
Joe Biden did it too.
Okay, so now we're just making shit up. So again,
no, he did.
Really? So wait, what makes you think that Joe Biden didn't?
Because that lady came forward and she talked about it.
Okay, so over 26 women have come forward about Donald Trump. Wait, so just to be clear, over 26 women have come out and accused Donald Trump of assaulting
Yeah,
them.
I wonder how much they got paid.
Oh, see? Okay, see, here's the double standard and utter hypocrisy. I can say that if Bill Clinton or Joe Biden assaulted a woman, that's disgusting and they shouldn't be in public office. But with you, when it comes to Donald Trump and the 26 women who have accused him of assault, you say that they must be paid and they must be doing something of that nature. It's just utter hypocrisy.
From the start, the very start, and they even, that judge admitted it.
What are you talking about?
Didn't you see it?
See what?
Oh my God. See, you talk about me, you're not up on everything either.
Because I guarantee what you're about to say is false.
Nope, I saw the judge saying it.
You did not see the judge saying it because there are not cameras in the courtroom.
Then how can you sit there and listen to what his lawyer is saying?
Because we have journalists in the courtroom.
Well, you just said there were no cameras in the courtroom.
Yeah, you just said you saw the judge say it. I'm saying that there are no cameras filming the judge. Is this rocket science? I mean, what?
No.
Okay. So what were you saying the judge said about the case? I know.
He was saying that everybody has been after Donald Trump from the beginning.
I'm sorry. Okay. So, you're telling me that the judge in the case that E. Jean Carroll brought against Donald Trump said that everybody's been after Donald Trump?
No, his lawyer said that.
Oh, who the fuck cares what his lawyer says? Oh my God. I don't care what his lawyer says. Why the hell would I care about that?
I don't know. Why would you?
Yeah, exactly. Well, so why would you bring it up? Who cares what his lawyer says? His lawyer's going to defend him no matter what and say, of course it didn't happen. It's just targeting. But that means nothing. He was found liable in court for assaulting a woman. Liable. Not good.
Oh, what was that he just got $40 million back for his case that got thrown out or whatever?
Okay.
Didn't he?
No.
Yeah, he got his money back.
No.
Yeah.
So again, so now I know where you get your news, and it's social media, because there's been lies spreading around social media that Donald Trump's business fraud case in New York was thrown out on appeal. But that's not true. A verdict has not been delivered, and the judges were not even signaling to throwing out the case and just giving all his money back.
Neither has the verdict been delivered on his 37 convictions either.
It's 34, and there has been a verdict delivered. He was found guilty of all 34 felonies.
The judge hasn't handed down a judgment yet, or whatever you call it. Sentencing or whatever.
Yeah, sentencing is taking place in November.
Why? Because it's going to be a mistrial.
No, sentencing is going forward. It's taking place in November. It's scheduled right now for November.
Are you sure it's not going to be a mistrial in November?
Why would it be a mistrial?
You know why.
No, why? Why would it be a mistrial? Please tell me.
They said it was going to be a mistrial.
Who's they?
His lawyers.
Okay. So as we just talked about, who cares what his lawyers say? Why, in your view, would it be a mistrial?
Don't they get paid to care?
Yeah, his lawyers are getting paid by Trump, but we don't care what his lawyers say, or at least I don't care what his lawyers say, because of course they're going to say it's a mistrial and that they're appealing and stuff like that. They're defending their client. So why, in your view, would it be a mistrial? What indicates that it's going to be a mistrial? Also, a mistrial would have had to been declared a while ago, but anyway, doesn't matter.
I don't think so.
But yeah, no, you declare handed
down. That's why they haven't handed down sentencing yet. Why would
sentencing
they wait
is taking place in November, and that
why
is also not
taking place in November.
So
why didn't it take place right after the trial?
Because sentencing does not take place right after trials.
I've seen it happen.
I don't know where you're seeing sentencing take place right after trial.
In the courtroom.
In some cases, it can happen decently quickly with certain crimes. But in this one, thank you for all the gifts. I appreciate you. But in this one, there were some delays because of the Supreme Court's case. So the judge delayed it a little bit so he can review the Supreme Court case and see if it impacts the case. But right now, sentencing is scheduled for November.
All right. Well, I guess we'll find out in November.
We'll
Do you know
find
what
out when
day?
he's like either sent to jail or given a fine or house arrest or
what
something like
day?
that. Yeah. He should be in jail. I mean,
You
absolutely.
know what day?
I want to say like the 18th. I don't know. Something like that.
All right, cool.
All right.
All right, it's past my bedtime.
All right. Have a good one. I appreciate you.
Bye.
Oh my God, man. It's so painful. It really is painful listening to this stuff. Julia, thank you for the $4.86. Thank you for all that you do to educate your audience. Thank you so much, Julia. I appreciate you being here. Lori, thank you for the $18. Thank you for all that you do. Double chai for good luck in this election. I'm going to need it. I appreciate that. I'm going to go get coffee. Kate, thank you for the $2. My mom was an OBGYN in the 80s. She said, this woman is wrong. Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate that. Pink, what's up? Good to see you. $5. Could I talk for just a minute if you're okay with that? Yeah, absolutely. You can come up. We can make that happen. Callie, thank you for the $5. I can't stop laughing at these people. The brainwashing is so real. MAGA's gonna MAGA, I guess. Props to you for putting them in their place. Keep up the incredible work, Harry. Callie, I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Jody, thank you for the $5. My daughter was on birth control, used a condom, and took Plan B. My granddaughter will be 12 in a week. There you go, Jody. There you go. Exactly right. It happens all the time. Caden, thank you for the $1. Please, I'll do anything for you to kick her. Well, there you go. Salamadu, thank you for the $10 as well. And Joseph, thank you for the $10. That was crazy, man. That was crazy. Make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap. Wow, we're already at 1 million likes. I appreciate all of you. Drop a follow if you haven't already. Double tap the screen. Let's try to get up to 1.5 million likes. Also, double tap the screen down there. And of course, Venmo, Cash App, and the link in the bio if you want to support the live. Let me know if you're MAGA in the chat. We'll bring you up and we can talk. My God, man. It's so crazy. It's so goddamn insane. All right. Let me know if you're MAGA in the chat. I'll bring you up and you can tell me why on earth, how it's possible that you are MAGA. It makes no sense. Let's bring up Cam. Let's give Cam a chance. Hello, Cam.
Hey, what's up, buddy? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you MAGA?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Why?
So I actually came up here to not really roast you, just to tell you that you seem very, very intelligent, and I respect it. I think you may be going at it the wrong way, maybe just like personally attacking, I guess, people. But I would say that I am a Trump supporter because of, like, obviously insurance, being capitalistic, immigration policies, etc. But I appreciate what you do.
Oh, so you don't want to have a debate?
I mean, we can if you want to. It's just different viewpoints of the world, but absolutely. What do you support? First of all, can I ask you, do you support Biden or just Kamala?
It's Kamala.
Okay, Kamala.
Yeah, there you go. Mike, thank you for the dinosaur. I appreciate you. I support both. I support both Biden and Kamala Harris. And in terms of, like, so you talked about insurance. Are you saying like health insurance or?
Yeah, absolutely. To where it's more of a capitalistic mindset instead of a social. So like Obamacare was more of like a socialist mentality of everybody has the right to, et cetera, to where you don't have big pharma competing with prices. Now you have it under the Trump administration to where they change it to where it's more capitalistic, to where it's insurance companies competing against each other. Brings down the cost of goods, essentially.
It's funny because a bunch of healthcare products actually went up under Donald Trump. Like products covered by Medicare B. I think the stat is that 20 of 26 drugs covered by Medicare B in his first year in office went up faster than the rate of inflation. So not seeing that competition bringing down costs, but also having Obamacare allows for companies to compete with another actor, which hopefully has them bring down their cost. And right now we have more Americans insured with healthcare than ever before in American history because of the Affordable Care Act. So
yeah, well, it's like where you're taking and you're saying where obviously some of them went up. I completely understand that because that's going to happen. That's part of the marketplace. But you can make the same argument of inflation where we're looking at some things have came down, but majority of things have overwhelmingly majority have went up.
I don't know how that argument connects to healthcare and like whether we should have the Affordable Care Act or not. We happy to talk about inflation, but the point is that the Affordable Care Act allows more people to be insured. If we didn't have the Affordable Care Act, we would not have as many people insured with healthcare. And yet these pharmaceutical companies are doing just fine. They're posting record profits. And there's plenty of competition in the pharmaceutical industry. And now like, for example, because of Biden and Harris, they have passed a law that allows Medicare to negotiate drug prices with private companies. And we're already seeing the effect, like Eli Lilly and other companies agreeing to cap insulin and inhalers at $35 a month, along with other drugs that Medicare has already announced, 10 other ones, which is really great. So more Americans having their healthcare insurance, or excuse me, their healthcare costs capped is great. And they're saving a lot of money.
Okay, so then what would be your standpoint of overseas? Like, we're pushing so much money overseas when we should be pushing it to the American household. So I don't really understand that debate, because if you look at it from a Trump standpoint, it's more so keep things in America, which you can't keep everything in America, but obviously it's better for the economy.
Yeah, it's just such a two-dimensional view, saying like, oh, we just have to keep it in America. Sending money to Ukraine, sending money to Ukraine, for example, is really good for the United States. That's a really good investment by the United States.
Can you give me an example on how that would be a good idea?
Yeah, absolutely. So, and from a foreign policy perspective, Russia is an anti-democracy enemy invading a pro-democracy ally. It helps the United States for our allies to remain. And protecting Ukraine and having that ally remain is really great for the United States, not only because Ukraine is a strategic trading partner, they're the breadbasket of Europe, and we also want allies in that area, but also if Russia were to take Ukraine, they would have access to these trading ports, access to these national resources, access to this grain that Ukraine exports every single year, making them a more powerful country. We do not want our enemies getting more powerful while we and our allies get weaker. That's just a foreign policy argument. But here in the United States, it's great for a number of reasons. The majority of things that we're sending to Ukraine are not bags of cash. They're actually just old weapons in our reserves. And these weapons were made like decades ago. They're just kind of sitting there. So we send them our old weapons, and then we take money that's passed in these Ukraine bills and invest them into American companies to produce new missiles and state-of-the-art technology. So we have the best of the best in our reserves, and we're investing in American companies and creating more jobs in doing so. So there's no net negative to supporting Ukraine. We're making products here in the United States, investing in our own economy, but also protecting our standing on the world stage along with Ukraine, and innocent people in Ukraine won't get killed to the rate that they would be without us.
Yeah, but I don't see that from an argument standpoint, just because, like, obviously you're pushing so much money overseas, that's going to cause inflation. Yeah, it helps us on like a foreign policy perspective. Well, you're essentially just taxing the Americans to get them to pay for everybody else. Does that make sense?
Not at all, because we also were sending a bunch of money, around like $40 billion every year under Donald Trump, to foreign countries. And I'm sure you wouldn't argue that in and of itself was inflationary.
Well, it's inflationary, absolutely, but not on the scale that you're seeing it right now, to where how money is being so mishandled that it's pushing the cost of everything up.
But wait, if we are taking money and investing it into American companies so that they can create more jobs and reinvest in their companies, and we're also sending Ukraine not bags of cash, but old weapons that have already been produced, then how is that inflationary? We're not sending them money.
But we are sending them money. We're sending them both. We're sending them money and we're sending them goods.
No, we're not.
Weaponry. Well, we are, buddy. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm a veteran. Like, I obviously know what we're doing.
We're sending in terms of the aid we sent to Ukraine. Thank you, Aaron, for the pumpkin. In terms of the aid we sent to Ukraine, a very, 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 very small portion of it is actual cash assistance. And that's things for like food, water, and humanitarian aid. But the overwhelming majority of the money that you see in these Ukraine packages are just the value of the goods that we're sending to Ukraine, the old weaponry, and also the money that we're investing in American companies to make these weapons.
Okay, I'm not quite following, just because I'm pretty sure it's both, but I will not argue or try to fact check you on it. I would ask you though what your taxes are looking like, right? So are you under the Trump administration, or are you supporting the Kamala of pay your fair share?
Kamala.
Okay, Kamala.
Where are you getting Kamala from? What Kamala?
Okay, Kamala. Okay, again, like I appreciated you at the beginning, brother. No need to come at me for just the lingo that I use.
I'm sorry. It's just basic respect here, my man. It's just her name.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so Kamala, right? So what is your viewpoint on the pay your fair share? You make more money, so you should pay more taxes. That's not a capitalistic. It's not a capitalistic mentality. That's a socialist mentality.
It's not a socialist mentality at all. It's just saying that if you are using American markets to enrich yourself and you're making a bunch of money off the American people, then yeah, you should be willing to pay your fair share to reinvest in this country, which includes building infrastructure, building schools, building hospitals, maintaining all of these things as well, and also funding our military, right?
I feel like that's literally like a punishment over being smart, because we're talking about how enriched they're becoming, but we're not talking about the fact that they also are employing thousands and thousands of people in this country to give them a better life.
Yeah, I don't understand how that's a punishment, because if you make like a bunch of money, if you make $1 billion and your tax rate goes up from like effective tax rate goes from like 20 to 30%, you're still taking home $700 million.
Yeah, but these people also,
fine.
yeah, but that in your sense, yes, because we live in a certain means. So once you get to that level, you're living in a bigger means. So I don't think that taking money from somebody just because they're smarter than I am, I don't think, like I paid $46,000 last year in taxes. Okay, cool. But under that presumption, I would have paid 80 or 90. I don't think it's fair to tax somebody just because they're smarter and they were more, I guess, knowledgeable with their money.
But to be clear, like all of these people are using American markets. Like they would not be as wealthy as they are without using our economy here in the United States. And if we want to preserve our economy and keep our country at the top, that takes investment. That actually takes investing in our roads, investing in our supply chains, investing in our military. And we cannot do that without taxes.
But you already have that, buddy. I'm not setting your argument that we shouldn't have taxes. Yeah, but exactly. But again, it's like, why? I don't understand I think it is a socialist thing. You're basically saying, hey, look, like you're going to make this much money more than everybody else, so we're going to make you pay more money. That doesn't make sense to me, bro. It's essentially a punishment. Like you're going to like pretend I'm in that area, right? I own freaking Amazon. You're going to tax me more money specifically because I was smart enough to create something for myself.
Yeah, I mean,
you're using American markets, but what's the American markets doing for me? The only thing the American market's doing for me in that
making them rich. I mean, like without America, Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and all these people would not be wealthy. They would not be to the wealth that they have right now. It's because of America and the amazing country that we have here that they were able to become as wealthy as they are. And it's just about preserving society. So then
a question, right? So like obviously you do social media, I do social media too, right? So you're making money off this. Would you say the American economy is pushing you to make this money right now, or the people watching you and supporting you are the ones that are doing it?
Yeah, well, think about everything that's been produced in America that allows people to watch me. So the phones that people are on, right? Those phones were made in the American economy, and because of our American economy, more people have phones than they would in like a different country, which allows more people to watch people like me.
That's not the American economy, brother. That's Taiwan, which again is an ally. Cool, I get it.
I mean, these phones were like invented in the United States, right? By Steve Jobs, for example. I have an iPhone, so that's what I'm saying. So these phones were made in the United States, and whether they're like made in another country or not, the company is still here in the United States. And this innovation took place in the United States, and the biggest market that they have, Apple, is in the United States. Well, maybe Asia is a bigger market just as a continent, but typically by country, the United States. So that has allowed me and other people to watch people like me on social media. So I'm taking advantage of American markets, absolutely. Yeah, and also I'm American. I do politics. I do American politics, so of course I'm taking advantage of America.
Well, of course, I completely agree. But I have friends in Australia, right, that are playing with American markets, right, and it's just American like viewpoints, right? Like you're getting seen by more Americans, which is allowing you to make money off of it. But I don't think it's the American market that creates everything.
Also,
I think it's the people.
It's not just like whether I benefit from American market. Obviously, like anybody that works in the United States or even produces content in the United States benefits from the American markets. But it's also that I benefit from my country. I drive on roads every single day. I went to public school when I was in high school. If there's a hospital and I want to get there are ambulances that could take me there on a public road to a public hospital, and we go and things like that, right? I want to have a country that is kept up and that is strong, and in order to do that I have to pay taxes.
Okay, well then what's your mentality on, obviously, since you're a Kamala supporter, right? So obviously the catch and release is a big thing with Kamala. Like she was a failed district attorney, and I think we can at least both agree on that. Yes, I believe 100%.
How was she failed?
The imprisonment. What do you mean? Like the rates of imprisonment over people that shouldn't be imprisoned, but now we're going with a catch and release to where it's like shoplifting, right? If you don't steal over $100, it's like it's just a catch and release with a court date. When Donald Trump's policies are more deranged from, hey, we're gonna make you pay for the things that you're doing.
Yeah. So the prison rate in San Francisco when she was district attorney stayed relatively the same over her tenure there. And she wasn't jailing people, for the most part, obviously, that were unnecessarily jailed. So I don't really know where you got that from. But in terms of like immigration, is that what you're kind of touching on with catch? I assume so, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Just to see your standpoint on immigration.
Yeah. So Kamala Harris believes in a strong border. She put forward a bipartisan immigration bill with Democrats and Republicans who wrote the bill. It includes things like funding Border Patrol, hiring more Border Patrol agents specifically to deal with drugs and asylum seekers, expanding immigration courts, giving the president and the Border Patrol the ability to shut down the border if it's being overwhelmed, investing in technology at the border to scan for drugs coming through, because that's where the majority of drugs come through. And that bill was shot down by Republicans, specifically Donald Trump. So she agrees with things like that, just common sense immigration reform, and Republicans shot down that bill.
Okay, so then what would you say on, obviously, like you said earlier, like federal government obviously can't support a candidate. I get that. I'm a veteran, so I've been in the military service. You obviously can't support, like a whole entire organization can't support a president, et cetera. But if you look at the majority of Border Patrol agents, would you agree or disagree that the majority of Border Patrol agents support Donald Trump? Right,
yeah, I mean, maybe that's the case. Maybe the majority of Border Patrol agents support Donald Trump, but that doesn't necessarily mean that Donald Trump is better for the border, right?
You're 100% correct, but I look at it from a mentality or a standpoint of, it's like telling a nurse, like a nurse supports a certain doctor. A lot of nurses do. I think those are the ones on the front line. They probably know which doctor is the best because they work with them every single day. It's the same with Border Patrol. I look at it from a mentality of those people who are on the front lines. They're the ones that know what's going on more than we do sitting on our couch watching social media.
Yeah, the Border Patrol union also endorsed that immigration bill that Donald Trump killed. They said it would help them do their day-to-day.
Listen, I'm a big person on, you've said a lot of things about like, what is it? Like viewpoints or like personal experiences don't really have a big effect, which I completely agree with.
Yeah.
I would say just because a union is supporting somebody doesn't mean anything, because I've been a part of the union and the union's very political. It's all money backed.
Okay.
Anyway.
So then that same applies to like an individual supporting Donald Trump. Like it means nothing to me if you're like, yeah, the majority of Border Patrol unions support Border Patrol members support Donald Trump. That means nothing to me. The facts are the facts. Whether Border Patrol union Border Patrol members pay attention to those facts is one thing, right? And Kamala Harris is clearly better on the border, better on immigration than Donald Trump is. And Trump doesn't even have a plan when it comes to immigration. His entire thing is, let's just deport everybody, and that should solve it. I don't know.
Well, do you not think that would help? I'm not saying that it solves the entire problem, but you don't think that deporting people that shouldn't be here is a good thing?
I mean, we'll define who shouldn't be here. If somebody's undocumented, does that automatically mean that they shouldn't be here?
If they're undocumented, you said if they're undocumented, right?
Yeah, let's just say that they're here illegally, right? In whatever capacity.
Yeah, then I would 100% agree. I would 100% agree, because I've obviously been in other countries. We could all make the argument that people want to come here for a reason. This is America. The more people that we're letting come in undocumented, we're essentially devaluing America. There's a reason people want to come here. We can't just let everybody and their mother come into America.
So what about people who have overstayed their green cards and visas? They're like working jobs. Their kids are in school. They're part of their community. They're giving back. They haven't broken any laws or anything like that. What about those people? Should they get deported?
Well, essentially, it's an open-ended question, because it's the current law that it's not accepted. Now, if the law was to change, okay, cool. But essentially, you're providing a nature for a lawless society. If the laws say that they're not supposed to, then no, they shouldn't. We have laws for a reason.
But no, you can deport people who've overstayed their visas and green cards. I'm asking, do you think that should be the case?
That's what I'm saying. Oh, absolutely, yeah, because that's what the law says.
That makes absolutely no sense, right? Why would it make sense to deport all these people who are, again, just working jobs? They're like part of their community, and maybe their kids are in school, maybe they're teaching soccer on the soccer team. Why would we deport them as opposed to offering them a pathway to citizenship?
Well, it's not about offer. I'm not saying not to offer people a pathway to citizenship. I'm saying that if you have a time and a date. So when I go on vacation, I have a 7-day vacation, right? On that 7th day, I'm coming home because that's what I'm supposed to do. That's what my tickets are for.
Yeah, but this is not a vacation, man. Like this, it's just not analogous, right? Like, oh, you go on a vacation. That's like, oh, it's obviously temporary. But when these people are like seeking a better life and they've come to the United States and they're working hard and they're giving back, we in the United States should want people like that. People who are working hard and giving back to their community and paying their taxes and things like that. That's what a lot of these folks are doing. And Donald Trump's saying, let's just deport them. Not only is that inhumane, but it's also bad for the economy. It would hurt our GDP. It would open up a lot of jobs. I mean, like, what are we doing?
No, yeah, I get that. So it's like Biden allowing in a lot of illegal immigrants, right? It's not that I'm looking at that as a bad thing, because obviously – okay, well, teach their own. But anyways, so during the COVID market, right, I see the viewpoint, which is allow a lot of people in, boost our economy, people feed back into the economy, and then we'll reset after everything turns out the way it's supposed to turn out, right? But it's like the example of saying somebody that gets a DUI. Well, it's probably a great father still, probably a great supporter, great provider, et cetera, but they did wrong. It's the same with the visa and somebody overstaying their green card. They're still doing wrong. They can be great people, but we have laws in place for a reason.
Yeah, I just think that's a bad analogy again. Like somebody like, getting a speeding ticket or something, again, it's just not analogous to somebody overstaying a visa. Like, yeah, maybe the law was broken in an instance and maybe they both broke the law, but does that mean that one gets a ticket and one's deported? It's like, should the penalty be the same or should it be different? It's like, I just don't think it's analogous, especially because, again, these people are helping America. Why would we, the United States, have laws in place or continue to support laws being in place that hurt us and are inhumane? Why wouldn't we want to support a pathway to citizenship like Kamala Harris? Like Kamala Harris and Tim Walz do, as opposed to Donald Trump?
Well, when you make the statement that it's hurting America, what's hurting America by not allowing illegal immigrants to overstay their welcome? I don't think that's hurting America. I think that's essentially helping America. Because maybe they're feeding into our economy.
If we have data saying that if we deport all of these folks who have overstayed their visas and green cards, that it would hurt our economy and it would hurt our GDP and it would lead to a lot of job openings that couldn't automatically be filled when a lot of them might be necessary to fill them immediately. Why would that help? Why wouldn't we, again, just change the law and support candidates who are like, yeah, let's give these people a pathway to citizenship, as opposed to supporting candidates who want to deport them?
Because from my mentality, and you may laugh and say that it's a stupid example, but that's like saying my energy's low, so I'm going to do crack instead. Yeah, it's going to help my energy level and it's going to be great, but what's the after effects of it? So I think you're more focused on what's the immediate effects and what we're going to see immediately rather than a long term. Because if you look at
what's the positive? Like, what's the actual positive of that?
Well, I think the positive would be if you look at America from a standpoint, it's a totally different mentality from the entire world, right? So if you look at a country that allows illegal immigrants, et cetera, to continue to come in with the mentalities of their countries, over a 30 to 40 year span, they start getting into politics. It changes the morals and the fundamental standpoint of what America stands for. We don't want to be like other countries. Clearly, we're America. We want to be America.
What? Wait, what?
What was confusing about that?
You're saying that if we have immigration, people are going to get elected to office and change America? That just sounds like super racist. I got to be honest.
How is that super racist? Again, I told you that.
What's the implication here, my man?
The implication is other fundamental differences of viewpoints. So, like, clearly we can all agree that Syria is going to view a different way than America is going to view. So it's not being racist. It's saying that sooner or later, 30 to 40 years down the line, we keep diluting America and the morals of America and letting people come in. It's just kind of crazy.
Like you're like, yeah, if we have immigrants, which, by the way, immigrants have been coming into the United States for, I didn't say
immigrants. I said illegal immigrants, but continue.
We've also had like high rates of illegal immigration before in the United States as well. Like the border, like in the 1920s, the border was practically open. Like there was actually like an open border. Fun fact.
Okay.
So a lot of people were just like walking in. I don't know if you think that the fundamental of America has changed, but it's funny to me how like the argument is, yeah, if we have immigration or a high rate of undocumented migrants coming into the country, which, by the way, Kamala Harris does not support, and neither do I. But your argument is, yeah, if we have that, then these people will get elected to office, which I don't even know how they'd be able to do that if they're undocumented, and then they'll change the fundamentals of a country. It's like, are you not seeing Donald Trump do that very thing? Changing the fundamentals of our country. Like we have a democracy and Donald Trump's just saying to hell with it.
Can you give me an example of how he's saying to hell with our democracy?
Yeah, trying to overturn the 2020 election without winning it.
Okay, so is that a fact or is that an opinion on how he conducted himself? Because I don't think it's a fact. I don't think anywhere Donald Trump has said, again, I'm not saying that the January 6th didn't happen. What I'm saying is you can't specifically fundamentally say Donald Trump 100% did this because he doesn't respect democracy.
Yes, we can.
I think that's an opinion.
No, it's not. I'm not even referencing January 6th, by the way. Like he was part of sending a false slate of electors to swing states that Biden won, hoping that they would certify his electors and take the state away from Biden and the people that voted for Biden. He also called the Secretary of State of Georgia and told him to find him 11,000 votes so that he could win the state. He kept going around saying, "Stop the steal." He pressured his vice president to not certify the election and just reject swing states that Biden won so that he would have the majority of electoral votes and be decided as president.
But I think we can both come and say Kamala did very similar things.
No, we can't say that. Not at all. When did Kamala Harris do anything like that?
We're still why would you not say that? She hasn't been to the border.
Wait, what?
She's been to the border one time.
Wait, what's the connection to what I just said?
So what you're saying is, right, that Kamala Harris is like, she's obviously going to be a good nominee. Is that what you're saying? Right or wrong?
Yeah, no, 100%. But what does that have to do with what I just said about Trump trying to overturn the election?
Because you can fundamentally say anything, but that doesn't mean that it's a fact.
But it
doesn't
is
mean
a
that
fact.
that was the clear intention. No, he'd be in jail for trying to overturn democracy, but
he's been indicted. He's been indicted, and he keeps pushing back the case.
I could literally accuse you of something, and you literally be not convicted, but be tried. So just because people come up with allegations and say false positives, right? It doesn't mean that they're convicted. It doesn't mean that they've been proven guilty.
100%. I totally agree that Donald Trump has not been found guilty in a criminal sense of what he's being charged with. But we, the people, can have a court of public opinion. And our court of public opinion, we have the facts about Donald Trump. He was going around in 2020 saying that the election should be overturned. He was saying that it was fraudulent and that something needs to be done about it. He was encouraging his followers to fight or they won't have a country anymore.
Okay, so I believe that freedom, obviously being my past, right? I believe that freedom is free because the differences of opinions. So just because all these people are saying, like you're saying, like on a public court scale, oh, he's trying to overturn the election. Okay, I feel like that's a supply and demand to where he's keeping things in check. It's checks and balances to make sure that it was fundamentally done correct. And I don't know why you're saying what, because that makes perfect sense.
That does not make any sense.
You shouldn't try a system. You shouldn't try the system to make sure that it's actually appropriate.
So is the argument that Donald Trump was trying to overturn the election to test the system?
I never said that he was trying to overturn the system. I don't believe that he was trying to overturn the system. But based off your logic, let's pretend that he was. You don't think that that would be a checks and balances to where we should all question democracy and question if it's being done right?
This is the most insane shit I've ever heard. I don't know what that means. I don't think that you should try to test. Let me put it this way. I don't think you should try to test checks and balances by trying to overturn a presidential election. And again, can you so when Donald Trump, you're saying it's like a matter of opinion. When Donald Trump was telling people to decertify election results and then certify his votes, and when he was sending false slates of electors in these certain states to Congress so that those votes would be certified, and he's calling the Georgia Secretary of State, telling him to find him 11,000 votes. What do you think he's trying to accomplish? By the way, 11,000 votes and a certain number after that, which would be one more than Joe Biden. What do you think he's trying to do?
So I will fact check afterwards to confirm if he's actually said those exact words or not, because I don't think he would have said, hey, find me 11,000 votes. I think it would have been hey, we need to recheck to make sure you did everything the appropriate way and the proper people were allowed to vote. I think that that's possible, but I don't think he came out on a world stage and said, give me 11,000 votes, because that would be trying to overturn democracy. So I don't believe that that's an actual fact.
Well, buddy, you're in for a rude awakening. My God, you're in for a rude awakening when you look up this stuff. Trump was telling him to find him 11,000 votes. And also, can you respond to the folk of even if you're just I don't know about that. What about the fake electors?
Well, okay, so what's your opinion on the Kamala, the documented voting?
The what?
The documented voting to where you don't have to present an ID. Do you believe that we shouldn't have to present ID, et cetera, to vote?
Yeah, I don't think that presenting an ID is a good policy.
Okay, so if you're going to buy alcohol, do you present your ID? If you're going to buy cigarettes, do you present your ID?
Yeah, those aren't constitutional rights.
Those are still on a world stage a lot more serious for voting for our president of the United States rather than buying alcohol. I think that's a lot more serious.
The point is that when it comes to voting, you go to the DMV or you go to your local voting location and you register and you verify your address, you verify identification surrounding you and whatever your state has when it comes to voting, to voter registration, right? And then you can vote. And then when you go to vote, you still have to verify your signature and give your address and verify you are who you say you are. Whereas when you go to a store and buy alcohol or cigarettes, there's no database for that person to reference, that the cashier to reference. So they say, hey, can you show me your ID? Right? These are two, again, just not analogous. They're just not the same. And with voting, it should be as easy as possible to vote. We want more people voting, not less.
Well, of course we want more people, but how do you just say that your policy, if you were in presidency right now, your policy would be, hey, no documentation needed. Come vote. We want everybody to vote, right?
Yeah, I would not personally support a policy that makes you show an ID to vote. And there's also been voter ID has also been like historically used in certain cases to target minorities. Like there was a case in North Carolina where they put into place voter ID laws, and a judge on appeal wrote that the law was written with surgical precision to target black voters. Surgical precision was the words that the judge used. So yeah, when it has like a history of racism, and there's no real benefit to having ID. Like our election system's already incredibly secure. I don't know why we'd add another layer. Like, you know, the old saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, but saying that we're not going to add another layer for security purposes, I don't think is a very intelligent argument.
Why? Really like, what data suggests that we need it?
The data of, do you believe that, in your opinion and what you've seen, because obviously you do this as like a TV show or whatever, do you think that this next election is more trusted than the last election? Because I feel like as a whole in our country, every 4 years should get more trusted. Do you believe it's more trusted or less trusted?
Yeah, in my view, I see no reason to believe that there are any concerns with the validity of the election. I completely trust it. The only person, and the only event I'm concerned about when it comes to the validity of election results is Donald Trump trying to overturn the election.
But that's crazy, bro. Because that's like saying just because a person wins, like pretend that they win fair and square. It's like it's playing, because even though, right, Biden got in, and you're taking it to where everybody's not agreeing with the election results or saying that it was fraud, I'm going to accept the vote. Okay, so I don't think it's a cool thing to say that you would question it just because.
No. You're misunderstanding. If Donald Trump wins fair and square, I'm not going to question that. That's like he won. No problem. But if Kamala Harris wins and he tries to steal the election from her, then I'm going to be, you know, I'm concerned about the possibility of Donald Trump trying to do that.
But then you're not advocating for checks and balances on the back end with saying voter registration and everything else. You're not having the security behind it. You're not agreeing with the security to make more measures.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that I'm concerned about the possibility of Kamala Harris winning. Like everybody votes and Kamala Harris wins, and then Donald Trump tries to overturn her win after voting had concluded, like he did in 2020. He tried this in 2020.
All right. So then abortion, last one.
Okay.
How's Kamala better on abortion than Trump?
Kamala.
That's what I said. I said Kamala, right?
Just like think about like a comma in a sentence, just comma, la. That's all. Kamala.
Kamala.
There you
Got
go.
it.
Exactly.
Okay.
How's she better? She's pro-choice. She wants to allow women to make choices that are best for them and their bodies and their families in consultation with their doctor, not in consultation with a Republican politician. And she wants to reinstate the protections that came with Roe v. Wade.
Okay, so you agree that that's better than the current Trump administration and what they're trying to push forth? I'm assuming, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so why? Compared to what Trump wants, compared to what Kamala wants, why?
Yeah, so I think we also have to look at abortion as not just like a presidential issue, but also a party issue. So the Republicans recently have voted against bills that would protect the right to abortion, protect the right to IVF, and protect the right to contraception. So it's clear that the Republicans have this like anti-reproductive right view toward women, and I certainly don't want that in the Oval Office, which I think Donald Trump would bring. Donald Trump has also said previously.
I think that's an argument point and an opinion based on what Democrats want versus Republicans. But continue.
Yeah, I don't want people voting against the right to contraception. So that's part of like the Republican Party as a whole.
Correct, but saying that the Republican Party as a whole doesn't support women's rights or women's decisions, I think that's an ignorant comment, because I don't have any problem with women's rights or women being able to do things with their self. I have a problem with, what's the word for it? Like if you're looking at it from a medical standpoint, okay, cool, understand it. But if you're looking at it from a choice, if you take somebody's life right now and they just so happen to be bearing child, is that 1 count or 2 counts?
Yeah, but it's also a different situation, because when somebody is taking the life of a mother and they happen to be pregnant with a fetus, that is an unconsensual taking of a life, whereas an abortion is a very consensual decision made by a mother.
But you could agree that obviously the courts see it as a life, regardless of if it's on the scale of agreeing to it or disagreeing to it. Can we say that that's a life? Based off court systems.
The courts will recognize consent, right? A woman's right to terminate a pregnancy if she wants, that's consensual. But somebody else does not have the right to terminate a pregnancy of a woman just because they want to, or in a murder or anything like that.
But I feel like what you're doing with is you have to have, in politics and in life, period, you have to have a certain area to where it doesn't grow bigger, right? So if you start accepting one thing, you then have to accept all. So I feel like if we're accepting it on the means of a medical basis, so the mother's life's at risk, et cetera, or even a rape case, right, then I could understand it. But if you're just simply giving people the fuel to the fire to say, I made a stupid decision, so now I'm going to go do this, et cetera, I think you're enabling people at that point. It's like taking a drug-ridden city like Chicago and saying, I'm going to give you the realms to a lot of needles because they're safe and we know they're safe. Well, you're enabling drug people to be drug people. Just in a safer way.
That's like a crazy analogy. Like that makes no sense at all. I don't think that like having access to abortions is enabling people. Because then, like, are you enabling people to like get hit by cars just because there are procedures at hospitals that can save your life? It's like, are you enabling people to do anything bad just because there are remedies for you doing something bad? It's like, no, you're not enabling people. Like nobody wants to get an abortion. Nobody like dances into a Planned Parenthood and they want to get an abortion. This is like out of medical necessity.
Of course, nobody specifically says I'm going to get pregnant just so I can get an abortion. I get that. But what I'm saying is when you're and I'm going to use the word enabling, even though you don't agree with it, but I feel like it is enabling because I feel like once you get to the point of getting pregnant because you made a stupid decision, you're now giving people an out. You're saying, hey, cool, you don't have to have any responsibility. I don't think that that's good for America. I just really don't.
I mean, I wouldn't describe it as giving anybody an out. I just think it's like, it's allowing women to make choices that are best for their lives. I don't know why you also wouldn't say that that's like not good for America. Like we see that in other countries where women have access to reproductive care versus countries that don't have access to reproductive care, women's quality of life is better. Their standard of living is better. Their life expectancy is better. They're more likely to be wealthier and more financially stable. So I think that America is better when more people are financially stable. Their quality of life is better. Their life expectancy is better. And also a country's also better when women have bodily autonomy to make decisions that are best for themselves.
Okay, so then pivot it to the point to where you're saying, okay, women has a choice, her body, her choice, et cetera, et cetera. You're pro-choice. Get it. Mm-hmm. Where's the man? So it didn't take a man to create that. He doesn't have an emotional bond to that
no,
being.
I think that like a man, it should be perfectly reasonable for a man to voice their opinions. But at the end of the day, to voice their opinions as a man, even if I say that. But guess what? If she decides, hey, I want to go through with the child, and as a man, I don't want to, I still have to pay child support, right? Yeah.
So I feel like if it's your body, your choice.
At the end of the day, it's not your body.
It still takes two to tango. So I look at it from not a religious standpoint because church and state's different, but I am very religious. But when it comes down to it, I look at it as if you're not going to accept one thing, then don't accept the others. Make it fair across the board.
I don't know how like that makes sense. Like you're not accepting one thing, you must accept the other or something like that. When it comes to like child support, could you elaborate on that further?
Yeah. So taking and saying, I want to keep this baby. So the mother says, hey, cool, I want to keep this baby. Mm-hmm. Dude doesn't want to have anything to do with it. He's still got to pay child support. So that's not on an equal basis. I understand her body. She has to go through with it. It also took me to create it. What if she wants to get an abortion? But at that point, I'm emotionally connected to where I want the child.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to her. I don't see that as like, I don't see that how that falls into your view. It's like, yeah, it takes two to tango for sure. But at the end of the day, it is the woman who is carrying that fetus, and it is her and her decision alone at the end of the day as to whether she wants to keep the fetus or not. And you were part of the process. So if she decides, hey, I want to keep the fetus, then yeah, there are in some circumstances there are legal responsibilities. In some certain stances, there are not. Sometimes you don't have to pay child support. If you're a man, like if you're broke as a man and the woman's really expensive, you don't have to pay child support. Or a court will say, well, maybe it doesn't make sense, or maybe you come to an agreement with the woman that it doesn't have to be that case. There are plenty of instances where that's not the case. But yeah, generally, if you're a man and you're not carrying that fetus at the end of the day. So,
yeah, I guess the main point on my standpoint of abortion, and I guess probably the Trump administration, I don't speak for all people that support Trump, but I feel like it's more of like a moral value to where I don't want to accept it. I like that it's in the state's hands because I know that you argue the point that it takes away a lot of the rights for the people that live in those states. But I feel like that's literally what we fought for as a country, so that states can make their own decisions and you can live wherever you wanted to enable those choices.
Yeah, but there are things that you recognize should not be decided on a state level, right? Like you wouldn't say that states should be able to ban interracial marriage, or maybe I hope you wouldn't say that states should be able to ban gay marriage, and I hope you wouldn't say that states should be able to like enact slavery if they wanted to. So I view abortion as an essential aspect of a woman's health care, and I don't think that states should be able to deprive a woman of essential health care just because they are a state. I think there are plenty of things that states can make decisions on for themselves, but when it comes to equal rights and bodily autonomy, no, that makes no sense as to why like Kansas should be able to deprive all of the women in that state of their rights, whereas like California women have the right to do so. We shouldn't have unequal rights across the country.
I get that to a certain perspective. I guess it's based off of your experiences, and I guess my experience of coming from a smaller place. I am from Alabama, but I've lived all over the world. But I think coming from a smaller place, I see it as in if everybody has the same viewpoints and the same rights and morals within your common area, it creates less crime, less strife, and it's a more common way of living. So it's like in my town, for an example, crime doesn't happen. It's because everybody believes the same, they act the same, et cetera, et cetera. So I feel like on a world stage to where you're making it a state by state basis, it makes more people cordial to live where they're at because they've made that choice.
Yeah, but there are people in your state who have not made that choice. So theoretically, for example, there are some states where they have abortion measures, like in Florida, they're voting on an abortion measure this November to whether approve it to be protected constitutionally or not. Theoretically, 1,000,001 women could vote to not protect, or excuse me, 1,000,001 people could vote to not protect it. And 1,000,000 people could vote to protect it. The no's would take it. And then all of these other women that live in that state who might have voted in favor of it would not be on the same view as you, and they want their reproductive rights.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like a choice of a house. Like, I don't understand the argument because, yeah, I mean, I guess you're basing it based off a state-to-state basis, but you choose to live in a certain town based off where you want to purchase and purchase your land at, correct? I don't know why it's any different for another state, a state over that maybe has the same viewpoints as you. What's the difference?
Yeah, because a lot of women just can't pick up and leave. Right. A lot of women have jobs or they don't have enough money to just pick up and move to another town or city or state where they might have access to reproductive care. And those women, and there are plenty of women that do.
But I don't believe that. I don't believe that because I feel like if you're passionate enough about your living means and where you're going to spend the rest of your life, I feel like you come up with $300 for a one-way ticket. There's jobs everywhere. It doesn't matter if you're in Texas.
One-way ticket, and then you have to pay rent, and then you have to move your stuff, and then you have to maybe find a job in that area. It's not just like, oh, you just got a one-way ticket and you're out. It's like, that's not how moving works. I mean, come on, man. If a woman is a single mother, she already has 2 kids, and she's like taking care of them on a single income, and they're sending them to school and things like that. There's no expendable income, and they're paying for health care and things like that. There's no expendable income for her to just be like, you know what? Well, Florida doesn't give me my reproductive rights, so I'm just going to bounce. I'm just going to go to another state and figure it out. It's like you might be in a position where you have that money, but a lot of people aren't.
Can you not argue the point that that's also based off of an economy, whatever economy you're in, whether it be the Obama economy or the Trump economy?
Sure, maybe, yeah.
Okay. So which economy was better that we lived under? Was it the Trump economy or was it the current economy?
Yeah, but why? So you're saying you're going to argue that Trump's economy was better. Why?
Well, inflation was a lot lower.
Yeah, but what caused inflation? Like, are you saying that Biden caused inflation?
I'm not going to say specifically because not one simple person causes inflation.
Right.
But the administration, absolutely, where you're pushing, we're going into war in Ukraine, we shut down the pipeline. There's a lot of different things that were done by this administration. How?
It's
How
just
can
not
shutting
true.
down the pipeline not cause energy?
Yeah, the Keystone XL pipeline was not operational when it was shut down. And also, Biden had a pretty small role in shutting it down. It was already facing legal troubles from different Native American tribes who sued in court and won. So it was facing permit problems. So it was also only 8% complete when it was canceled, meaning that it wasn't going to be ready for another 2 years. So there was no energy from that.
Okay, but your argument was with the Trump administration that he spent a lot of money doing the same exact thing, which could have caused inflation. But you also look, more countries were also paying.
No, I was saying that via your argument that like, oh, sending money to Ukraine means that is a cause for inflation. I was saying, like, well, okay, if that's the case, then Trump also caused inflation. But I don't believe that sending money abroad is causing inflation. There's no evidence to say that. And also, like, the amount of money we send abroad.
How is there no evidence behind that? The money's coming from somewhere, brother. It's got to be coming from somewhere.
Yeah, the money. Well, again, we're not sending them money. We're not sending them bags of cash. We're not just printing money and loading into suitcases and sending it to Ukraine. We're sending them, the majority of what we're sending them is weapons, already existing weapons that were made like under President Clinton. So they're just sitting in our reserves. It's not inflationary to move weapons from here in the United States in a warehouse somewhere to Ukraine in the front line so people can use it. That makes no sense.
So do you think the 2020 market, right, with all the sicknesses that were going around? I'm not going to say it on here, but all the sicknesses going around. Do you think that fed into inflation when we shut down our entire economies? Because under the Trump administration, we weren't trying to shut down an economy.
Well, I don't think that so shutting down the economy, or quote unquote shutting down the economy, definitely played a role in inflation, but inflation was more so caused by COVID impacting the entire world. It wasn't just because it impacted the United States. It was because supply chains were shut down and trading was shut down with other countries and things of that nature. It was really hard to get goods into the United States because we trade with a lot of people. It's like that was the main cause of inflation. It wasn't because, we decided like, if you walk into a business, you got to wear a mask, right? His Wi-Fi is bad. All right, we'll just drop him down because I think though he said it was the last one we were talking about, so his Wi-Fi got bad. But anyway, like sending. I never understood the argument like sending weapons to Ukraine is inflationary. It's like that's crazy. Megan, thank you for the $1. Thank you for everything you do. I'm a trauma therapist for trafficking and sexual abuse survivors. If you ever need help on sexual trauma issues or mental health, let me know. Megan, that is really impressive work. Good for you. You're doing amazing stuff. And yeah, absolutely. I appreciate the $1. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. Jessica, thank you for the $5 saying we're stuck in an SNL skit and we can't get out. You're going about it exactly the right way. Don't listen to that. I can't say that on live, I don't think. I appreciate you. Thank you, Jessica, for the $5. I appreciate that a lot. De jour, thank you for the $9.71 saying, patience of a saint. I try. Sometimes I lose it, though. Karen, thank you for the $10 as well. Harry, these people are tiring and clueless. I'm so happy to listen to you debate them. Thank you so much, Karen. I really appreciate that. That's incredibly kind. Megan, thank you for the $10. For guests about abortion, what about the military? I can't move. My husband is stationed in Florida. That's actually a really good point. I should have asked that. That's a really good point. And Rebecca, thank you for the $5. Over 65,000 rape victims in Texas have been forced to carry babies to term since Roe v. Wade was overturned 3 years ago. Why do women in Texas deserve less rights than normal women in California? Exactly. It's like you can't why do we shouldn't deprive women of rights just because they live in a certain state. That makes no sense. Megan, thank you for the $5. I don't like when they say people can just move when service members and their families don't always get to choose where they live. There you go, Megan. You're making that point as well. I totally agree. I wish I would have thought of that. It's a really good point. Matthew, thank you for the $20 saying, never stop admiring and loving you. I appreciate that so much, Matthew. Thank you. Crystal, thank you for the $5. Can I speak on something quickly? I apologize. This was a while ago. I apologize, but absolutely next time for sure. Brittany, thank you for the $7 saying, found you the end of July. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Brittany. I appreciate you being here and thank you for rocking with me. Charlotte, thank you for the $20 saying, did immigrants storm the Capitol or our own? Good point, Charlotte. Exactly. And finally, Tyrell, thank you for the $5. The lengths these MAGA morons will go is crazy. Yeah, I agree. It's pretty ridiculous. Anyway, if you're MAGA, first of all, I appreciate everybody that's sending gifts and supporting on Venmo, Cash App. It means the world. Also, as I mentioned, make sure to drop a follow if you haven't already. We're I think 80 followers away from 1,000 for the live. So if you haven't followed yet, make sure to follow. We do these lives every night and make videos and stuff. Also, drop a like. We're almost at 1.5 million likes. Also, go add me on Snapchat. I post on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. All of those links are in my bio. And also Venmo, Cash App in the link in the bio if you want to support the live. All right, Holly, talk to me. Why are you MAGA?
Weird. You called me up. I didn't even request. I just assumed you had the question.
Yeah, you said you were MAGA in the chat, so I brought you up. You don't have to be here.
Oh, no, I'm good to be here, Harry. I 100% support Biden not being our president, Harris not being our president, throwing all that trash out and starting over. Actually, to be honest with you, if I had it my way 1000%, we'd have two completely new candidates. But because we have to work with what we have, Donald Trump 100% of the way. Could not imagine a woman who was never elected by the people to sit as president being elected.
I mean, so if somebody was vice president and the president died, are you saying that they'd be an illegitimate president?
They wouldn't be an illegitimate president because they obviously have the background. That's your job. You're runner up, but you shouldn't, in my opinion, be runner up for the nominee. That's just my opinion. Obviously, that's not the way it goes in our government, Harry. I know all of that, but I don't think that she is a proper candidate. I don't think that I've even read 3 policies yet I still have yet to truly get.
Yeah, that's on you. That's not on her. That's on you. You can go to her website. All of her policies are on her website right now. But if you've not read them, that's not
last
her.
week, I believe. I want to say.
Well, no, it was like 2 or 3 weeks ago. And again, the only reason it's happened this late in the game is because she became a candidate and the nominee late in the game. So, but all of her policies are on her website. You can go read them. So if you haven't read them, that's not on Kamala Harris. That's just on you.
No. Nothing that she's saying jives with what she's been doing, right? When you go, I'm going to repeal the last 4 years. I'm going to make this all better. Why aren't you doing it now? Do it now.
So what powers are granted to the vice president in the Constitution?
Well, actually, the vice president has a lot more power than a lot of people. I think mainstream people would actually think.
So what power?
They can affect a lot of things. It also depends on what they've been appointed to do by the president.
What power
she was
does she
appointed
have
the
right
border.
now?
She's nailed that, obviously.
She was not appointed to be the border czar. She was tasked with studying the root causes of migration from triangle countries in the United States. There's no power that the president can just put onto the vice president. That's not how our Constitution works.
Actually, I have to disagree with you a little bit on that one. You may know more than me because you're obviously bought and paid for by them. But when she originally became, in the very beginning, became the vice president.
See, now I'm not going to be nice to you. Now I'm gonna like.
You don't have to be nice.
That's
it's
fine,
okay.
It's fine. Go ahead,
We're on
keep
different
going.
sides of the spectrum, so you're not going to be nice.
Oh, just keep going.
But when she was elected, I guess you'd say, along with Joe Biden, the border was hers. It was, I'm going to the border. I'll be at the border, yada, yada, yada. Mm-hmm. And then a couple of years later, she shut up the border and nothing's changed. The crime rate, the statistics speak for themselves for what the last few years have done.
Let's talk statistics. Let's talk statistics, because right now encounters at the border are less than they were when Donald Trump left office.
That's not humanly possible.
It's not only humanly possible, it's also
MURDER.
Do you want a source on that?
Yeah. Do you want me to give you the source? I can pull it up really quick.
No, I can show you how it's lower right now than it was under Donald Trump.
Okay, you cite me your source before you even go there.
Yeah, NBC News. Attempted border crossings dropped to the lowest level of the Biden presidency in September, at fewer than 54,000 apprehensions. The number is also the lowest since August 2020 during the Trump administration. And it's similar to September totals in 2018, 2019, and 2020.
So similar to not when COVID.
Yeah.
Okay, so then dropped in 2020 when, of course, no one was doing anything.
Yep.
So we can't take 2020 and 2021 out of it.
Well, August 2020, we didn't have COVID yet. Wait.
March 2020 we shut down.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We did. So in August 2020.
I definitely don't want to go off of that time span when literally no one was leaving their home, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, but
what was 2022, 2023?
As I mentioned, September 2018, 2019, and 2020.
Okay, so look at the crime rate in those border towns. So you're telling me in the border towns or not to say the border towns, but look at Tucson. Look at the fentanyl increase. Look at the drug increase that's come across.
Can you say F drug?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sorry.
It's fine. So yeah, I have some data for you. In Tucson, Arizona, for example, in 2022, Tucson's violent crime rate was lower than the national average. In property crime, Tucson's property crime rate was higher than the national average in 2022.
Now, see, I'm on my
The Arizona
phone.
Department of Public Safety says that while overall crime rates appear to be increasing, they remain lower compared to the 5-year trend. So where's this massive spike in crime in Tucson?
Well, here's the problem. I could pop over to Google, but I think they would pop me out of your live.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm reading
earlier. It was actually a conversation piece earlier.
I'm reading things directly from the Arizona government website, state legislator website.
Okay, that's fine. Where I pulled it up from was not the direct Arizona website. Yeah, it was the U.S. statistics as a whole. It wasn't just Arizona.
Yeah, so crime rates across the United States have fallen for years now. We have FBI data on this as well. And just to be clear, like immigrants are not just in Tucson and border towns. Immigrants are everywhere, all over the United States. And crime rates have fallen across the entire country. This is via FBI data. And also we have studies that show that I'm not done yet. We also have studies that show that undocumented migrants commit significantly less crime than native born Americans and even legal immigrants. So the idea that all these undocumented migrants are committing a bunch of crime and it's not true. The majority of crime that's happening in the country right now is not undocumented migrants. So your whole let's talk statistics thing is not going too well.
Which is what I was trying to say. I was trying to say there's not every crime that's committed is by an undocumented worker. Let's be honest here. No, not saying that. And I'm a reasonable enough human being not to say that. But what I will tell you is I don't agree with your statistics, but I also, again, I can't pop out to get the information. So I'm not going to sit here and just like speak out of my ass. But what I will tell you, though, is I 100,000% believe that our economy was thriving prior to the COVID epidemic, pandemic breaking out under Trump. It's statistically, it's there.
Okay, so
you cannot tell me that America as a whole is doing better financially right now than they were 4 years ago.
Well, actually, in a lot of data points, we are doing better.
6 years ago.
We actually are doing better in a lot of data points. We're doing better
man, look at the grocery store. Look at the gasoline prices. Of course, they're going to drop it for the election because everybody wants you to go ahead and go out there and vote real quick.
Yeah, that's not how gas prices work. We're doing better at job level in terms of numbers. We're doing better in real GDP. We're doing better in real personal income and adjusted for inflation as well. We're doing better in real wages, employment to population ratio. We're doing better. And this is factoring in pre-pandemic to now. I have this, and this is data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, by the way, that I'm reading right now.
Harry, first of all, every time there's an election, you see an immediate gas price.
That's just not true.
I don't care who's on top.
That's just not true.
It happened with Biden versus Trump the first time. It happened when 100% happened.
Yeah,
I think
that didn't happen because it was an election. I hate Donald Trump, and I'm not even saying that Donald Trump lowered gas prices to win. That didn't happen because it was an election. It happened because there was no demand for oil at the time. So of course, gas prices went down in the middle of a pandemic. And also, you can look at the trends. This did not take place in like 2012 or 2008 or 2004 or things like that. This is just utter nonsense. And again, gas prices are not controlled by the president to the point where they can just like click their fingers and gas prices go down for an election.
This always happens. Every single time that the Democrats are on the losing end, you're going to start to see all these changes happen because they need your votes. And then as soon as she's elected, you'll see everything soar.
Okay, so how do they do
again.
that then? How do like Democrats just lower the gas prices for an election? What are they doing to do that?
Democrats just walk over to your gas station and raise your prices.
So, but what are they? You're saying that the gas prices are lowered for the election, so Kamala Harris can do better. How do they do that?
Well, you'll notice the inflation or the Fed rates have dropped twice in the last month.
No, it did not drop twice in the past month. No, they did one big cut of 0.5 points, but that is like the first cut.
The first cut since Biden's been president, I do believe.
Yeah, because the inflation rate has gone down for many months consecutively, and now it's at 2.4%. So we cut interest rates when inflation goes down.
And then you think that's going to keep on going down if she's reelected?
Yeah, I think it's going to continue to go down because also the president doesn't have control over the inflation rate.
The president can essentially have control over anything. Executive power can mean they technically can have power over anything.
How would a president have control over the inflation rate?
Sorry about that. Say that again. I'm sorry. I was reading.
How would a president have control over the inflation rate?
The president has control over the entire company or country, correct? I mean, that's really what the job is.
No.
So, okay, tell me this. Then answer me this. What does the president do?
The president has some key roles, right? They're commander in chief, for example. It's one of the key roles laid out in the Constitution.
Just as much as Donald
Trump. Have the power to veto, for example, right?
They have executive power to sign anything into legislation that they want to.
Well, not quite. You can sign an executive order. You can have an executive order written up, but then most executive orders are challenged immediately in court, and most are stayed, which means that they don't go into effect. So, and you can sign legislation passed by Congress, but yeah, so the president can't just control the inflation rate. No, there's no mechanism for Biden to just be like, yeah, you know what, I'm gonna lower it today and then bring it back up. And also, inflation is usually not just based on what's happening in the United States.
When you have a Democrat Congress and a Democrat president, you can get away with about anything. the president
also
can
not
do
true.
anything they want to.
That's also not
They
true.
They can affect the powers that be in every single situation to make the decisions they want to be made.
But that's just not true. There's no mechanism for the president to just control the inflation rate and just bring it down if they want to. Like, can you tell me, like, you're saying that Joe Biden is lowering gas prices right now for Kamala
No, I'm not
Harris?
saying Joe Biden is. I'm saying that the Democrat powers that be, that all the people who are working toward trying to get Kamala Harris in office are, Kamala.
There you go.
Harris. It's personal to you. Her name doesn't make shit to me.
Just basic respect.
Miss Harris.
Sure. You can call her Madam President soon. It's fine.
How about this, Miss Harris?
Sure.
Because the powers that be, your legislators, your people who are out lobbying, your lobbyists, all of the people who are supporting her, they all run together. It's all a whole entire entangled situation.
How do they lower gas prices?
She's not out here moving your gas prices down at your damn grocery store.
Okay, but how do the people that support her lower gas prices?
Because it's all, do you not understand the government, every single thing in this world all works together. At some point in time, it's all chained together. Do you not get that? This is
not answering the question. Like, how do they go about lowering gas prices? See, here's the thing. You're just making shit up. Right? You're just making shit up. You're making shit up that, the inflation rate is going down to help Kamala Harris. The gas prices are going down to help Kamala Harris.
Have the same
this is quite literally just conspiracy theories that you're buying into for some odd reason. Just focus on the facts. And also, just a moment ago, I'm citing you facts from the Border Patrol. I'm citing you facts from the Arizona state government websites. And you're saying, well, I don't believe your facts. What the hell? You got to stop with this conspiratorial nonsense. You got to stop. This is so it absolutely. I've asked you like 5 times how these powers that be, which by the way, how these powers that be are lowering gas prices, and your only answer is, they're all collaborating. There's no evidence. There's no actual mechanism for this to take place, but you're just saying it anyway. You got to snap out of the conspiracies.
You don't think that the Senate, the House, and the president all don't work together to affect how every single thing in this country works?
So the president and the Senate and Congress just generally work together to make things work. Sure. How are they working together right now to lower gas prices?
Okay, I think right now, because we're right here on the dawn, 23 days for the election, something like that. I think that it 1,000% all coincides. 100% it coincides.
So you keep saying the same thing over and over again when I'm asking you a simple question.
But to me, I don't understand how you, as being the smartest person that you know in the room, is sitting here saying you don't understand how it all is chained together.
No, I'm not.
You're telling me, it's all based on inflation. Okay, so it's all based on inflation.
That's not what I said.
Based on what the Fed, the interest rate, what this costs us to import and export goods to and from other countries.
Not what I said. I'm asking you a simple question. You just keep saying the same thing over and over again. You keep saying that, they're working together in the powers that be, these like very vague terms. I'm asking you a very simple question, in depth.
Well, the powers that be are
incredible specificity and incredible detail. How are they all working together right now to lower gas prices?
Okay, so let's just say ExxonMobil is a Miss Harris supporter. This is what they're trying to do, get the people happy. They're going to back her, do this, do that, and we're going to lower down the fuel. For example, whatever. At this point in time, this is almost getting stupid. And then the people are like, looky here, look what she's going to do for us, and then move on.
It's not how Exxon or any of these companies operate.
And then grab the source that I did have, because there's nothing shittier than speaking without your facts in front of you. When you're winging it and you get nervous on the spot, you don't have your right documents. I don't have another phone, to be honest with you, to pull up my sources to give you the exact, facts.
Sure. If you want to go try to find these sources that say that Kamala Harris is colluding with Exxon to lower gas prices, by all means.
No, I was giving you Exxon as an example. I didn't have
colluding with any company. I don't care. We'll wait.
Well, just hold tight then. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. My God, man. It's just so painful. It's so painful. It's like, how do people believe this shit? Jasmine, thank you for the $3. I want to join to mention Trump's tax law. I keep missing this stuff. I apologize, Jasmine. I appreciate the $3 though. It's incredibly kind. But yeah, Trump's tax law, really bad. Like really, really bad. Really hurt the United States. Allison, thank you for the $2. I appreciate all you do. That lady made me so incredibly angry. Can I please come up for a minute? I know firsthand what it's like to undergo an abortion. It only happens 1% after the first trimester. I would actually love to educate all MAGA. Yeah, we can. Again, like a lot of people that should come up when it comes to reproductive rights. Absolutely, we'll definitely get you up. LARC, thank you for the $5. I wish MAGA supporters don't just listen to Trump. They got to do their own research and use different sources like what I did. I also grew up a Catholic, and the women always have their choice with their own bodies, especially if their life is in danger. There you go, LARC. I totally agree. Lee, thank you for the $20 DNC payment. I love your work, Harry. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Lee. And Janice, thank you for the $5 as well, saying DNC payment. There you go. I appreciate that so much. Anika, thank you for the $5 saying, hi, Harry. I'm Anika, a grad student getting a master's in elementary education to become a teacher and educate our youth. I'm looking forward to Kamala and Tim protecting our teachers and country when they win. Keep spreading your kindness and intelligence. Anika, that's so incredibly kind. Thank you. And becoming a teacher, we love our teachers. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate you. Do you have your social?
Harry, not to interrupt you.
Yeah, go ahead.
But I was able to find no, I will be back. Don't worry. Whoever the smarty pants was that said she'll never be back. Well, of course I will be.
I can't hear you when you go off the app, just FYI.
Okay. Well, shoot. Okay. So I'm going to have you. So it's from the CBP. Okay.
CBP. Yep.
Okay. 2017. We're looking at 8,000 non-citizen crimes. 2024, 15,000 plus non-citizen.
Yeah. So I have the thing in front of me.
15,000 non-citizen crimes.
I have the thing in front of me.
So it's a polite way of saying illegal immigrants. So that's my source. I just want to give you that. Like, that was my first point.
Yeah, but here's the important thing you didn't mention. And I won't make you go back to the source because we can't hear you when you go off. It's non-citizen arrests, not convictions. It's arrests, meaning that people who are arrested, we obviously have a presumption of innocence in this country. So a lot of these folks, 15,000 people arrested, does not mean that all 15,000 committed crimes, right? It doesn't mean that all 15,000 are guilty. So it's a bad stat to just say, oh, well, they're arrested, so there must be crime increasing. It's like, no, not necessarily.
Okay, so we can jump to the convictions now.
Yeah.
The M1, I'm just trying to be careful here, was 8 in 2017. We're about 60, I believe, for 2024.
I'm looking at it. You're saying homicide?
In 2017?
Yeah, in 2017,
20-something
it was
for
3.
2024?
In 2024, it's 27.
Pretty significant jump if you want to put that in.
Yeah, except when you still factor it as a percentage of population, when you do this per capita, it still shows that the undocumented crime rate and conviction rate is still significantly lower than that of native-born Americans. That's
illegal entry, re-entry has gone up by 9,000.
Well, it's not gone up by 9,000. It's at 9,000. So it's 9,500 in 2024. In 2017, it was 5,400.
Doubled.
Yeah, except again, when you factor it as a percentage of GDP, it still shows that undocumented crime rates are still significantly lower than that of native-born American citizens. And that's the point. It's that the crime rates, crime is currently falling in the United States. Has been for some time. Again, as I mentioned, the FBI data shows this. But this is still significantly less.
These are facts, Harry. You can't say, oh, well, look, the number of people went down. No. Wait.
I'm not disputing that it's fact. I agree with you that these are facts, no doubt. But the point is that when you still factor it per capita as a percentage of population, it still shows you that native-born American citizens are significantly less likely to commit crimes. That's the point. That's the entire point that I was making.
To the arrests and then the convictions, have the arrests have sometimes in certain cases tripled. The convictions have at least doubled across the board. Speaking of just the illegal citizens, I, for one, am much more concerned with not the illegal citizens who are here doing a job every single day, probably putting into our American economy, the people who hurt no one, but it's the fact that under Miss Harris, who, in my opinion, from what I believe I knew, was supposed to be not a border czar, wasn't like she's down there with a damn gun on her shoulder, but when she was supposed to be in control of that, lied about going, and then finally went, nothing's happened. No change has been affected positively. And you can see that in the numbers. Regardless of half of Americans exited America, we're still seeing this many people who are non-documented being convicted of crimes. Those are the
except
ones that
that's
can
just
be
not
found.
true, right? Like the Biden administration signed in an executive order that was very strong when it came to capping asylum seekers and the ability of asylum seekers to seek asylum in the United States. Some pretty aggressive caps, might I add. And also, the Biden administration introduced an immigration policy on day one of their presidency of the Biden admin called the U.S. Citizenships Act of 2021 that Republicans rejected. And the bipartisan border bill, which was written by Democrats and Republicans, was rejected by Republicans, mainly because Donald Trump told them not to support it. So you're asking me, like, why hasn't there been any change? If you're upset with the lack of change when it comes to immigration law and policy, then you should be blaming Donald Trump for that. And you wouldn't be voting for somebody that's blocking reform on a major issue that you care about.
We could talk about the 2 Venezuelan illegal migrants who killed the 14-year-old little girl.
Yeah, and it's terrible.
Now, if crime happens here, yes. Crime also that happens in a larger scale when you don't have an administration protecting your own country and their own people. And
so
you
again,
said, there was a
if
point
you're
to
upset
earlier.
about a lack of reform when it comes to immigration, blame Donald Trump, who, by the way, said, please blame me. He said that. So
Donald Trump, who was attempting to build a wall and attempting to actually secure our border,
yeah,
who was then stopped time and time and time again by the Democrats. How do you blame Donald Trump again?
Yeah, because the immigration reform bill that was written by Democrats and Republicans, he blocked and said, please blame me for blocking it. Also, building a wall solves nothing. You can't even construct a wall across the entirety of the U.S. border. It's too expensive, and there are certain parts of the border which is just like virtually impossible to build in.
Sure.
And also, the main problem at the border when it comes to immigration law is not whether we have a wall or not. There's already a fence in many of these places. Rather, it's the fact that the asylum system is being abused right now. So the Democrats put forward reforms regarding asylum, and the Republicans shot it down.
Okay, so you said something earlier to the other gentleman that I was absolutely wanting to touch base on. Oh, Ukraine. We're just going to jump off this because I'm not getting anywhere. So in Ukraine, you said
it's a losing topic for the Republicans, but anyway.
No, it's not a losing topic. I just think
that
you're going to just talk until you're good. Like, I cited sources from the United States government, and you're like, yeah, but there's less people.
But there's less people from. It didn't prove anything. It literally proved my point.
Per capita. So then we're not going to talk about that.
Exactly. That's how crime rates are calculated.
How did we lose people, man?
What was that?
So we're going to jump over to Ukraine. So
I just want to make the point that the data you cited from the United States government is reliable data, but it proved my point. It didn't prove yours.
It actually did, because here's the thing.
It did not.
Harry, if you go from 1 to 2, it's more. 2 is more.
Wait.
The more people you have here, it's more. The number's bigger,
claiming,
it's more.
Wait, to be clear, nobody's claiming that convictions have not gone up. It's also important to note that a lot of these convictions are not people who were convicted because of what they did under the Biden administration. Some of these convictions happened.
But they did. That's the source.
Hold on, I'm not done yet. Some of these arrests took place under the Trump administration, and then were convicted under the Biden administration. So not all of these people that are convicted that you're citing in an increase were arrested under Biden. Just to be clear here. So.
But to be very clear, I'm 100% confident what I just read to you were 2024 arrests and convictions.
A conviction doesn't take place immediately after an arrest. Do you agree?
I have a legal degree that tells me that that's correct. Yes.
You have a legal degree and you're voting for Donald Trump? God, that's wild. We'll talk about that in a second.
Absolutely. 1,000% and better than her. Yeah.
What school did you go to? What school?
In Missouri. That's as much as you need to know.
All right. So you would know that a conviction doesn't take place automatically after an arrest. So a lot of these people that were convicted,
years. It could take 2 years. It could take 3 years.
100%. Especially when it comes to immigration courts, which are historically underfunded, it can take a long time for somebody to go to trial. Sometimes it can take 6 months, absolutely. But a lot of these people that are arrested and convicted were arrested under Donald Trump. And also, again, the point is that when you adjust for population per capita, undocumented migrants still commit less crime than native-born Americans. There's been crime going up in recent years, specifically starting in 2020 because of the COVID pandemic. But since around 2022, it's been coming down. And that's also in the case with undocumented migrants. The data shows a spike and then coming down as well. So to be clear, now we can talk about Ukraine.
Okay. So your point is we're not printing money and just putting it in bags and sending it to Ukraine.
Yes.
So you think the billions of dollars of support that have been sent and spent to Ukraine does not affect the U.S. economy at all.
I think it can, and I think it helps the economy.
We have the highest level of indebtedness in the history of our country. How can you speak to that?
So let me read you some data. So this is I'm happy to talk about that in a second. The Kiel Institute for the World Economy, it tracks aid that's been sent to Ukraine. The United States ranks number 1 in total allocations. So far, military allocations total allocations around 84.72 billion euros. So just for dollars, it's, you can kind of do the math, put in a ballpark. 84.72 billion euros. Of that, 56.799 billion of those euros were for military allocations. The next, financial allocations, 25 billion. Humanitarian allocations, 2.92 billion. So the overwhelming majority of what we are saying,
2.92 billion could almost eradicate homelessness in the United States of America.
Yeah, that's just not true.
Okay, hold on. You don't think that $2 or $3 billion couldn't help the poor in America?
No, it can. But then if you're of the view that we should be putting more money into like social programs and helping the needy, then yeah, I'd agree. But then you'd be voting for Democratic policies, not Republicans who try to cut benefits.
Okay, but see, here's the thing. Your Democrat president didn't do shit for people. So here's the thing.
It's not true.
Okay, hold on a minute. If you are willing to give $3 billion to your next door neighbor but not feed your own kid, what's wrong with you?
So just to be clear, we're giving like 84 billion. Again, this is in euros. Let's just say round up and say $100 million, $100 billion. Sorry. We're giving $100 billion to Ukraine. And that's been over like 3 or 2.5, 3 years now. So when you do that, it's like 50 billion a year.
In February.
Yeah. So 3 years in February. So it's like 50 billion a year, and in like February, like 33 billion a year. Or like, so let's just say like it's 50 billion a year. We're giving 50 billion a year to Ukraine, and we're spending trillions of dollars here domestically at home. So we're not just saying like, we don't just have like 50 billion and we're sending all 50 billion to Ukraine. We have like trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars. We're spending trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars here in the United States, and then sending a very, 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 very small portion of those trillions to Ukraine to make sure our allies are protected.
Is
so
Ukraine really the ally you're calling when you're going into war with China? Really? Is Ukraine really who you need?
We have tactical allies, and we understand that a lot of these allies are not going to be the people who are going to provide the most firepower if we get into a world war. But there's a lot of reasons we have these allies. Like we're allies with Turkey, for example, specifically for strategic positions. We have missiles there that are in close proximity to Russia for that very reason. We don't like Erdogan in Turkey. We're not a fan of him and his crazy policies. But we recognize that tactical partnership is good. We're also tactically partners with Saudi Arabia. Right, so we have tactical partnerships all the time. Ukraine is a good partnership. They're a democracy, and we support them.
Partnership with Saudi Arabia every day of the week over Ukraine. Very obviously, as you see, you don't think that Saudi Arabia has more power behind them than Ukraine?
No, I think that Saudi Arabia has a lot of power, but Ukraine also has a lot of influence and power. Like us being friends with Ukraine is good because it's in close proximity to Russia. They have a lot of trade routes. They are the breadbasket of Europe, as they'd be called. Yeah, that's great.
Correct. I think that's silly. I think that this has been
of course you think it's silly.
No. I don't think what you said silly. I agreed with you. They are the breadbasket. What I'm saying is it's silly to send that much money to a quote ally that could never in a million years ever protect you, do anything for our country to that.
Well, if there's a world war and we need wheat, who are we going to go to?
Do you really think Ukraine's going to be hauling wheat over here?
Yeah.
You really think so?
Yeah, I think if we're in a world war and Ukraine is on our side, yeah, absolutely.
From Ukraine?
Yes.
Okay, I guess only time would tell. Let's hope we don't ever get there.
Yeah.
Okay,
the point is that it's a strategic allyship, and like Joe Biden has spoken about this extensively. Like allyships where we're like friends with them. Like I'd say like Great Britain is like a country we're friends with, and we're not just strategic allies. But then there's strategic allies, and I'd say like Ukraine is kind of a friend ally, but there are strategic partnerships all the time, and Ukraine kind of falls into both of those. And maintaining our allyships is good. Like other enemy countries getting more powerful, bad. We, the United States staying strong and our allies staying alive,
absolutely.
Good.
Definitely, we can agree on something. We found something, mark it down.
But we can't agree because you're saying abandon our allies.
Our other countries. I'm not saying abandon. I'm saying
yes, you are.
There should be no, never, absolutely not. First of all, human beings win first and foremost. We should take care of everybody around. Should we give that level? Absolutely not. I never said don't help Ukraine. I'm saying that
we should be
much
giving Ukraine
money.
more.
How do you figure?
Because we want Ukraine to win.
More.
We want Ukraine to win. We don't want just like to give Ukraine so that they can like survive and hopefully win. We want them to win. We want them to beat Russia to a pulp. We want them to destroy their military, their planes, their ships, their tanks. And we do that by investing in Ukraine and giving them what they need. Helps us do that.
Okay,
and
Harry, I'm not sitting here telling you that I don't understand that, number one, comprehend it, or nor do I agree with the fact that we should help them. But do you think little Ukraine's ever going to take on the Russian military and actually win?
Yes.
If that's
They're doing it right now.
possible.
They're doing it right now. It was also impossible when the United States was fighting against Great Britain for our independence and we fucking won. Point is that there are plenty of different examples of where strategy and intelligence beats a big ass army every single time. So if we can give Ukraine what they need, the weapons that they need, because warfare has evolved over time. If we can
But
give them
how
what
many
they
American
need,
lives have to go for us to help
no Americans are fighting.
Ukraine? You said no Americans have died. Are you serious?
In terms of Americans that have been deployed, there's no American deployed by the U.S. military.
No deployment. There's been no technical deployment. But do you want to go ahead and fact check that? Why don't you fact check yourself on that?
Wait. Just to be clear, no Americans as a result of the U.S. military have died. There have been Americans who went over to Ukraine and served voluntarily, but Americans that were deployed by the military, no Americans have died.
Well, okay, voluntarily and by force are two. There's a gray area there. There have been Americans that have gone there on behalf of America, not at gunpoint. Yes, but deploy is a whole infantry going right. That's different. There have been Americans that have been assigned to be in Ukraine that have lost their lives. That's fact. Check it out.
They were not assigned to be in Ukraine. They chose to go to Ukraine.
Check your facts. No, go check it out. Like,
please,
Google that one.
Wait, assigned by who? Wait, can you come back? Assigned by who?
Oh, sorry, geez. They work for the American government. So they're military people for the American government. Let me go check it out and give it a look. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's see. These are all like, for example, I have something here from Marine Corps Times talking about veterans who are veterans. They're no longer with the military and they went over there and served voluntarily. I'm not seeing anybody assigned.
Okay, so they just voluntarily took all their stuff from America and went over there. No, 100%. I'm not even going to say anything close to any details, but I have on 100% absolute authority that you could voluntarily be a United States soldier and go. It was suggested strongly. It's been urged strongly. There are several hundred Americans over there.
I'm sorry. No, there are Americans who are serving. Hang on. There are Americans who are serving voluntarily.
Let me pop in and pop out real quick.
Go ahead. You can go do that. I just, oh my God, man. Where do these folks come up with this stuff, man? It's so crazy. Scott,
able to find quick for time's sakes because it's late, is a Newsweek article about 3 Marines who were killed who went on a quote small assignment for the United States government.
Is the article titled
an assignment, not a deployment? Okay,
is the article titled "Americans killed fighting in Ukraine? 3 mothers speak out"? Is that what you're talking about?
Do you want me to pop over and tell you which one it's called?
Yeah, just give me the title.
One is U.S. soldier finally laid to rest in California, I believe is the name of it.
U.S. soldier finally laid to rest in California. Is that the article? Remember, I can't hear you if you're off the app.
Yeah, I was trying to get you the. I'm not too sure that you're going to get all the information on that. When I popped over, I closed it, so I was trying to open it quickly.
Is it U.S. veteran killed in Ukraine finally laid to rest in California?
I believe so.
VOA News?
Yep.
Let's see here. There's a video. There's no article, though. Yeah, he went to fight in Ukraine in March 2022. There's no saying that he was assigned. I'll read you the whole thing. It says, American soldier Jericho Magalon went to fight in Ukraine in March 2022. He was killed in September near Bakhmut in late June. His body was brought back home to California for a funeral. VOA's Russian service spoke with his mother and siblings about his life and his story, narrated by Anna Rice. And this is just, there's an article included. There's no saying that he was assigned.
Taskandpurpose.com. I'm going to give you the title of this one, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Americans have died in the Russia-Ukraine conflict.
Say that again?
This is February 2024, okay?
Yep.
So I don't know the stats since then off the top of my head. Obviously, it's a little hard to do all at the same time.
Say it again?
And this is a lot of medics and humanitarians that were sent from America who have military background. So they were sent because obviously they were smarter than, me, who've never served in the military, to go over there, that were killed.
Yeah, but what's the article name again?
50 Americans.
50 Americans.
Or have died, one or the other. I'm not going to go back again. That'll make it complicated. Since the U.S. Russian. Just my point here is that, yes, we've lost unnecessary American lives to this and sent billions upon billions of dollars. And I don't think that, okay, let's say, how about this? Let's just say $1 million. Okay, let's just say $1 million has been spent, whatever. I don't know that we'll get that back if we need it. But I bet at all cost, people are more important than dollars.
So again, I'm reading this article, and like, for example, a spokesperson for the military said, we reiterate our message that U.S. citizens should not travel to Ukraine due to the active armed conflict. And all of these people have gone voluntarily. So like, it's tragic that these Americans have died.
Did you go down to like about the fourth or fifth paragraph where it tells you,
yeah,
and I can't jump over obviously, but where it shows these people were.
Yeah, some of them have been in the military before, yeah. But they weren't, they chose to go over there. They were not sent in an official capacity. That's the point.
We sent the humanitarians there, and they had to pick who could go, who was bright enough.
Where does it say that?
Hopefully.
It says most Americans killed in Ukraine went to join the fighting. Others worked to provide humanitarian assistance to those in need, while others documented the war. Many were killed in direct fighting with Russian forces or in attacks that struck behind the front lines, while others died outside combat, such as in car crashes. Several families whose loved ones have died in Ukraine have been targeted by vicious online trolls, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Nearly 40 of the 50 Americans who have died in Ukraine were veterans. More than 20 of the fallen were Army veterans, including a former Green Beret. About 12 served in the Marine Corps. Another attended Marine recruit training for roughly 5 weeks. Like, none of this is saying that they were sent there.
Right, but I can't find you all the articles I have. But the point is these people right here are there. Oh, crap. These people, am I still here?
Yes.
Okay, I pushed a button. So these people were there on the humanitarian efforts for the United States of America, and they were sent there. I could literally personally message you.
Sent there by America.
I'm not on a call with you.
Here's the thing: if an American voluntarily travels to go fight the Taliban, that is not the United States sending them, and it's tragic if they die. And it's tragic that these heroes who went to fight in Ukraine died. But the point is that they're not being sent by the United States government. So these are choices that they themselves made, just for the record. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but I'm going to play devil's advocate here for one moment. If you sign up for the United States of America Army, is that a choice you made? So if you die, it's a choice you made to die?
No, you don't make a choice to die, but you obviously know that if you're signing up for the Army,
in that spot.
Yeah, if you sign up for the Army, you know that that's a possible consequence of your service.
Okay. All right. Last point we'll make, because I've been on here plenty long. We can agree.
Okay. You gotta.
Could not hear me. I was asking if you could hear me. You could not.
You could not.
So when Biden took office, interest rates were at nearly 0%.
Yep.
At this point, they were at 5%. Now, I guess we've staggered down a scone. The ability to buy, let's look at middle America, just straight across middle class America. Mm-hmm. That 5%, help me understand how you're telling me that did not affect the American households.
Oh, no, I think that interest rates do affect American households, but they're not raised by Kamala Harris or Joe Biden. It has nothing to do with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Got to come back.
The consumer confidence. Okay. The consumer confidence is at 24% for this administration right now. So are you telling, well, okay, wait, hold on a minute. This is about a month and a half ago. The article came out. So you're telling me that 76% of America is wrong? This is the U.S. government's website. This is not just me throwing out numbers here. Like I jumped over here to get my information.
As of October 11th, 2024, the U.S. index of consumer sentiment is 68.90.
Here, I'll pop over and give you the data.
Where are you seeing it was 20%?
Okay, I put two articles together and true transparency. It's down by 24% since 2020.
Okay, so there you go. So it's not 24%.
Effective October 2024.
Yeah, so it's not 24%.
But down 24% is a quarter of America.
Yeah.
A little shy of.
Exactly. But so to be clear, the reason it's down is not because of the Biden-Harris administration. It has nothing to do with them. It's gone down because of things like inflation, because of high prices just generally, or high gas prices, or obviously high interest rates. But all the things I just mentioned have nothing to do with Biden and Harris. They have not raised the interest rates. They have not raised inflation. They have not raised this or that or the other. The president doesn't control these things. And of course, the consumer confidence is going to go down in the middle of a pandemic that's affecting economies all around the world and shutting all of these economies down. I imagine that all these other countries that, like Great Britain, that have developed economies and whatever they measure consumer confidence in is also down from 2020. Does that mean that Joe Biden did it? No.
Okay, hold on a minute, Harry. I'm about to stop you. There's a person in your comments that literally said, do you really want to not vote for the person who wants to give you money to buy homes? Absolutely not. Giving people $25,000 from where? Are we printing that money and sending it to them in a bag? Just the same way we just forgave student loans? Especially for those of us who worked our asses off to pay for our own college degrees. And then we're going to just turn around and go, hey, yeah, go dig off in college for 2 or 3 years. Don't get a degree. Rack up a bunch of debt. Hey, Grandpa Biden's got you covered. Where's the accountability on the future generations for that?
That helps the economy. If people have more spending power, especially right now, you're talking about consumer confidence.
Okay, but you're probably talking about irresponsible people who are never going to pay off their own debt.
A lot of these
so
people,
you clear this debt and get you a new credit card and don't pay that one off too.
A lot of these requirements are
That's the Democrat way.
A lot of these requirements are for people who have made their payments on time, right? So it's not just you've racked up, you're just some random guy, you've racked up all this money and you have no intention to pay it back. Yeah, we're just going to forgive your loans. That's not what it is.
I literally know idiots who were proud that they didn't have to pay this shit anymore. They were making $12 a month payments on purpose.
Yeah, maybe, honestly, if they've racked up hundreds of thousands of debt, you want to talk about helping the economy. I mean, my God, giving people some breathing room and taking the amount of debt off of their table is
where is
amazing.
The accountability for that? You borrow money and then the Democrats say, don't you worry about it, we got you covered.
Maybe people make bad decisions with their loans.
Is bankruptcy going to be free in the next 4 years?
Hey, listen. Maybe people make bad decisions with their loans. Does that mean they should be penalized for their entire life and not have the ability to build up wealth? Yeah, and by the way, again, it has certain requirements of people who have paid off their debt and made payments on time. Absolutely. But the point is that if somebody at 18 takes out a loan and that loan, and they're a teacher, right? And they're not making a bunch of money, and that loan is just really hindering their ability to go buy a house and build some wealth for themselves, there's no reason that person who's giving back to their community should have to hold on to that loan if we, the government, can step in and help them. And by the way, if we help them and they pay and we forgive some of their debt and they pay off the rest of it, and then they can go buy a house, that is good for the economy. That is good for the country. So it's not just a one-way street where we're well, we forgave all your debt. Now, you don't do anything for us. It's if we forgive people of their loans and they don't have debt, they are more likely to spend in our economy. They're more likely
Then
to
they
open
have
small
more credit
businesses.
to get
And
credit
small
cards to make
businesses
more bad
have the
choices,
most amount
but
of job growth.
more bad choices. It opens up the door to say,
But that's just not
"Whoopies,
true,
I got
right?
that's a freebie. Where's your
But there's
freebie,
no,
Harry?
like,
Where's your college degree? Where's your freebie?"
There's no data to suggest that, like, oh, if we just forgive a bunch of debt, then all of these people are going to go make more bad decisions. It's just not true.
It's so true. If you don't learn your lesson the first time, how is that not true? If you have a government that's like, okay, you're a dipshit, here's some free money, wipe that away, and then now go get more debt, and we'll see if Grandpa Joe can't get you some more relief on that and wipe off some credit card debt. How do you have a college degree, Harry?
No, not yet. I'm still in college.
Okay, so tell me something.
Yeah.
If you bust your butt for 4, 6, 8 years, however long it takes you to get it, no judgment here. It took me a little bit longer than it should have to get mine all finished. And you pay every dollar of that and you graduate debt free.
Yep.
To turn around and see, okay, let's say he forgave 50,000 people's debt, okay? 30,000 of those people never finished. They never did anything with it. They didn't do much with their life. You got 20,000 people who probably earned it, probably deserve to have a little bit of relief, right? They're doing all the right things in life. How is that fair to you for being a kid who worked hard? Yep. At maybe some BS jobs. I mean, you have a little bit, we can agree here. I'll stop saying you're paid and bought for by the administration, okay? Let's say you worked a hard job. Maybe you worked, some jobs you weren't even proud of, along the way, not making a lot of money, but you did it to pay your education off, grinded 24/7 for years. You wouldn't have an opinion about that?
Yeah, no, just in terms of principle, I don't. Because at the end of the day, if you graduate debt-free, you're still set up in a better situation than someone who graduates with debt, right?
But it's from working
these people
hard. I'm not a trust fund baby.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, but generally that's just the way that
your comment section's like, oh, your parents, not $1. Yeah, whatever. I'm good.
Good for you. If you manage to work your way off and pay it all, that's fantastic. That's awesome. Good for you. But a lot of these people are not just like getting out of college and having their debt freed. Right? They carry this debt for like 5, 10, 15 years. And so if you bust your ass and you work really hard and you get through college and you pay it all off, you have like 5, 10 years to make some money and save up and invest, as opposed to people who don't. And I think that after like 15 years, there's no point that somebody who maybe they slacked off in college and maybe they haven't like worked as hard as somebody else in life, they should have an opportunity to be debt free and chase financial goals. Now, if they go to a bank later in life and they just take out a stupid loan and they spend a bunch of money that they don't have, then I'm not saying that they should be forgiven twice. But when it comes to college, where you're like getting a degree, and having a degree allows you to have more access to higher paying jobs and different industries and things like that, that helps the economy, I'm okay with that. I have no problem.
Okay, that's your opinion. I'm not.
Okay.
But that's okay, because the world turns by difference of opinion. Respectfully,
yeah, well,
I completely disagree with that.
When Donald Trump tries to cancel elections because he doesn't want to lose, then we'll see how we feel.
Hey, Harry, I don't agree with that either. Let me tell you something. I'm not an insurrectionist over here, okay? People think just because certain people are Republican and lead toward Republican values, like pro-life. I am pro-life, period. Just not when it's the life of a mother, not when a baby's already passed. I'm a human being. I'm not a person out there trying to tear up our damn country or our national monuments.
I'm not claiming that you
an idiot.
are.
I'm just saying, like,
you're
people
just voting
don't know
for somebody
who I
that
am.
does.
So you got 6,000 people who, have their opinions based on a 5-second blurb, right? And so I'm going to go, hey, listen, I'm not this radical ass MAGA, just, flying a flag and shooting my gun in the air. That's or geez, Christmas. I am a human being who believes in life first and foremost, and the right to preserve life first and foremost. I don't believe that you have the right to kill inside your body or on the outside of your body. So for me, I'm not pro death penalty. I'm not pro murdering a baby. That's a life. It's not your life to murder.
Yeah,
so
but
for me, there's
saying
a lot of things I disagree with.
Yeah, you're saying you're like not extreme and like you're not like, shooting your gun up in the air and you like care about our democracy, but you're voting for somebody who is extreme, who doesn't care about our democracy.
It's the better of two evils. I'm going to tell you right now, in my opinion, it's the better of two evils. I don't think that she's even halfway qualified, nor do I think she'll be taken serious.
If the Democrats had if the Democrats had our own version of Donald Trump, somebody who like denies election results, calls the other side vermin, and would pardon people who are violent on behalf of them, I would not vote for them. If I had a Democrat who was the same as Donald Trump, who committed crimes, was convicted of those crimes, assaulted women, was found liable of assaulting women, committed business fraud, and was found liable of committing business fraud, I would not vote for them. If it was like Mitt Romney versus the Democratic version of Donald Trump, I'd probably vote for Mitt Romney. Because you know what? Democratic principles, allowing people to choose who they want their leader to be and not having criminals in the Oval Office is more important to me than a policy difference. But to you, these policy positions you have are more important to you than our democracy. Someone is so flagrantly anti-democracy, anti a foundation of America, and you're willing to overlook it in favor of certain policy positions you disagree with Kamala Harris. That's wrong. That's wrong.
I'd have to agree with you on that. Those are your opinions. Those aren't necessarily all facts.
Well, it is not. It is a fact that Donald Trump.
I personally don't believe that Trump literally asked all those people to come down there and forced them all to.
I'm not even talking about January 6th. I'm not even talking about January 6th.
That was an example. I said, for an example, January 6th. That's not Trump. That's the idiots who chose it. I think you could be a Trump supporter and a Trump policy supporter without being a radical idiot with a mask on storming the Capitol.
Here's the problem.
You can't be a happy medium.
You can't be a Trump supporter and a supporter of democracy.
I disagree.
You can't.
Disagree.
You cannot. You cannot. If someone is so flagrantly anti-democracy to the point where they're already questioning election results of an election that hasn't happened, they're doing it again. It's in front of our eyes. We're seeing it happen again. And in 2020, he denied the election results and tried to overturn it in multiple different ways.
They're still counting votes in Georgia, man. I don't think that he was wrong.
I'm sorry. The Georgia Secretary of State, the Georgia Board of Elections guy, the Georgia governor, and federal investigators, federal judges all disagree with you that Donald Trump is wrong. There is no standing there.
I'm not saying if you can ignore, I'm saying there was a lot of fraud and corruption during that election.
I'm sure you do. This is just conspiratorial crap.
How many dead people voted?
None.
How many dead people? Yeah, that's not true.
Like a handful.
A handful in every state.
Yeah.
A handful in every county. A handful in every.
That's like a decent like a number, like a handful of votes in like every state, or there's like a couple votes here and there that are unfair or improperly cast, right? But in terms of widespread fraud that changes an election, there were not enough dead people voting to change the election. It did not happen. It is not true. So Trump is already laying the foundation again to deny election results. It did not happen. What's your evidence of this? What's your evidence of this?
There were people who died that voted, and there were people who voted more than once. That's a fact.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Nobody's doubting that election fraud happens, but the point is that it's not widespread enough to change an election. It's not even widespread enough to be even significant. It's not like 10,000 votes were fraudulently cast. No.
I didn't tell you that he didn't lose. Did you hear what I said? I said, I'm not saying that he won the election or lost the election. I'm saying that is fraud, and there's something to look into there. Period.
So 100%. I have no problem with looking into.
You should never accept an election where you have people who are dead that have votes cast in their names. Come on.
So I have no problem with looking into these very rare instances of dead people voting. And I mean really rare instances, like
5,000 people in Georgia were dead that voted.
Who?
5,000 people in Georgia.
What's your source on that?
Okay, let me go pull it up for you. Okay.
Go ahead. It's just not true, by the way.
It's December 8th, 2021.
What was that? Say it again.
The Guardian, December 28th, I believe I said. 2021. Let me look again.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Got 19,000 votes.
This is really funny. So you said The Guardian, right?
WTOP.com. And
wait, you said The Guardian
found 19,000 people that voted that were dead.
Wait, you
Go
said
to that one. WTOP.
You said The Guardian.
Yeah, I'm giving you another one.
Okay, so let's start with The Guardian. First of all, I look up The Guardian, December 28th, 5,000 dead people, Georgia, right? So get good results.
Hey, just so you know, I've had so many violations from your people on here that I've gotten 7 warnings, just so you know.
Oh, geez. I'm sorry about that. The first article that comes up from The Guardian says Trump claims 5,000 dead people voted in Georgia, but the real number is 4.
Go to WTOP. Virginia announces 19,000 people who were passed voted.
Yeah, so
Article as well. I can provide you the CNN article as well.
No, I have it. But so, okay. This article does not say that they voted. It says Virginia discovers nearly 19,000 dead people in voter rolls.
I've gotten another 5 violations, just so you know. So if I jump off of here, I didn't ditch you.
Gotcha. Okay. The article, first of all, it says Virginia discovers nearly 19,000 dead people on voter rolls. So they're on voter rolls. It doesn't mean that they voted, right? Being on a voter roll, being like registered to vote does not mean you vote. And also the important second paragraph of this article says, after reviewing death records dating back to 1960, 1960
here.
Well, all right. Maybe we just end the conversation here because I don't want you to get your account taken down. Does that make sense? Does that sound good?
Yeah, no, that's totally good. Respectfully, yes.
All right, Holly, you have a good one. All right.
You too. Bye-bye.
Appreciate it. Yeah. 19,000 since 1960. I mean, please give me a break, dude. It's so, guys, I mean, it's so, so crazy, man. Scott, thank you for the $25 saying PSA, being fully informed of both candidates is acting as a responsible voter and U.S. citizen. Take the time to be informed. Exactly, Scott. I love that. Casey, thank you for the $5 in the box waiting to come up and talk about abortion. God, there's so many people I wish I would have been able to bring up tonight. I apologize, Casey. I wish I would, excuse me. I'm sorry. I wish I would have seen this sooner. I have like hiccups right now. Ann, thank you for the $10 with the red heart. I appreciate you, Ann. Amanda, thank you for the $1. We also signed a treaty with Ukraine in 1991 that they hand over their nuclear weapons and exchange, excuse me. Again, we help them protect themselves against Russia. The same with Israel. We signed a 10-year agreement to sell them weapons. That agreement was renewed in 2019. Well, that's a really important context. But yeah, the Budapest Memorandum with the Ukraine, that's what it's called. Jessica, thank you for the $1. She got her law degree from Trump University. You said it, not me. Kenichi, thank you for the $20. Why are you so smart? Love you. I appreciate that so much. I appreciate that a lot. That's very kind. Andrea, thank you for the $1. Love to get on the live to talk about abortion. Again, I apologize. I'm so sorry. I just saw this. Leon, thank you for the $1 saying, read the 25th Amendment to these Trumpers. Yeah, I mean, a little constitutional brush up session wouldn't hurt. Deborah, thank you for the $10 on a Cash App. Brandon, thank you for the $1.50. Harry, I love your work. Thank you for dunking MAGA. I appreciate that. Thank you, my man. Chloe, thank you for the $4. Bring me up so I can talk to the guests about Ukraine. Again, another person I missed. I apologize. And Sabella, thank you for the $1 twice. I appreciate you. Anyway, ladies, gents, boys, and girls, I am going to wrap up the live there. We had a good 3-hour and 15-minute live tonight, so I'll leave it there. Listen, I have somebody for you to raid before we go. I have a bunch of things to address with you. But Isaiah R. Martin is live right now. He's a buddy of mine. He's also doing TikTok live debates. So it'd mean a lot if you can go raid him. His username is right there, Isaiah R. Martin. Just go raid him and let him know that I say hi. Just fill the chat with Harry Raid. Also, Manda Rose is live right now. But before you head out, make sure to follow me on all my social media platforms. I post on Snapchat, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and of course, TikTok. So drop a follow here. But all of those links are in my bio. Thank you for the Galaxy Cams. I appreciate you. Again, that is Snapchat, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and of course, TikTok. All of those links are in my bio. Please make sure to go follow on all of the platforms. It means a lot. But of course, remember to raid Isaiah R. Martin, Amanda Rose, 00. They're both live right now doing TikTok live debates. Go show them the love. Go let them know that we appreciate the work that they're doing. Yeah, absolutely. And aside from all of that, aside from rating those folks and my own social media platforms, everybody have a great day tomorrow. It's a Monday. It's the start of the week. We are getting really close, really, really close to the election. It's like scarily close. This is something that I think we've all been thinking about for 4 years since Biden won. And now we're here practically. So remember to get out and vote. Make sure you're registered to vote. Please go vote early if early voting is open in your state. Go do that. Go make your voice heard. It's going to come down to the margins. If you're in a swing state, especially Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, it's going to be razor thin. You can decide the election. Just remember that. So please check your registration. Please get out and vote. And you can, there's a bunch of websites where you can check where early voting starts. One of them is votevotevote.com, a really great resource where you can check all these registrations and your dates for all your states and things like that. So aside from all that, please just go out and vote. And of course, follow on all the social media platforms. Link is in my bio to Snapchat, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, all of that good stuff. All right, everybody. I will leave it there. Have a great day tomorrow. We will talk soon. And I appreciate you and thank you for everything that you're doing. All right, everybody. We'll talk soon. All right. Bye, everybody.
Or Galaxy Pop pads or whatever. Android and iPhone, iPad, Apple. I can't speak. Can't speak tonight apparently. Don't be laughing at me. Rude. Well, I have to be able to laugh at something right now. True. I'll give you that. But yeah, no, for sure. I'll get. I'll talk to Alan and Luna and see what they said. I know they had a couple iPads that they found, but sucks I'm not friendly with who to be able to find out where they got them from. But we'll see what I can find out. Which iPad you have, the size, model, whatever it is. I'm not exactly sure how iPad ones work. I have an iPad, but I have no idea which one it is. It was a chore and a half trying to figure it out for Luna. And then I can send my list to Alan and see what he can get me in. Just a tip for anybody who's cutting out stickers. They are so much easier to cut out when they're in a loop than when they're in your binder. It just feels like so much smoother. One more right there, and then I'm gonna call that good so that I can do the glow-in-the-dark powder with the resin for tonight, and then I can put the witch on tomorrow, because this is going to be a couple-day process for this witch. Just because I gotta put the one layer of resin on, wait 24 hours, and then do the next one. Alright, so I'm going to call that finished for this layer. And then, like I said, I'll do the resin with the glow-in-the-dark powder. I'll swirl it around. Have a good night, Tori. Thank you for coming in and joining. up. I'm really excited to try this cauldron. I think it's gonna look so cool. So I'll have like the light glow behind her and then the cauldron will glow. Oh, it's gonna be so pretty. I got so many cool new glow in the dark colors because that seem to be so popular. Alright, look at that. Let's see. We got this, which I'll get done tomorrow. We did Cheryl's. Well, that's a remake. Melissa's. Odd Lover. Mary. And Vic. So 6 cases. Could have been 7, but you know, backgrounds hate me. Alright, you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for joining in my stream with me. I appreciate all of you so much for sticking it through with this for this long. Because I know a couple of you have been here almost this whole entire time. Almost this whole entire time. I will be posting pictures of these in the Discord, so you guys can see a better picture of them, because I know it's kind of it's hard to see the details on this. And then I will post more pictures in my showcase channel when the resin is done. Then I'm done with all the glow in the dark stuff. And then Joe, I'm going to reprint your background. And then we'll work on finding out what kind of charms you would like on that, because that's definitely doable. Just got to get some more in. So, thank you so much, everybody.
co-host with this, I will be able to join the broadcast again. Okay. Our China people like this. Sometimes when at home, at the door will take 2 pieces of this to keep them business, and some smaller. If some the new shop open, we'll put it in the office as the ornament. Yes, it has a good meaning. Have a good meaning. Yes, I know this. I will have you look for you. This is helpful. Continue scanning. Continue scanning. Oh, hi Jessie, welcome join dear. Hi Jessie, how are you? This is Lucy. I wait for you, my dear. Welcome to join. Yeah, today what can I help you? And would you want to see your basket from me? If you want to see, I can show for you. Your basket has so many beautiful girls. Do you remember? Yeah, I know you like the pinks. Like the pinks, my dear. Hello, Jessie. How are you? Could you help me, my dear? Oh, that is Harry Sunstone. Rain piece, it is so pretty. Oh, anyone like this rain piece can sing a lot. It is material all beautiful piece with a shiny here. So pretty. Something else, but I will help you. Let's continue scanning. Would you want to see some of the optical hazards? optical cards art would you like to? Look at this art. It is, oh, look at this rainbow. It is so pretty. Very pretty rainbows, very pretty rainbows. And I like it one so much too. Another one, and what do you think about this piece too? Hello, Jessie. Could you hear me? If you hear me, please reply to me, my dear. This is has some the peach moonstone with the purple mica and the blue test sapphire. It is looks so colorful. I like it so much too. This peach moonstone with the purple mica and is and the blue test together. And I like it so much. If you like a which piece, can tell me. I will put it in a basket for you. Another one, some the peach moonstone with a blue potato too. Here is some sleeve fly, red sat, can see together. And how about this is a golden sunstone with some the blob ted with a power mica too. That is so nice. I like it so much. It's with a more shiny here. With a blob ted. Thinner one. Now how much is we can see. Yeah, that is only $19 for this piece on $19. Anyone like this one can think about, I'll put it in a basket for you. Another one is with more golden sunstone tower too with a power mica together. And the continuous scanning, and this side some this golden sunstone sapphire is very shiny too. Orange price 40 and I've discounted $20 for that, and also some smaller one. It is orange price 23. I've discounted $11.5 too. Another one that is more good with more shiny here, so pretty. In orange price 146. I've discounted to $73, and also that is smaller one. Oh, that one also looks not bad. Check out shiny smaller piece. We can check it is how much for that. Yeah, this is only $32 for this piece. Someone want to go for this piece can think about. I will put it in a basket for you. Rest out some the retail, free phone. Look at this. Yeah, with some of the here inside this, and also some of this golden retail inside it too with garden wheels. The orange price is 64. I've discounted $32. Another one with the model here inside it too, and with the shiny, and I like it piece so much too. Yeah, with the garden here. Another one is also with the red here. If you need, you can think about. Another one with the model golden here. Orange price 72. I've discounted $36 for that. Animal that is the model golden here with garden wheels with the rainbow orange price 88. I've discounted $44 for that. $44 and top baskets. Look at the more can think about. Yeah, how about this parrot dream piece with some of the cubes here? Another one with more cubes is so stunning. It is a little bigger one. I will check this how much for that. Check this how much for that. Yeah, that is only $10 for this ring piece. Anyone want to go for this piece? I will put it in your basket with a more cube shape, and we have the different size, which is like best. Another one with smaller parrot with a smaller cube shape here is very stunning for this parrot tower. Orange price 22. Now this comes only $11. Another one is also with smaller cubes here. Yeah, this is how much it is. Yeah, it is $9 for this one. $9. What do you want to get for that piece? I will put it in a basket for you. Oh, let's continue. Oh, Sunny Didi, welcome back. Welcome back, my dear. The rest are some more get the open today towers. But this material is cheap. It material is very cheap. Some of the smaller piece only $3.5. Hello, dear. Welcome back. You can stay with me if I introduce something catchy eye. You can just comment. Because sometimes, you will missing. Something missing. You have the passion too. Okay. Yeah, what's time for you, my dear? I think the time for you too late. But you haven't sleep. Yeah, that is Papa Malakans. Yeah, my dear, do you have this material? Oh, too late, my dear. Nearly morning, my dear. I think I can take some of this. This is now, it's also popular too. Yeah, name is Papa Malakans. Okay, my dear. Okay, it is golden retrieval. I got it from the Papa Malakan online, so I wasn't sure where is the frog. Oh, this is come from where? I can come from where? Let me ask. Yeah, don't found this where. Let me search. Search. Let me search here. Okay, that's I found a video someone talking about. I'm going to check it out. Okay. Dark purple is very nice. I have a feeling name the purple malika just a name, but not really a malika. I'm not sure. Maybe you can ask. You can search more information, and I still searching now. Yes, searching now. I'm also searching. You can see real name is purple malakant. They all said it's a purple malakant. You can see this color made with the tower. It's so pretty. Yes, searching now. You can search later, can talk with me. If you like this material, I can help you look for some another kind like some sphere, tower, palm stone. I can help you look for. Oh my god, it is come from 俄罗斯蓝瞳孔. Wow, you can taste this other red. This other red come from 俄罗斯. Wow, this is come from 俄罗斯, this other red. It's so cool. Oh my god, it is different from. It is come from 俄罗斯. Yes, sometimes they come from different places. Yeah, do you found this, Sunny Gigi? If already found, you can talk with me. We can communicate each other. Oh my god, that is so cute, that piece. 小壮绒毛状 Velvet malacant. Oh, why this piece with red? Oh, very cool piece. Very cool piece. Sunny Gigi, are still here? Are still here? Do you found the information of that material? If you found, you can communicate with me. If not, I will finish the today live and I can see you tomorrow. Later, I will check if that butterfly holder is view. Later, we'll check on. Okay, Billy, we'll see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Umat ya bos ya. Silakan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja digerjapin cara juga kayak di Jakarta Payment sekarang juga. Nanti kalau aku sudah off tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Ada kak siapa lagi sama gabung semuanya. Ya silakan mau tak sebutkan dari telas nomor berapa, silakan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja digerjapin sekarang juga kayak. Silakan kalian bisa komen di bawah yang mau tak sebutkan dari telas nomor berapa lagi. Mumpung punya ini masalah pak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kayak. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah off tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi kak. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Cewek cowok ini bisa pakai kak ya. Cewek cowok ini bisa pakai ya. Ini yang best seller dari kita guys ya. Ini yang paling best seller dari kita ya. Ada tuyul black white namanya. Yang untuk material utamanya itu dari kanvas kak ya. Nah, buat cek ya apa cekot dulu dong ya. Buat cekot dulu dong. Kalau cekot nanti aku follow guys ya. Yang udah cekot aku follow bosku. Ya silakan. Yang cekot apa belum? Ya sekarang ada guys siapa lagi yang baru gabung yang mau tasbikan di etalase nomor berapa lagi, coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya kak ya. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah kak ya, mau tasbikan di etalase nomor berapa lagi guys ya. Ini yang best seller dari kita guys ya. Gue caknya dicekot dulu ya, nanti biar aku follow oke. Cekot dulu biar nanti aku follow ya guys. Ini cewek cowok bisa pakai kak ya. Cewek cowok ini bisa pakai ya. Sisa itu paling kecil di 36 kak, paling besar di 40 aja. Lisa ini berwarna putih kak, kanan kiri ya. Bisa berwarna putih kanan kiri kak, sudah kita jahit ya, bukan kita tempel. Ya kanan kiri sudah kita jahit, bukan kita tempel bosku. Ya untuk bawahnya ada full mantle kak, atas legend dari custom ada nama ikonnya di bawah sini kak ya. Nah untuk setiap pembelian itu nanti sudah dapat jelas lagi sama stiker kak. Ya setiap pembelian itu nanti sudah dapat jelas lagi sama stiker. Dapat boxnya juga ya bosku. Sekarang buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja digerjapin sekarang juga kak ya. Di Jakarta Payment sekarang berapaan itu sesuai sama di kerajaan kuningnya kita kak. Sesuai sama yang di kerajaan kuningan kita tuh ya silakan. Ya silakan ada gak sebagai sama bergabung semuanya dari kota mana kak. Yang mau tasbikan di etalase nomor berapa, coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah kayak. Kemudian kalian bisa komen aja di bawah yang mau tasbikan di etalase nomor berapa lagi. Mau punya ini masalah pak. Nah nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Kemudian ada digerjapin cara juga kayak di Jakarta Payment sekarang juga. Mau punya ini masalah pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi kak ya. Lah ya promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja nih kak. Ya promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja nih kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi kak ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi. Silahkan ya digerjapin harga kak ya. Di Jakarta Payment sekarang juga bosku ya. Ada kak siapa lagi tuh selamat bergabung semuanya dari kota mana kak? Mau tasbikan di etalase nomor berapa, coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah yang mau tasbikan di etalase nomor berapa lagi ya. Promo kita sangat-sangat terbatas kak ya. Promo kita tuh sangat-sangat terbatas kak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Ya promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi guys ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bosku ya. Silakan ya. Nanti setiap pembelian itu sudah dapat kaos kaki sama stiker kak. Nanti setiap pembelian itu sudah dapat kaos kaki sama stiker, dapat boxnya juga bosku. Ya silakan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja digerjapin sekarang juga kayak di Jakarta Payment sekarang juga ya. Umum punya ini masalah pak ya. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bosku ya. Silakan ya. Cewek cowok ini bisa pakai ya, cewek dan cowok ini bisa pakai ya. Sesian itu paling kecil di 36 nggak, paling besar itu di 44 guys. Sangat buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja digerjapin sekarang juga ya. Di Jakarta Payment sekarang juga mungkin punya ini masalah pak. Nah, nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buruan dan buruan digerjapin sekarang juga kayak di Jakarta Payment sekarang juga ya. Mungkin punya ini masalah pak ya. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buruan ada gak siapa lagi sama coba semuanya. Ya silahkan yang mau tasbikan di etalase nomor berapa, coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Nah silahkan kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Mau tasbikan di etalase nomor berapa lagi, mungkin aku punya ini masalah pak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja pak ya. Promanya berlaku pada saat akumulasi pajak kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah hafal harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi kak. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Kemudian di kerja pengisian dengan siapa lagi tuh? Silakan dimanfaatin promonya secepat mungkin ya. Dimanfaatin promonya sebaik mungkin. Karena promo kita itu sangat-sangat terbatas ya. Karena promo kita itu sangat-sangat terbatas nih ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat akumulasi pajak ya. Silakan cewek-cewek bisa pakai, cewek dan cowok bisa pakai ya. Saya paling kecil 36 kak, paling besar 44 ya bos ya. Nah untuk material utamanya ini dari kanvas ya, ketebalan di 12 saja ya. Material utamanya dari kanvas ketebalan di 12 saja. Lisa berwarna putih kak kanan kiri ya. Lisa berwarna putih kanan kiri kak sudah kita jahit ya, bukan kita tampil ya. Untuk mencolok di tulang bawahnya full metal kak. Nah di sini Pak Andri dari Kasum ada nama akunnya di bawah sini kak ya. Silakan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja di Garzapin sekarang juga kayak di Jakarta Payment sekarang juga memang punya ini mas ya pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah off tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Berada di Garzapin bisa dekat sama lagi tuh. Selamat menggabung semuanya dari utama nak mau tasmikan etalase nomor berapa lagi coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kayak promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja nih ya. Silakan yang belum cakap bisa dicatat sekarang juga ya. Yang belum cekot bisa dicekot sekarang juga ya. Ini yang best seller dari kita guys ya. Ini yang paling best seller dari kita bos ya. Cewek cowok ini bisa pakai ya. Cewek dan cowok bisa pakai ya. Saya paling kecil itu di 36 kak. Paling best seller itu di 44 ya bos ya. Silahkan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja di Garzapin sana juga kayak di cekot payment sekarang juga bukan punya ini mas pak ya. Nanti kalau aku sudah untuk harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya. Silahkan di Garzapin sekarang juga ya. Di Jakarta Payment sekarang juga ya ukuran yang ini mas pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Silakan enggak siapa lagi tuh. Yang mana sebaiknya di etalase nomor berapa coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah yang mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa lagi ya bos ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Ya promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Silakan ya ini yang best seller dari kita guys ya. Yang paling best seller dari kita yang ini guys ya. Ya silakan buat kalian kalau mau cekot bisa dicekot sekarang juga yuk ya. Silakan ini enggak siapa lagi yang mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa. Mau tasbihkan di etalase berapa lah Dek Putri ya Dek siapa lagi itu selamat juga semuanya dari kota mana kak. Mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa ya, mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa lagi ya. Pokoknya kocak ini mas nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi kak Faisal ada kak siapa lagi tuh ya. Saya paling kecil 36 kak, paling besar 44 ya. Saya paling kecil 36 kak, paling besar tuh di 44 nih ya. Dengan cowok-cowok bisa pakai. Ini buat sekolah juga bisa, buat kerja juga bisa guys ya. Nanti setiap pembelian tak kasih kaos kaki sama stiker. Nanti setiap pembelian dapatnya kaos kaki sama stiker, dapat boxnya juga bos. Silahkan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja yuk. Di Garzapin sekarang juga kayak di Cekot Payment sekarang juga bos. Mumpung aku punya ini mas pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Udah di Garzapin. Ada kak siapa lagi sama gabung semuanya dari kota mana kak? Mau tak sebutkan di etalase nomor berapa silahkan kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya bos ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah off tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi kak. Dimas ada kak siapa lagi tuh? Ya promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak ya. Ada kak Alma, ada kak siapa lagi tuh selamat bergabung semuanya dari kota mana kak ya. Kalian mengasihkan di etalase nomor berapa coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah mengasihkan di etalase berapa lagi. Silakan ya cowok-cowok bisa pakai kak. Ya cowok-cowok ini bisa pakai ya. Untuk sisa paling kecil itu di 36 kak, paling besar itu di 40 aja bos ya. Bulan di Garzapin sekarang juga ya. Di Cekot Payment sekarang juga ya. Pokoknya punya ini masa pak ya. Kemudian ya promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Punya itu mas Lem, nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Kemudian ada kak Laura, ada kak siapa lagi tuh sama bergabung semuanya dari kota mana kak. Ya mau tak speakan di etalase nomor berapa silahkan kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Silahkan kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya mau tak speakan di etalase nomor berapa lagi yuk. Mungkin aku ini mas Lem ya. Silahkan yang belum cekot bisa dicekot sekarang juga yuk biar langsung kita proses ya. Biar langsung kita proses ikut pengiriman hari ini juga ya bosku ya. Silakan nih siapa lagi ya. Nah mas gabus semuanya dari kota mana kak, mau tak sepikan nih telah berapa lagi. Aku punya rekomendasi lagi buat kalian ya. Tak sepikan yang terbaru guys ya. Tak sepikan terbaru dari kita ada New Aiko Coilover namanya ya. Ada New Aiko Coilover ya, tak sepikan yang terbaru dari kita guys ya. Untuk materi utamanya tuh dari kanvas kak ya. Ya untuk yang terbaru ada 2 versi guys. Ada 2 versi, ada yang versi klasik sama yang versi tatonya. Ini yang versi klasik ya, yang kayak gini. Yang tato deh, sorry ya. Yang tato ini yang klasik guys ya. Untuk bahannya sama-sama dari kanvas ya. Dua-duanya ini bahannya sama-sama dari kanvas. Ketebalannya juga sama di 12 oz ya. Listnya cuma yang beda tulisnya sama yang bagian bawahnya ini kak. Kalau yang versi tato, ini yang versi tatonya kayak gini guys. Ini yang versi tatonya ya. Kalau yang versi tato itu tulisnya reflektif ya, kanan kiri ya, sudah kita jahit ya, bukan kita tempel ya. Nah silakan ya. Kanan kiri kak sudah kita jahit ya, bukan kita tempel ya bosku ya. Nah sudah kita jahit kak, bukan kita tempel ya. Nah untuk bawahnya ada full pattern, anti slip, anti rigid ya. Anti slip, anti rigid dari Kasem ada udah dikasih ada nama ikonnya di bawah sini ya. Silakan buat kalian bisa digerjapin sekarang juga ya, bisa dicatat payment sekarang juga ya. Mumpung akunnya ini menghasilkan pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bosku ya. Buruan digerjapin sekarang juga ya, dicatat payment sekarang juga bosku. Ya silakan ya dimanfaatin promo guys ya. Promo kita tuh sangat-sangat terbatas. Ini yang versi satunya guys ya. Kalau yang versi klasiknya itu tulisnya hologram pak. Ya. Yang versi klasiknya tulisnya hologram kanan kiri kak, sudah kita jahit ya, bukan kita tempel. Sudah kita jahit, bukan kita tempel. Untuk jahitan juga rapi banget ya, rapi presis ya. Nah untuk bawahnya double pattern anti slip, anti rigid. Nah bawahnya double pattern anti slip, anti rigid dikasih ada nama ikonnya di bawah sini kak ya. Untuk dikasih ada nama ikonnya di bawah sini kak ya. Silakan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja ya digerjapin sekarang juga kak ya. Dicatat payment sekarang juga ya. Mungkin akunnya ini masih kak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku aja kak. Nah promonya berlaku pada saat aku aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi kak. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bosku ya. Kemudian di sini kak, selagi itu sangat gabus semuanya dari teman kak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku aja kak. Ya promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja ya. Silakan ada kak siapa lagi itu selamat bergabung semuanya dari kota mana kak ya. Mau tak sepikan di etalase berapa? Mau tak sepikan di etalase berapa lagi? Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya bosku ya. Kemudian digerjapin sekarang juga dicatat payment sekarang juga. Muka punya ini masih pak. Nah nanti kalau aku sudah tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi, kembali ke 300 ribuan lagi. Nanti kak Sela, ada kak siapa lagi tuh selamat bergabung semuanya dari mana kak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak ya. Silakan ya kalau kalian belum catat bisa dicatat cara juga kak ya. Biar apa? Biar langsung kita proses kak ya. Ikutnya pengiriman hari ini juga guys ya. Nah jadi ikutnya nanti pengiriman hari ini juga bosku ya. Silakan yang mau catat bisa dicatat cara juga ya. Cewek-cewek ini bisa pakai kak ya. Cewek-cewek ini bisa pakai ya. Size-nya paling kecil itu 36 kak, paling besar 54. Kita pakainya size normal ya bosku ya. Kita pakainya size normal ya bosku ya. Silakan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja yuk. Mana speaker nih kelas berapa lagi coba? Ya kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Kita silakan kalian bisa komen aja di bawah yang mau tas speaker nih kelas nomor berapa lagi yuk. Pokoknya punya ini mas ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nah promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah upload harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buruan ada kak Furkon, ada kak siapa lagi tuh. Selamat siang semuanya dari kota mana kayak mau tas speaker di kelas nomor berapa nih guys? Ini cewek-cewek bisa pakai ya, cewek dan cowok bisa pakai. Ya, size-nya paling kecil itu di 36, paling besar itu di 44 ya. Silakan kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya bosku ya. Ya, silakan kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Mau tas speaker di etalase nomor berapa lagi? Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Mau tas speaker di etalase nomor berapa lagi? Mau punya ini hasil pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah upload harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi kak ya, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buruan digerjapin sekarang juga dicatat payment sekarang juga. Ada kak siapa lagi tuh ya. Silakan digerjapin sekarang juga ya, dicatat payment sekarang juga ya. Mau punya ini masih pak. Nah silakan dimanfaatin promonya guys ya, silakan dimanfaatin promonya secepat mungkin, silakan dimanfaatin promonya sebaik mungkin ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nah, promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kan. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Kemudian dikerjain sekarang juga kayak di checkout payment sekarang juga ya. Umum akunnya ini masalah pak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kan. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bisa kasih. Kemudian dikerjain sekarang juga kayak di checkout payment sekarang juga ya. Silakan harga siapa gitu ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nah, promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi nih. Ya kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buruan digerjapin sekarang juga ya. Di check out payment sekarang juga aku punya ini masih ada pak ya. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi nih ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Buruan digerjapin ya di check out payment sekarang juga ya. Pokoknya punya ini masih pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya kayak kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya guys ya. Buruan digerjapin sekarang juga ya. Di channel Taiwan sekarang juga bunga punya ini masih lah pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah up harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya. Yang belum cekat bisa dicekat sekarang juga yuk. Ya yang belum cekat bisa dicekat sekarang juga ya. Di kerjapin sekarang juga. Bunga punya ini masih pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Buruan dimanfaatin promonya secepat mungkin, dimanfaatin promonya sebaik mungkin ya. Karena promo kita itu sangat-sangat terbatas ya. Karena promo kita itu sangat-sangat terbatas ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja nih kak ya. Bilang aja, ada kak siapa lagi tuh sama mas bergabung semuanya dari kota mana kak ya. Kalian mau tasbihkan dari telas nomor berapa lagi? Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya bos ya. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Mau tasbihkan dari telas nomor berapa lagi ya. Ngomong aku ini masalah pak ya. Buruan kalian bisa digerjapin sekarang juga kak ya. Bisa dicepat sekarang juga bos. Ngomong aku ini masalah pak ya. Buruan anda gak coba gitu. Nah yang kalian mau tasbihkan di telas nomor berapa nih guys. Kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Mau tasbihkan di telas nomor berapa lagi ya. Ngomong aku ini masalah pak. Cewek-cowok ini bisa pakai ya. Cewek-cowok ini bisa pakai nih ya. Untuk size itu paling kecil di 36 kak, paling besar itu di 44 ya bos ya. Sedangkan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja yuk digerjapin sekarang juga kak ya. Di checkout payment sekarang juga ya. Pokoknya punya ini masih pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buruan ada kak siapa lagi tuh ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi. Ada kak Prakri, ada kak siapa lagi tuh. Selamat bergabung semuanya dari kota mana kak ya. Mau tak sebutkan deh telah nomor berapa lagi coba ya. Cowok-cowok ini bisa pakai kak. Ya cowok-cowok ini bisa pakai ya. Size paling kecil itu di 36 kak. Paling besar itu di 44 ya bos ya. Buruan digerjapin sekarang juga kak ya. Di checkout payment sekarang juga bunga kocak ini masalah pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Kemudian ada kak siapa lagi tuh selamat gabung semuanya dari kota mana kak? Yang mau tasbihkan ya internasional berapa lagi? Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah. Ya buruan guys ada kak siapa lagi tuh ya. Silakan digerjapin sekarang juga kayak di jaket payment sekarang juga yuk. Bunga kocak ini masalah pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi kak ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Silakan ya. Yang mau cekat bisa dicekat sekarang juga kak ya. Biar langsung kita proses kak. Biar langsung kita proses ikut pengiriman hari ini juga guys ya. Sekarang kita proses sekarang juga ya. Ikut pengiriman hari ini juga bos ya. Silakan anda gak siapa lagi tuh. Selamat bergabung semuanya dari kota mana kak. Mau tak sebutkan di telas nomor berapa. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya bos ya. Udah ada kak Aditya, ada kak siapa lagi tuh. Selamat bergabung semuanya dari kota mana kak. Kalian mau tak sebutkan di telas nomor berapa. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya bos ya. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Mentasbihkan di telas nomor berapa lagi. Mungkin punya ini masalah pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi kak. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Sekarang yang mau cekat bisa dicekat sekarang juga ya. Mumpung lagi ada promo nih kak ya. Mumpung lagi ada promo silahkan dimanfaatin promonya secepat mungkin. Dimanfaatin promonya sebaik mungkin ya. Karena promo kita tuh sangat-sangat terbatas kak. Karena promo kita tuh sangat-sangat terbatas ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja nih kak. Ya promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bosku ya. Buruan enggak siapa lagi ya, silakan dimanfaatin promonya secepat mungkin, silakan dimanfaatin promonya sebaik mungkin ya. Promanya berlaku pada saat aku baca kak ya. Promanya berlaku pada saat aku baca nih. Nanti kalau aku sudah tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Ada kak Enif, ada kak siapa lagi tuh yang mau sampaikan di etalase nomor berapa lagi, coba kalian bisa di komen aja di bawah. Ada kak Ros juga, selamat siang kak ya. Ini cewek-cewek bisa pakai ya, kalian bisa pilih aja suka yang mana, suka yang versi klasiknya atau yang versi tatonya guys. Ya kalian suka yang mana silahkan di komen aja, kalian suka yang versi klasiknya atau yang versi tatonya ya. Kalau aku suka yang ini guys, yang klasiknya nih ya. Ini cewek-cewek ini bisa pakai kak ya. Cewek-cewek ini bisa pakai ya. Sisa paling kecil itu di 36 kak, paling besar itu di 44 ya. Silahkan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja ya. Dikerjapin sekarang juga kayak di Jakarta payment sekarang juga, mumpung akunnya ini masalah pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buruan dan dikasih apa lagi tuh, selamat digabung semuanya. Dari kota mana kak? Ya kalian mau tak speakan di etalase nomor berapa, coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah kak ya. Ada kak Dani juga, selamat gabung semuanya. Dari kota mana kak? Mau tak speakan di etalase berapa, coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah kak ya. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah kak ya. Mau tak speakan di etalase nomor berapa lagi, mumpung punya ini masalah pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah upload harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bosku ya. Buruan dikerjapin sekarang juga kayak di Jakarta payment sekarang juga bosku. Ada Mas nih, ada kak siapa lagi, selamat bergabung semuanya. Dari utama kak ya. Mau tak sampaikan di etalase nomor berapa, coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya bosku ya. Buruan yang belum cekot bisa dicekat sekarang juga yuk. Yang belum cekot bisa dicekot sekarang juga kayak, biar langsung kita proses kak. Biar langsung kita proses ya, ikut pengiriman hari ini juga guys ya. Silahkan ada nggak siapa lagi tuh ya. Silahkan ya, promonya kita tuh tinggal beberapa menit lagi. Silahkan kalian bisa manfaatin promonya di menit-menit terakhir ini ya. Silahkan kalian bisa manfaatin promonya di menit-menit terakhir ini bosku ya. Buruan ada nggak siapa lagi tuh. Silahkan yang mau tak sebutkan di etalase nomor berapa lagi guys ya. Coba di komen aja di bawah ya kak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku baca nih kak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku baca kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah off tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribu. Ada kak Nita, ada kak siapa lagi, ada kak Yolanda. Nah gabung kalian dari kota mana, selamat siang semuanya ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku baca kak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku baca kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah off tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi kak ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi nih guys ya. Buruan udah dikerjapin sekarang juga ya, di Jakarta payment sekarang juga, mumpung aku ini masih pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah off tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya, kayak kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buruan ada nggak siapa lagi ya, saya paling macam 36 kak, paling besar 4. Jadi kalau kalian komen lagi, kita spill random lagi aja, kita next lagi ya di etalase berapa lagi guys. Kita next lagi di etalase berapa lagi nih guys. Ini ya, tak sebutkan yang cari-cari venture ya guys ya. Tak sebutkan yang cari-cari venture ya bos ya. Bang lihat sepatu Aiko warna putih, oke siap. Ini tak sebutkan yang warna putih ya. Buat kakaknya, buat kak siapa tuh? Buat abang Gojek nih kayaknya. Yang warna putih kayak gini guys. Ya ini yang full putih nih ya. Untuk material utamanya ini dari kulit sintetis kak. Ini dari kulit sintetis, sudah full jahitan juga ya, sudah full jahitan luar dalam kak. Udah full jahitan luar dalam ya. Ini lisan berwarna putih juga kak, kanan kiri ya sudah kita jahit ya. Sudah kita jahit, bukan kita tempel ya. Nah, untuk sampingnya sudah kita jahit ya ini. Sampingnya muter ini sudah kita jahit ya. Ini bukan jahitan tempelan apa atau apa itu enggak ya. Ini asli jahitan guys. Asli jahitan ya bos enggak. Jadi dijamin awet banget. Enak banget jadi dipakai ya. Ini untuk bagian pergelangan kakinya udah dilapisi dengan full mesh. Ya full busa tebel banget, enak banget dipakai walaupun nggak pakai kaos kaki ya bos ya. Silakan ya. Tapi nanti setiap pembelian itu tetap kita kasih kaos kaki sama stiker kak ya. Tapi nanti setiap pembelian itu tetap kita kasih kaos kaki sama stiker. Dapatnya kaos kaki sama stiker, dapat boxnya juga bos. Silakan ya, buat kalian yang mau jalan bisa dijaga sekarang juga ya. Ini buat kerja juga bisa, buat sekolah juga bisa. Buat sekolah tak rekomendasiin itu yang pakai yang warna full black aja atau yang hitam putih aja ya. Jangan yang full black kalau buat sekolah. Kalau buat healing jalan-jalan juga bisa ya. Kalau mau buat kapal-kapalan sama pacarnya atau sama siapa juga bisa banget. Silakan ya, kalau mau bisa langsung aja. Ya di Gerja punya juga kan, di Jakarta payment sekarang juga mau punya ini mas pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah upload harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Kemudian di Gerja pin sekarang juga kayak di Jakarta payment sekarang juga. Bukan punya ini Mas Lem. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya kayak. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Kemudian di kerja penjara juga kayak di cekat payment sekarang juga ya mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa. Buruan di kerja pin sekarang juga di cekat payment sekarang juga bos. Bukan punya ini Mas Lem Pak ya. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Kemudian ada nggak siapa lagi selamat bergabung semuanya dari kota mana kak? Nah promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Silakan ya. Ada kak siapa lagi selamat bergabung semuanya dari kota mana kak ya? Mau tak sebutkan di etalase nomor berapa? Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Mau tak sebutkan di etalase nomor berapa lagi ya. Promonya ini masa pak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buran ada gak sebelah gitu ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Ada kak Aska, ada kak sama gitu ya. Jangan yang mau cekal bisa dicekat sekarang juga ya. Cewek cowok bisa pakai ya. Cewek cowok bisa pakai ya. Saya yang paling kecil itu di 36 kak. Paling kecil itu di 36 kak ya. Paling besar itu di 44 ya. Silahkan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja yuk. Dikerja pin sekarang juga kayak dijakat payment sekarang juga. Bukan punya ini masih pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Buran dikerja pin sekarang juga kayak dijakat payment sekarang juga. Bukan punya ini masih pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Nah buat kalian kalau mau cepat bisa dicekat sekarang juga kak ya. Nah buat kalian kalau mau cepat bisa dicekat sekarang juga guys. Yang punya ini masih kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi kak ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos yuk. Buruan ya dikerja pin sekarang juga ya dicekat payment sekarang juga yuk. Bukan punya ini masih. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi guys ya. Silakan hasilnya paling kecil 36 kak, paling besar 44 dan nanti setiap pembelian sudah dapat kaos kaki sama stiker kak. Ya nanti setiap pembelian itu sudah dapat kaos kaki sama stiker, dapat boxnya juga bos. Silakan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja deh. Dikerja pin sekarang juga kayak dijakat payment sekarang juga bosku. Ya silakan nanti kalian siapa lagi tuh sama bergabung semuanya dari kota mana kak ya. Kalian ini mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa? Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa lagi yuk. Aku nggak punya ini masih apa. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bosku. Ada kak Wan dari kota mana? Salam kak ya. Mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa? Silakan ya di kerja pin sekarang ya kak ya. Silakan dicatat payment sekarang juga ya. Karena promo kita tuh sangat terbatas nih kak. Ya promo kita ini sangat terbatas ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nah promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Udah udah dikerjapin sekarang juga kak ya. Dicatat payment sekarang juga ya. Pokoknya punya ini masih ada pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Bulan guys ada kak. Sama lagi selamat gabung semuanya dari kota mana kak. Yang mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa? Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya bos ya. Buran ada gak siapa lagi ya? Tidak ada gak siapa lagi ya? Buat gak siapa nih? Silakan bisa di komen aja di bawah ya. Silakan bisa di komen aja di bawah ya. Mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa lagi ya? Mumpung punya ini mas pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya guys ya. Silahkan dimanfaatin promonya secepat mungkin. Silahkan dimanfaatin promonya sebaik mungkin ya bos guys. Jangan yang mau cakap bisa dijaga sekarang juga ya. Biar langsung kita proses kak ya. Biar langsung kita proses ikut pengiriman hari ini juga ya. Cekot sekarang kita proses sekarang ya ikut pengiriman hari ini juga bos ya. Silahkan ada kak siapa aja, ada kak Putri. Ada kak siapa lagi tuh selamat gabung semuanya dari kota mana kak ya. Mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa lagi? Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya bos ya. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa lagi ya. Bukan punya ini mas lewat. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buruan digerjapin sekarang juga ya kayak dicatat payment sekarang juga. Ada kak siapa lagi tuh? Selamat bergabung semuanya dari kota mana kak? Mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa lagi? Kurang siap, promo kita tuh sangat-sangat terbatas kak ya. Promo yang kita tuh sangat-sangat terbatas ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja nih kak. Nah promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke 300 ribuan lagi bosku ya. Buruan ada digerjapin sekarang juga kak ya. Di jalan payment sekarang juga ya. Mumpung aku yang ini masih pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bosku. Jangan yang mau jalan bisa dijabat sekarang juga biar langsung kita proses kak. Biar langsung kita proses ikut pengiriman hari ini juga guys ya. Cekot sekarang kita proses sekarang ya. Cekot sekarang kita proses sekarang ikut pengiriman hari ini guys ya. Nah silakan anda gak siapa lagi tuh selamat gabung semuanya dari kota mana kak ya. Silakan cewek-cewek ini bisa pakai kak ya. Cewek-cewek ini bisa pakai ya. Saya paling kecil itu di 36 kak, paling besar itu di 44 kak ya. Silakan ya buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja yuk digertepin juga. Di Jakarta payment sekarang juga ya. Mumpung aku ini mas ya pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buruan ada gak siapa lagi ya. Ya untuk pengiriman kita nih dari Kota Semarang Jawa Tengah ya. Untuk pengiriman kita nih dari Kota Semarang Jawa Tengah ya. Untuk estimasinya tuh 3 sampai berarti kak. Kalau luar Jawa itu 5 sampai 7 harian ya bos ya. Buruan udah digerjapin sekarang juga kak ya. Di Jakarta payment sekarang juga ada kak Chandra, ada kak siapa lagi? Silakan ya cewek-cewek bisa pakai kak. Cewek-cewek bisa pakai nih ya. Saya paling kecil itu di 36 kak. Ya paling besar itu di 45 ya. Silakan buat kalian kalau mau bisa lanjut aja digerjapin juga kayak. Di Jakarta payment sekarang juga mumpung punya ini masih pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi yuk. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Buruan yang belum cekot bisa dicekot sekarang juga yuk. Buruan yang belum cekot bisa dicekot sekarang juga ya. Bukan pocong ini masih pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi. Ada Kak Nicholas, ada siapa lagi tuh. Silakan ya untuk pengiriman kita dari Kota Semarang Jawa Tengah ya. Untuk pengiriman kita dari Kota Semarang Jawa Tengah ya. Untuk estimasinya untuk 3 sampai Mas Adi kak. Kalau luar Jawa itu 5 sampai 7 harian. Silakan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja digerjapin sekarang juga kak ya. Di Jakarta payment sekarang juga. Ada Kak Olivia, ada Kak siapa lagi tuh. Selamat bergabung semuanya dari kota mana kak ya. Mau tak sebutkan di etalase nomor berapa. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya bos ya. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Mau tak sebutkan di etalase nomor berapa lagi yuk. Mumpung aku ini mas ya guys ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buruan udah digerjapin sekarang juga kak ya. Di Jakarta payment sekarang juga mumpung punya ini masih pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Buruan nggak siapa lagi nih ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja nih kak. Ya promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buruan yang belum cekot bisa dicekot sekarang kayak. Ada kak siapa lagi tuh ya. Selamat bergabung semuanya dari mana kak. Ya sedangkan yang mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa nih guys. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah yang mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa lagi. Pokoknya punya ini mas ya pak. Nah nanti kalau aku sudah tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buruan dikerjain sekarang juga ya. Di Jakarta payment sekarang juga. Pokoknya punya ini mas ya pak. Nah nanti kalau aku sudah tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi bos. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya. Kemudian untuk pengiriman kita dari Kota Semarang Jawa Tengah ya. Ya untuk pengiriman kita tuh dari Kota Semarang Jawa Tengah ya. Untuk estimasinya tuh 3 sampai berarti kak. Kalau luar Jawa itu 5 sampai 7 harian ya bos ya. Buruan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja digerjapin sekarang juga kak ya. Bisa langsung aja di Jakarta payment sekarang juga ya. Mau nyanyi mas ya pak ya. Buruan bisa digerjapin sekarang juga kak ya. Di Jakarta payment sekarang juga ya. Mau punya ini mas ya pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Silakan ya promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja nih kak. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buruan digerjapin yang lagi kak ya. Di Jakarta payment sekarang juga ada kak siapa lagi tuh sama gabung semuanya dari kota mana kak ya. Mau tak explikan di etalase nomor berapa silakan bisa di komen aja di bawah kak ya. Nah, misalkan bisa dikomen aja di bawah yang mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa lagi. Sesa paling kecil itu 36 kak. Ya sesa paling kecil itu 36 ya, paling besar itu 44 bosku. Nah warnanya warna putih ya. Cowok-cowok bisa pakai. Nah cowok-cowok ini bisa pakai. Sesa paling kecil 36, paling besar 44 ya. Nanti setelah pembelian sudah dapat kaos kaki sama stiker kak. Nah, udah dapat kaos kaki sama stiker ya, dapat boxnya juga ya. Sekarang buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja yuk. Dikerjapin sekarang juga nggak ya, dicabut payment sekarang juga ya. Aku punya ini masalah kali kalau aku sudah off tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bosku ya. Buruan dikerjapin sekarang juga, dicabut payment sekarang juga bosku. Aku punya ini masalah pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah off tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi. Ada Kak Fazri, ada Kak siapa lagi tuh, selamat gabung semuanya dari kota mana kak ya. Kalian mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa? Silahkan kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah yang mau tasbihkan di etalase nomor berapa lagi. Bunga punya ini masih pak. Ya nanti kalau aku jawab tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi. Ada kak siapa tuh? Ya silahkan dimanfaatin promonya guys ya. Silahkan dimanfaatin promonya secepat mungkin. Silahkan dimanfaatin promonya sebaik mungkin ya. Karena promo kita tuh sangat-sangat terbatas kak ya. Karena promo kita tuh sangat-sangat terbatas ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Ya promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah off tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi yuk. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi. Ada Kak Wiratno lama bergabung dari kota mana kak ya. Silakan ya kak ya. Yang mau cekot bisa dicekot sekarang juga kak ya. Yang mau cekot bisa dicekot sekarang juga bosku. Udah ya. Ini kalau gak ada yang komen lagi kita spill random lagi aja ya. Kalau gak ada yang komen lagi kita spill random lagi aja kalau begitu. Bentar guys. Kalau gak ada yang komen lagi kita spill random lagi aja ya bosku ya. Ya tak sebutkan etalase berapa nih guys. Tak sebutkan yang best seller lagi guys ya. Tak sebutkan yang best seller lagi dari kita guys ya. Ada 7 black white-nya dari kita ya. Oke tak sebutkan ya. Untuk bahannya tuh dari kanvas kak ya, ini yang best seller dari kita ya. Bahannya tuh dari kanvas, ketebalan di 12 oz kak. Ya ketebalan di 12 oz kak ya. Ketebalan di 12 oz. Untuk listnya berwarna putih kak, kanan kiri ya. Listnya berwarna putih kanan kiri kak, sudah kita jahit ya, bukan kita tempel bosku. Ya. Nah untuk misalnya bentuk tulang kak ya, bawahnya full panel ya, anti slip under itu nih. Anti slip under itu dari kasih ada nama ikonnya di bawah sini kak ya. Silahkan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja ya dikerjapin sekarang juga kak ya. Di check out payment sekarang juga. Mumpung akunnya ini masih live pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah off tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya, kembali ke harga 300 ribu lagi. Ada Kak Susilawati, ada Kak siapa lagi tuh. Selamat bergabung semuanya dari kota mana kak ya. Nah hanya mau tasbihkan ya etalase nomor berapa lagi. Mumpung akunnya ini masih pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah off tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bosku. Ada Kak Ariel Vega, ada Kak Sebagi. Selamat gabung. Ini best seller dari kita guys ya. Ini yang best seller dari kita ya. Ada untuk material utamanya dari kanvas kak. Ya, untuk material utamanya di kanvas ya, ketebalan di 12 oz. Listnya berwarna putih kanan kiri kak ya. Listnya berwarna putih kanan kiri ya, sudah kita jahit ya, bukan kita tempel ya. Untuk tulang bentuk tulang bawahnya full panel kak. Anti slip under itu dari kasih pada nama ikonnya di bawah sini ya bosku ya. Silahkan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja dikerjapin sekarang juga ya. Dicatat payment sekarang juga ya. Pokoknya akunnya ini masih pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah off tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bosku ya. Kemudian ya promo kita tuh sangat-sangat terbatas kak ya. Promonya tuh sangat-sangat terbatas ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku jawab tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos. Buruan dan buruan udah dikerjapin sekarang juga kayak dicatat payment sekarang juga. Mumpung akunnya ini masih pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya, kayak kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Buruan ya, promo kita tuh sangat-sangat terbatas ya. Promo kita tuh sangat-sangat terbatas ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Ya promo kita tuh hanya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah off tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya bos ya. Kemudian ada dikerjapin sekarang juga kak ya. Dicatat payment sekarang juga ya. Mumpung punya ini masih pak. Nanti kalau aku sudah off tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya. Kembali ke 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Buruan dan buruan dikerjapin sekarang juga. Dicatat payment sekarang juga ya. Mumpung punya ini masih pak. Nah, nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bosku ya. Silakan ada siapa lagi tuh ya. Silakan dimanfaatin promonya secepat mungkin, silakan dimanfaatin promonya sebaik mungkin ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak ya, promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nah, nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya kayak, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bosku ya. Buruan ada siapa lagi tuh, selamat bergabung semuanya, dari kota mana kak? Ya kalian mau tak sebutkan deh telah nomor berapa, coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah kayak. Silakan kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Ada kak siapa tuh, selamat gabung semuanya, dari kota mana kak ya? Mau tak sebutkan deh telah nomor berapa, coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah kak ya. Coba kalian bisa komen aja di bawah ya. Mau tak sebutkan deh telah nomor berapa lagi. Mumpung aku ini masalah kak ya. Udah cewek-cewek ini bisa pakai kak ya. Cewek cowok ini bisa pakai ya. Saya paling kecil itu di 36 kak, paling besar itu di 44 ya bos ya. Sekarang buat kalian kalau mau cekot bisa dicekot sekarang juga kak ya. Yang mau cekot bisa dicekot sekarang juga, biar langsung kita proses kak ya. Biar langsung kita proses ikut pengiriman hari ini juga ya. Cekot sekarang, kita proses sekarang, ikut pengiriman hari ini juga bos ya. Silahkan udah digercepin sekarang juga kak ya. Dicekot payment sekarang juga yuk. Mumpung punya ini masuk pak ya. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi nih, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Kemudian digercepin sekarang juga, dicekot payment sekarang juga. Mumpung punya ini masuk pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi ya bos ya. Kemudian digercepin sekarang juga, dicekot payment sekarang juga ya. Mumpung punya ini masuk ya bos ya. Kemudian digercepin sekarang juga ya, dicekot payment sekarang juga yuk. Mumpung punya ini masuk pak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya bos ya. Silahkan digercepin kisah ada kak siapa lagi tuh ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja kak. Nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bos ya. Promonya berlaku pada saat aku live aja. Ini aku live sampai jam 2 saja guys ya. Aku live sampai jam 2 saja bos. Silakan yang mau cekot bisa dicekot sekarang juga yuk. Ya silakan dicekot payment sekarang juga yuk. Bukan kuncang ini mas pak. Ya nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi. Ada kak siapa, ada kak yang ada kak paling tersakiti, dia selamat gabung dari kota mana kak? Mau tak sebutkan di telah nomor berapa, coba ya kalian bisa komen aja di bawah kak ya. Ini cowok bisa pakai ya, saya paling kecil 36 kak, paling besar di 44 ya. Silakan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja digercepin juga ya. Dicekot payment sekarang juga, mau ini masuk kak. Nah nanti kalau aku sudah up tuh harganya sudah kembali ke harga normal lagi ya, kembali ke harga 300 ribuan lagi bosku. Ya buruan dia digercepin sekarang juga, dicekot payment. Sorry ya buat kak Angga, aku rarah guys, aku gak lihat guys. Rekomendasi buat kondangan yang keren bang, tapi gak terlalu rame. Oke siap, aku punya rekomendasi buat kak Angga. Sorry buat kak Angga, sorry gak lihat guys, sorry guys. Aku terlalu fokus ke depan malah. Ini aku punya rekomendasi buat kakaknya, pakainya yang ini guys, telah 15, yang agak gak terlalu lama ya, yang agak simple dikit itu. Bentar kak, sematin dulu. Bentar guys ya, sebentar buat Angga sabar ya, oke sabar ya, sabarnya turah oke. Ini buat Kak Angga nih, Pentur bed solvent namanya nih kak ya. Untuk bahannya dari kulit sintetis kak, bahannya dari kulit sintetis ya. Untuk tulisnya berwarna hitam maka kak, kanan kiri sudah kita jahit kak. Ini juga sudah full jahit luar dalam kak, sampingnya sudah full jahit semua. Ya ini sampingnya ini motor ini sudah full jahit semua. Ini jahitan asli kak ya, bukan tempelan atau apa, enggak. Ini asli jahitan guys, jadi cocok banget buat sekolah juga bisa, buat kerja juga bisa, buat pergi jalan-jalan juga bisa guys ya. Silakan kalau mau bisa langsung aja dicekot juga. Nanti setiap pembelian sudah dapat kaos kaki sama stiker kak ya. Nanti setiap pembelian sudah dapat kaos kaki sama stiker ya, dapat boxnya juga nantinya ya. Silakan buat kalian kalau mau bisa langsung aja digercepin juga ya, dicekot payment sekarang juga. Mumpung aku ini masa pak ya. Saya model kasual kang ono we. Yang kasual kayak gini, sebentar Pak, sebutkan. Bentar guys, yang mana ya? Yang polos ya, yang enggak terlalu lama ya. Oke, sebentar, aku ada. Ini aja ya. Ini keren guys. Nomor 68 itu ada kasual black white. Bentar, tak cari dulu guys. Bentar, tak cari dulu ya. Tak cariin dulu sebentar. Sebentar guys, sabar ya. Ini ya rada lemot-lemot sedikit iki. Sabar, oke? Sabar. Cek guys, wah suwi iki guys. Cek guys, Oke, oh iya. Cek guys, enggak sebaiknya ya buat Kak Angga. Kang, cek Kang, masih oke Kang. Langsung ini Kang, warnanya warna hitam Kang ya, warnanya warna hitam. Warnanya dari kanvas simple bosku. Buat acara-acara kekondangan cocok banget. Buat anak muda silakan. Saya paling kecil 36 Kak, paling besar di 44 Kak ya. Saya paling kecil itu 36, paling besar di 44 bosku. Duluan ya. Bahannya dari kanvas ya, jahitan rapi sekali. Ini yang polos kayak gini guys ya. Yang polos kayak gini Kak. Kalau mau yang ada logonya juga ada. Kalau kalian mau gimana? Ya, untuk misalnya betul-betul bawahnya full panel kan. Anti-slip anti-licin sudah dikasih ada nama icon di bawah sini. Ya, dan bagian belakangnya juga sudah dikasih ada nama icon juga. Ya, nanti setiap pembelian sudah dapat kaos kaki sama stiker Kak ya, sama ya. Setiap pembelian di kita tuh dapatnya kaos kaki sama stiker Kak. Ya, dapat boxnya juga baju ya. Silakan